Chapter 25 Great Kings of History. Long ago, on the island continent of At, there were 5 great nations which lived in a delicate balance, until one day there arose a great and powerful evil, a magical force of tyranny and destruction that waged a dark war against the nations of At and threw the entire island into chaos. Legends tell that when all hope seemed lost, a lone hero rose up to oppose the darkness. A great warrior whose strength and cunning united the nations of At, freed its people from the cold winds of death, and brought about an age of unparalleled peace and prosperity. That hero's name was Scaevolas, and in the aftermath of the Dark War, the victorious armies of At declared him king of the entire continent. This was how Plutarch's Kicken began telling the legend of Scaevolas, speaking from inside a small cage covered by a thick purple cloth. Her name was Alray, and though she assisted her Thulan master in every lecture it gave to Lefty, neither the boy nor Old Blue had ever actually seen her. Currently, Plutarch was holding her cage like a lantern as it slowly walked the grand halls of the royal castle. The massive structure stood in the center of the capital, and had long since been converted into a museum of sorts, commemorating the warrior king who used to live there. Though it was once a popular attraction, its halls were largely empty now. Lefty, Plutarch, Blue, and Ray practically had the place to themselves. The human and the Thulan were strolling casually past the various exhibits, their footsteps echoing on the marble floor as the young man received his education. Plutarch stared ahead wistfully as they walked, enjoying the scenery and mostly letting its caged Kicken give the lecture, only occasionally interrupting to clarify something or quiz Lefty on the material. The young man walked next to his teacher with Old Blue perched on his shoulder. His arms were crossed, his eyes cast down towards the ground, not in shame or disgrace, but in concentration. He was doing his best to ignore the majesty around him so it didn't distract from his lesson. It had been almost 2 months since their arrangement had been made, and just about everyone was happy with how things were progressing. Lefty was very happy, although his first few days had been rocky. It had taken the lad some time to adjust to his wealthy patron and the lifestyle that came with it. Like most people, he resisted change, but Plutarch matched his stubbornness with tenacity, and in the end it had won out. Gone were Lefty's simple peasant clothes, replaced by tailored outfits of black and red. His formerly messy hair had been tamed by pomade, slicked back so that it no longer hung in front of his eyes. The lad had even started bathing semi-regularly, though he still hated water. Perhaps most impressive, though, Plutarch had convinced its young ward to stop wearing his point light and squid shoes all the time. It had succeeded where even Old Blue had failed, by tempting Lefty with the promise of knowledge. The young man had always been eager to learn, after all. That was half the reason he liked Blue so much. The old Kicken was full of useful information. But the rich jeweler was just as full, and it had a Kicken of its own on top of that, plus a library, access to other libraries, and the connections to enter every important site in the capital, like the royal castle. Indeed, the knowledge that Lefty could obtain through Plutarch was absolutely astounding, and when the boy realized the true scope of what was being offered, it had been quite motivating indeed. Enough to make him part with his cherished equipment, at least for part of the day. After that wall had been broken, Lefty and Plutarch had started to get along surprisingly well, falling naturally into the roles of student and teacher. It had taken a while for the lad to acclimate to a formal education, but once he did, the young man took to it like a vork to non-existence. He enjoyed Plutarch's daily lessons on the history of At, and listened with the utmost eagerness, absorbing all the information presented and applying it whenever he could. He would have been the perfect pupil, if not for the added distraction provided by sleep magic. It seemed that the environment Plutarch provided was excellent at stimulating Lefty's mind, allowing him to dream more frequently than ever before. Since that first night when he had discovered the surreal landscape that was his workshop, he had experienced several more lucid dreams, allowing him to refine his process. By the point of this lecture, he was becoming aware of his dreams the moment he started them, allowing him to procure the nearest shovel and begin digging right away. At least twice a week he'd tunnel into the endless prismatic desert where his crude sand drawings were given physical form. Of course, obtaining one's workshop was just the start of becoming a proper sleep mage. The easy part, actually. Producing something that survives the trip into the waking world is far more difficult and far more time-consuming. So far, Lefty had gotten no closer to success than that first night. He had been able to recreate the same crumpled sandy disk once, but that was the extent of his abilities. Still, simply making any progress was impressive, and it had reignited his enthusiasm for magic. When he wasn't attending Plutarch's lessons or practicing combat with his feathers, he had his nose buried in the books he had received back in Opprobrium. He reread them over and over again, not only because he was attempting to memorize them, but because doing so tended to put him to sleep, especially the book on physics, which he still didn't really understand. But I digress. The point is, Lefty was happy with his new situation. Perhaps even happier than he had been at the goddam. While he was constantly busy, he seemed to thrive on the structure. His mornings were spent learning about history, his afternoons practicing combat in Plutarch's garden, and his nights studying sleep magic. He finally had a productive outlet for his boundless energy, and he thoroughly enjoyed directing it toward self-improvement. Old Blue, by contrast, was having a less pleasant time. While Plutarch had kept up its end of the bargain, giving the Kicken his own little bed and allowing him to stay by Lefty's side, it was still clear that the Thulin didn't like him, and resented having to treat him with dignity and respect. Its own Kicken was treated more like property than a person, and despite the Kicken race being so rare, the Thulin hadn't allowed the two of them to so much as speak with each other. Not that Old Blue wanted to. He avoided other Kickens whenever possible. But Plutarch didn't know that. It would have been nice for the old Grumpster to at least offer to introduce them, maybe show some consideration for once. Regardless, Old Blue was allowed to attend Lefty's educational lectures, though only in a passive capacity. It was made clear very early on that the one-eyed Kicken was to remain silent during the lessons. He was not to interrupt Plutarch or Alray for any reason, even if he knew for certain that they were wrong. Not that they were often wrong, or even factually wrong for that matter. Quite the contrary, actually. The Thulin's knowledge regarding the facts of history was quite accurate and commendable. A far cry from the ignorant rantings of Titus, that's for sure. It was clear that Alray had learned her speeches from Plutarch and not the other way around. The old jeweler was Kicken-like in its ability to recall historical information, and it had a passion for the truth that ensured it didn't simply ignore events entirely or portray them in a way that was obviously false. No, Plutarch's wrongness came from the way it interpreted history. The self-made merchant had a not-so-subtle bias that tended to exaggerate the importance of strong and noble individuals. To Plutarch, history was the study of the great old ones, those influential and powerful few who shaped the world through their actions. A great Cthulhu, founder of Relia and progenitor of the race that bears its name. Allende, the pacifist king who united the Deepins and ended centuries of civil war. X, the pentoid revolutionary who had started the Dark War and almost conquered the world. And of course, Scaevola, the savior of At, who had united the races against X's tyranny. In Plutarch's mind, these individuals were history. They alone controlled the rise and fall of nations, determining who lived and who died with their legendary strength and genius-level intellect. In fact, this had been the central theme of the best-selling books that Plutarch had authored. It didn't originate these ideas, but it certainly popularized them. The idea of Great One history remains very popular to this day, and it's easy to see why. People like simple explanations. They like obvious heroes and villains. They like to look back at a chain of events and see a clear line of cause and effect, where everything happens for a logical and explainable reason. But Old Blue knew from experience just how flawed that idea was. Life had shown him that reality resists simplicity. He had seen firsthand how the actions of normal, historically insignificant people had changed the world. He had seen the huge role that environment and even random chance played in the outcome of earth-shattering events. And he had met enough of these supposed great ones to know just how fragile and flawed they could be in private. And while he was thrilled to see Lefty being educated, he was worried about how Plutarch was presenting it, and how that might affect his impressionable friend's outlook on life, especially given how the Thulan treated him. Plutarch regarded Lefty as one of those potential great ones, as a man who might one day change the world with a mere statement. That was its stated rationale for educating the young man. The historian knew the havoc that could be unleashed if someone as naive as Lefty managed to obtain the crown, and had hoped that by teaching him about the great leaders of the past, that the young man could be great himself, if and when the time came. The Thulan always said it that way. If and when. The sentiment had seemed like a sarcastic joke at first, with much more emphasis on the if than the when. But the more Lefty learned, and the more potential he showed, the more serious that phrase became. Lefty was thriving in this new environment, and everyone could see it. Plutarch was starting to believe that this young human might actually become king. Lefty was starting to believe in himself, no longer feeling like an uneducated bumpkin who was out of his depth. And Old Blue was starting to worry that he was losing his friend. It wasn't that the boy had started acting arrogant or superior. In fact, most people would have seen Lefty's shift in attitude as a positive change, as a young man simply gaining confidence along with knowledge. But not Old Blue. The elderly Kicken knew exactly what an inflated ego could lead to, and he watched with worry as Lefty's strong sense of humility began to degrade. Fortunately, Plutarch's lessons were almost at an end. They had tackled all the great figures of history chronologically, and Scaevola had been the last king. The war that propelled him into power had wiped out all the old dynasties, and his crazed plan with the Tabernacles had resulted in no new ones. Old Blue hoped that this would be the last lesson, and that once this story had been told, the two of them could finally get away from Plutarch, at least for a while, and back to the business of hunting the Clavis Imperium. For now, though, the lesson continued.
"And this, my young pupil, is the mind pick,"
said Plutarch, as the four of them came to a white marble pedestal, upon which sat a very strange-looking object inside a glass case. In shape it resembled a simple hammer. Its head was blunt at one end and filed to a curved wedge at the other. Its handle was a short, rounded shaft that would have fit easily into an adult human's hand. What made it strange was its utterly dark surface. The pick was made of no recognizable substance, its form so impossibly black that it seemed to absorb the light around it. It was like the silhouette of a hammer, lacking in detail or texture, as though the real object had been plucked from reality and left behind a hammer-shaped hole in the universe. Clearly, it was a creation of advanced sleep magic.
This object represents the culmination of Scaevolus's power. Its creation proved, indisputably, that he had mastered all 4 elements, just as the prophecy had foretold. It was a feat that no man, woman, or even Thulin has accomplished since, Plutarch said, a look of reverence on its elderly face. Not only did it prove his superiority in the broadest sense, causing the mixed armies of the resistance to rally around him, but it proved invaluable in defeating that most egregious of foes, ending the Dark War once and for all.
Old Blue sighed in audible annoyance, but before Plutarch could react, Lefty piped up with a question. "What does it do?" he asked, placing his hands on the glass case, staring fascinated at the mystical object.
Ah, yes. Well, it's quite interesting, actually. By striking someone with the mind pick, its wielder can enter their dreams.
Lefty tilted his head slightly in confusion.
As you'll remember from earlier, X's immense power made her nearly impervious to physical harm. Scaevolus, being the wise warrior he was, managed to get around her physical invulnerability by fighting the pentoid mentally. He attacked her mind, distracting the tyrant long enough for his forces to move in and deal the final blow.
Old Blue closed his eye and shuddered visibly at this explanation. Lefty asked if he was all right, and the Kicken simply nodded, unwilling to speak.
Regardless,
Plutarch said with annoyance as it pulled Lefty away from the interesting artifact,
while the physical feats and battle strategies of Scaevolus may have been impressive, it was his actions after the war which cemented his legacy.
It tapped Auray's cage with its finger, prompting the Kicken to proceed with a prepared lesson. Scaevolus, having defeated the leader of the Pentoids, shocked the world by offering peace to their remaining forces. At the time, the populace was clamoring for blood, eager to exact vengeance against those who had started the war. But Scaevolus was wise enough to ignore the masses and push for diplomacy at this critical moment. Rather than bring more death and warfare to the already injured island, he instead focused his efforts on reconstruction. He united all the peoples of At, including the Pentoids, and made them work together to rebuild this great nation. It was during that time of reconstruction that the capital became what it is today, a shining city of unity, the great melting pot of civilizations, a kingdom that would be perfect,
if not for its lack of a strong ruler,
Plutarch said, finishing the Kicken's statement. "Is that when the Tabernacles and the Clavis Imperium were made?" Lefty asked, after ensuring that his teacher had finished.
"Indeed," said Plutarch with a sigh, "although I think you already know all there is to know on that particular subject. Needless to say, it was the one great mistake of Scaevolus's reign. A foolhardy attempt to circumnavigate the downsides of a hereditary monarchy. It was an admirable idea, trying to ensure the throne would go to someone who had earned it, but in practice his expectations were far too high. He had hoped to leave us with a king that was his equal. Instead, his poisoning left us without a functioning king at all, forcing At to wallow in the bickering ineptitude of democracy, rule by the uneducated masses."
As it finished speaking, Plutarch's spiteful words hung in the air. They continued to walk the museum in silence, the Thulin's obviously sour mood preventing Lefty from asking any more follow-up questions. Eventually, though, they came to the end of a hallway, and the old historian stopped. It took a deep breath, and then turned to face its pupil, who remained silent, looking up with eager eyes for more instruction.
"I must admit, Lefty, you've managed to surprise me. You've been a much better student than I ever would have anticipated, and your efforts to teach yourself sleep magic have been commendable."
Plutarch's words caught the young man off guard. It was the first real heartfelt compliment it had given him since they met more than a month ago. "Thank you. I try my best," Lefty said with a smile. The Thulin nodded, but its face remained solemn.
"Yes, you do. And that's why I'm a bit conflicted about what to do next."
It turned away from Lefty, looking out a window and into the shining pre-noon sky.
"This was the final lesson I'd planned for you. After today, I was going to send you off to the Breath Tabernacle to see if you could overcome the challenges it poses. Now, though, I'm not so sure if you should go."
"What? Why?" Lefty asked. "That's the whole reason I'm here." Plutarch sighed.
"Because the Tabernacle of Breath is a death trap, more so than any of the other tabernacles combined. If you go there now, I'm certain you'll never leave alive," the Thulin said. It sighed again, this time long and sad. Clearly it didn't want to have this conversation, but it turned back to face its student regardless. "I'll be honest with you, Lefty. When we first met, I would have had no qualms with sending you to the Breath Tabernacle. I thought you were an idiot, a buffoon who got lucky, and I could not have cared less about your fate. I admit the choice to educate you was more for my benefit than for yours. It's been a long time since I've had a student listen to my lectures, and I yearn to teach just one more time. I fully expected you to prove your unworthiness. I expected you to be so thick-headed and so brash that by the time I finished my lessons, I'd feel fully justified in sending you to your grave."
The Thulin looked Lefty right in the eye as it spoke. There was shame in its gaze.
"But you've surprised me. You're more intelligent and hard-working than I suspected. And now that I've seen your potential firsthand, now that I realize it was no fluke that you obtained the Clavis Imperium, I'm not sure I want to risk your life. You just might have what it takes to be king, to be a real king, and I don't want to see that wasted."
Old Blue was furious. He glared angrily up at the Thulin, his face tight with rage. He was about to say something, to tell off the elitist old jeweler. But Lefty spoke first, and he spoke without anger. The young man either didn't understand the implications of what his teacher had just said, or he didn't care. "I have to go eventually, Plutarch. I mean, there's no point in keeping me safe and teaching me to be king if I'm not actually going to be the king. It may be dangerous, but it's like you said the other day. Great rewards come to those with the bravery to take risks and the skill to overcome those risks." Plutarch smiled softly with its tentacle-clad face. Hearing a student repeat back something they had learned was a joy for any teacher, especially in this circumstance. The older being brought a hand down to Lefty's free shoulder, giving it a squeeze as it said more joyfully, "That's why I've come up with an alternative plan. You won't be visiting the Breath Tabernacle, not yet anyway, nor the Sleep Tabernacle either. There is another option, a temple not many people know of. It's not based on the 4 elements or the 4 mediums, and it is hidden right here beneath our very feet." "He's talking about the Defecation Tabernacle," Old Blue said, interrupting Plutarch out of spite. That earned him a glare from the old Thulin. "I prefer to call it the Tabernacle of the Ancients." "Wait, did you say defecation? Like poop?" Lefty asked. Plutarch sighed loudly, while Old Blue grinned. "Yes, Lefty, like poop. The Tabernacle is located far underneath the city, deep in the bowels of its sewer system, where everyone's
waste is deposited.
Lefty grimaced.
Its distasteful nature is the very reason why so few adventurers have visited it. It's never been a popular destination. By now the masses have all but forgotten, and even if they hadn't, the city has long since barred the entrances. The place is off limits to the public. It may not be the most noble of tasks, but like you said, you must go there eventually, and it is surely safer than the alternatives. Of all your remaining challenges, your best chance of survival lies with this one.
All right, Lefty said after a deep breath, still partially grimacing.
But wait, said Old Blue. How are we going to get in? You said it wasn't open to the public.
This time it was Plutarch's turn to grin.
That's funny, Kickin. You think I'm part of the public.
As it spoke, it reached into the pocket of its robes and pulled out a large iron key with the royal insignia engraved on its handle. Chapter 26 Perfectum. Before it became the capital, it was called Perfectum. It was a city-state, populated exclusively by humans, the only one of its kind in all of At. It was renowned for its massive impenetrable walls, which are ancient in their construction, but still stand strong to this day. It's unclear if they built the walls themselves, or simply inherited them from an even older civilization. All we know for sure is that, by the time of the Dark War, the humans of Perfectum controlled the walls, and that saved them from annihilation. Lefty, Old Blue, and Plutarch were gathered in the same room where the three of them had first met. They sat around a sturdy wooden table, which had been brought into the lounge so that they could plan their next move by the warmth of the fireplace. The table was covered with books and scrolls, all containing information on the capital's sewer system. Of course, Al Ray was there as well, hidden in her cage like usual. She had been ordered to give a lecture before they began planning in earnest. Plutarch, being a historian, felt that it was critically important for them to understand the historical context of their next destination. To be fair, it would end up being useful, but Old Blue could sense Lefty's impatience. The young man could barely keep still, his shoulders twitching as he held back the desire to raise his hand and ask a question. The Kickin really had to hand it to Plutarch. It had done a lot to tame Lefty's impulses. A few months ago he would have interrupted by now, undoubtedly to ask something that was about to be answered anyway. Now he was waiting patiently, stockpiling questions until the lecture was over. The people of Perfectum were strict isolationists. Few were allowed in, and fewer were allowed out. Even when the Dark War erupted, and refugees began swarming the city in search of asylum, most were rejected, left to die outside the walls. The people of Perfectum spent the war in hiding. They refused to get involved, even when the forces of darkness arrived at their doorstep demanding tribute. It was Scaevolas who convinced them to act, and even then they only gave the tiniest sliver of support. They would not send their soldiers to join the battle, or even contribute supplies to the war effort. The only thing they offered was knowledge, and they offered it to Scaevolas alone. No one knows exactly what they told him, but not long after he left their city, his magical prowess increased dramatically. It may have only been words, but those words seemed to turn the tide of the entire war. Despite this, it said that the leaders of Perfectum had no faith in Scaevolas. They assumed the charismatic soldier would fail in his efforts. They thought no one could defeat the forces of darkness, not even themselves. They began preparing for the worst-case scenario, laying the groundwork for an unconditional surrender to X and the Pentoid army she controlled. Thus, when Scaevolas returned victorious, at the head of an even more powerful army, the leaders of Perfectum surrendered to him instead, offering the newly crowned king control of their entire city. That's when the gates were thrown open. The land inside the walls had been nearly untouched by the ravages of war, and so it became the foundation for Scaevolus's new kingdom, the de facto capital where all reconstruction efforts were organized. Plutarch tapped its kicken's cage, signaling that they wished to take over.
Most people today already know this to some degree. They are aware that the capital was built atop the ruins of Perfectum. What they don't realize is that it's literally true. The capital was built on top of Perfectum, for the actual city was located underground. That's why it survived the war. After all, their wall did little to stop X's dragon. Hell simply flew over the top. But all the beast found on the other side was farmland and artificial lakes. Perfectum grew their crops on the surface, but the people, their houses, and the rest of their infrastructure was all located far underground. The dragon may have devastated their food supply, but it couldn't reach the population or its leaders. After the war, the subterranean structures were largely abandoned. The modern capital was built on the ice-blasted surface that had been farmland, while newer and larger farms were moved outside the walls. Gradually, the abandoned city of Old Perfectum was converted into the capital's sewer system.
Lefty's eyes widened, his hand raising up in excitement as something clicked into place. "Oh, that's why—" He stopped himself. All Plutarch had to do was raise one of its hairless eyebrows, and the young man caught himself, putting his hand back down and straightening his spine. "Sorry, please continue." Plutarch's cheeks lifted slightly, the Thulan smiling as it tapped Alray's cage, and she began speaking again. Years later, as a final jab at the cowardly rulers of Perfectum, Scaevolus declared that the sewers would double as the defecation tabernacle. That's the polite term for it. He used much more colorful language in his speech, making it obvious what he thought of the rulers who had doubted him. Most contemporary writers took this to be nothing more than a dark joke. At the time, the tabernacles were thought to be nothing more than monuments to celebrate the end of the war. And what better monument to those who doubted you than a city full of feces? It wasn't until the full extent of Scaevolus's plan was revealed that he confirmed the seriousness of his proclamation. He had indeed hidden a clavis imperium in the defecation tabernacle. If someone wanted to be king, they would have to wade through the city's waste to find the key. And while some people certainly tried, obviously none have been successful. As soon as it became clear that Alray was finished, Lefty's hand shot up once again, the young man jumping up like a bear trap under tension. "Question, is there a monster in the poop tabernacle?" Plutarch's slight smile turned into a grimace, the Thulan furrowing its brow at Lefty's crass language. Old Blue just grinned. The historian may have sanded off some of Lefty's edges, but the core of his goofy friend was still there.
Please don't call it that. It's the Tabernacle of the Ancients, or the Defecation Tabernacle if you must, said Plutarch.
That's such a mouthful, though, replied Lefty. And long words are an inefficient use of our time, he added, trying out a new piece of vocabulary he had learned recently. Plutarch sighed. Sometimes it seemed to regret teaching Lefty new words. Before this regret could build into anger, Old Blue chimed in. How about we just call it the sewers, then? Short, simple, and relatively clean. Oh! Lefty's face lit up in approval, pointing and snapping at Blue before turning his finger to Plutarch for approval. The Thulan opened its mouth to say something, stopped, and then sighed again.
Fine. The sewers it is, then. And to answer your question from before, we aren't certain if there are any monsters.
Lefty tilted his head, but didn't say anything, waiting for his teacher to elaborate.
To be honest, There's not much information about the sewers at all. Here, let me show you something,
it said, before grabbing one of the larger scrolls on the table and unfolding it. The document was huge, taking up most of the available space. It contained a blueprint of sorts, a top-down map showing a complex maze in the shape of a giant ring.
We have a map of the outer tunnels, the ones built after the war. These are used by workers to maintain the sewer system. If you look closely, you'll see that several of these passages lead towards the center and then abruptly end. I have reason to believe that these are entrances to Old Perfectum, where the Tabernacle is located.
You have reason to believe?
Asked Old Blue. The Thulin didn't even flinch. It just turned a cool eye towards the Kicken.
I told you, there's not much information. No one's attempted to map beyond these points before. I've had my contacts talk to some of the sewer workers. A few of them have gazed into these tunnels and confirmed that they aren't simply dead ends like the map implies. They lead somewhere, but no one knows how deep they go or if they lead to the Clavis Imperium.
Lefty spoke up. But there were other adventurers, right? Warriors who went in looking to become king? None of them made a map or anything?
No. Or rather, they made maps, but none that I could find contains more information than this map, because none of them had access to this map. Every adventurer who went in the sewers before you went in blind. They were able to chart some of these outer tunnels, but if anyone made it further, they didn't write it down,
Plutarch explained. Yuck, Lefty said with a grimace. The labyrinth was huge, city-sized to be exact, and there were hundreds of dead ends, even more than the drink tabernacle. So, it could be any of these passages?
Not necessarily,
said Plutarch. It reached over and grabbed a handful of papers stacked to one side of the table.
I think I may have it narrowed down.
You think?
Said Old Blue.
Yes, quite often. You should try it sometime, Kicken,
said the jeweler, making Lefty snort in amusement. Old Blue's ears twitched, but he held his tongue, for now.
I managed to get 4 accounts from former adventurers who went searching for the Tabernacle of the Ancients. Though their stories are all very different, they share 3 common elements. First, they were all on teams that went into the sewers together. In most cases, they were the only survivors.
There was a second of solemn silence. Sometimes in the rush for adventure, it can be hard to remember just how deadly the tabernacles were, and just how many people had been claimed by them over the years.
Second, they all entered here,
Plutarch said, pointing to a specific spot on the blueprint.
This maintenance tunnel leads almost directly to one of the suspected entrances to Perfectum. It's likely that if you enter here, you'll encounter the same things that they did.
Monsters? Said Lefty.
Possibly,
responded Plutarch.
Every account said something about being swallowed up by towering piles of sewage. It's unclear if there are beasts living in the sewage, traps that dump sewage onto intruders, or if these statements are simply the unreliable memories of someone who watched their companions die in darkness. Whatever the case, there is something deadly down there. I'm just not sure if it's environmental or biological.
You're not sure?
Said Old Blue, a bit of anger working into his voice.
This is far more speculation than I'm used to from the wise and learned Plutarch. If you know so little about the dangers you're throwing Lefty into, then why in hell's name are you sending him in there?
The look that Plutarch sent back to the Kicken was not as angry as he was expecting. Oh, there was a little annoyance in its wrinkled green face, but for the most part the historian just seemed tired, resigned, perhaps.
I know,
it said flatly.
And I don't like it much either. Despite my resources, there's frustratingly little evidence about the sewers. I don't blame you for being worried, Kicken. There's a lot of unknown factors at play here. But the fact of the matter is, an unknown threat is preferable to a known threat.
Plutarch leaned forward, talking directly to Old Blue for perhaps the first time since they'd met, speaking to him not like an annoying pest, but as someone who also cared about Lefty's well-being.
I have a lot more information about the other tabernacles, enough to know that Lefty cannot beat them yet. The beast of the Sleep Tabernacle is guaranteed not to die of hunger or disease. The tabernacles of breath and sight are death traps, plain and simple. Even reaching body or mind is nigh impossible. If he tries, he will die. He might die here too, but a chance of survival is better than guaranteed death.
What about the Sound Tabernacle?
Said Old Blue quietly, almost ashamed of the words as soon as he said them. Plutarch would have been justified in rolling its eyes at the notion, but it remained stoic.
You and I both know he's not ready for that. It might be safe, but it's a waste of time. Mesometus has been studying that thing for years, and he still barely understands it. The Defecation Tabernacle is our best option.
Old Blue's tone softened, the Kicken unable to meet Plutarch's steely gaze.
Then why don't we just wait? Until we have a better plan?
Plutarch shook its head with an expression that was equal parts pity and amusement.
You of all people should know that isn't an option. Not when Lefty's involved.
Yeah, fortune favors the bold and greatness waits for no one, said the lad, finally breaking into the conversation with another quote he had learned from his new teacher. This time Plutarch smiled, and it was Old Blue's turn to sigh. Don't worry, buddy, we got this, said Lefty, turning to face Blue. I've been practicing my technique. No poop monster is gonna take me out, he said, swinging his arms through the air like feather swords. This did little to reassure Old Blue. While it's true the lad had been practicing, so far his only consistent opponent was a wooden training dummy that Plutarch had set up in its garden. The rich jeweler had tried to find someone to spar with Lefty, but even its vast wealth couldn't convince people to do something that dangerous. You see, so far Lefty had only been in one real fight. He had emerged victorious, but only thanks to the unpredictability of his metal feathers and the blinding glare of his head-mounted point light. In his mind, those were key elements of his unique fighting technique, and so he refused to practice without them. Needless to say, no experienced swordsman wanted to spar under such unsafe conditions. Using real and deadly weapons was dangerous enough without also having to contend with blinding lights. It didn't help that Lefty was a larger-than-average man with noticeably muscular arms and an obvious passion for combat. And now that his hair had been tamed and his wardrobe upgraded, he actually looked like a warrior as well. Or at the very least, like a rich noble who desperately wanted to be a warrior. I'm not sure which is more unnerving. Regardless, most people took one look at Lefty and decided it wasn't worth any amount of cash to spar with him. Those few that did take the offer quickly regretted it. Not that the young man killed anyone or even caused serious damage, but he drew blood on more than one occasion, and even when he didn't, it was clear he was willing to. The lad was simply too enthusiastic about fighting to truly hold back, even when he was trying to. It was another aspect of his personality that even his new patron couldn't hope to tame. Thus, after several weeks of trying, Plutarch simply purchased a training dummy and let the boy wail away at it in his spare time. It wasn't useless practice by any means. As I've said many times, Lefty was not as stupid as he often sounded. He developed a technique for using the serrated feathers as weapons, and actually became quite adept at controlling them. By this point, he could strike quickly and effectively, hitting exactly where he wanted every time. But still, knowing how to hit a stationary target and knowing how to fight a living opponent were two very different skills. Old Blue could only hope that the sewers were safe, that Lefty wouldn't have to fight anything. Or if he did, that the monsters would stand still and let him line up his strikes. Chapter 27. Lefty vs. Sewage. A little over a week after learning of the capital's sewers and the Tabernacle hidden within, Lefty was prepared enough to enter them. It was the morning, and he stood outside a thick iron gate on the far side of town, along with Old Blue, Plutarch, and two of its trusted human servants. The gate they faced was one of many entrances to the capital's sewer system. It was built into a large concrete drainage tunnel, which sat at the bottom of a small depression on the side of the road. The surrounding area was one of the few open spaces left inside the city, and one of the few places where wild grass still grew. I'd almost call it pleasant, if not for the mind-bendingly awful stench. The smell that emanated from the sewers was enough to make one dizzy. Even Thulans couldn't stand it, and they didn't have noses. That's why the only things of note nearby were a pair of competing fertilizer stands and a vacant lot where impoverished children occasionally played hand-egg. Needless to say, Plutarch and its servants didn't fit in here. Their presence might have caused a stir, if there had been anyone around to witness them. But as I've hopefully made clear, most people avoided this place. Lefty was the only one who seemed truly excited to be there. The young man stared through the iron grating with a grin on his face, eager to explore the dark passages that lay beyond. The lad was positively bouncy with energy, like a boxer ready to brawl, unable to keep still as Plutarch fumbled with the sewer key. If the awful odor bothered Lefty, he didn't show it. Perhaps the young man was simply used to foul smells after a lifetime with minimal bathing. Or perhaps the complaints from his nose were drowned out by the excited cheering from his heart. Most likely, though, it was the air torch which spared him. That was why Plutarch had bought it, after all. The dream-crafted object was strapped to Lefty's chest, humming away as it produced a steady stream of fresh oxygen. Its appearance was simple, just a large silvery disc with a series of holes around its rim and a knob in the center. It was kept in place by a pair of leather straps that crossed the lad's back in an X pattern, leaving his hands free to hold his feathers. The swirling currents it created were strange, less like the strong gust you see from a fan or a breezer, and more like an aura of air. Not only did this provide a buffer to the borderline toxic stench of the sewer, but it caused his clothing and hair to float dramatically, as if he were slowly descending from the sky or standing underwater. In addition to its practical uses, the magical object also gave him a hefty morale boost. The lad loved getting his hands on anything made by sleep mages, and this was especially exciting because of its rarity. You see, magical items were fairly common in the wealthier district where Plutarch lived. Since moving in with the jeweler, Lefty had seen tons of point lights and globe lights, not only inside the Thulan's home, but being used by its neighbors as well. He also saw west wands and freeze boxes, inkless pens, and several breezers. Why, Plutarch even owned an air fryer. The abundance of dream-crafted items around him, along with his own study of the topic, had somewhat demystified these things, made them a normal part of everyday life. But an air torch was new and unique. His basic book on sleep magic didn't even teach how to make one, and Plutarch didn't own one prior to this. Probably because it's a niche piece of equipment only used by a handful of professions. Despite the refreshing bubble of wind they generated, air torches were far too loud and heavy for most aristocrats to tolerate. They were largely employed by miners and sewer workers, people who had to perform important labor in environments with noxious air. They were not glamorous by any means, but to Lefty, it might as well have been a shining suit of armor. The thing felt magical, in a way that artificial light no longer did. He loved this new addition to his arsenal, prizing it just as highly as his point light or the squid shoes. He was wearing both of those as well, by the way. The point light sat on his head because he'd need to see in the dark tunnels they'd be traveling through, and the squid shoes were on his feet because he was a stubborn fool. He would not be able to swim in sewage. Even if he wanted to try, there was not enough room to maneuver in the cramped tunnels. But Lefty could not be persuaded to leave them behind. If there was even a chance he'd encounter deep water, he wanted to be prepared, and so he donned the wooden boots regardless of their practicality. He also had some actual armor, though it wasn't much, and it wasn't special. Just a thin layer of chainmail under his shirt to protect his chest. Plutarch had practically twisted the young man's arm just to get that. It wanted more, but Lefty didn't like how heavy and burdensome armor could be. His special fighting technique required mobility, or so he claimed. Still, it was at least something. Old Blue rested a little easier knowing his companion would have some protection. The Kicken was perched atop Lefty's head like an exotic hat. He was considerably less enthusiastic, but only because of the smell. While the air torch did lessen it considerably, his nose was much more sensitive than a human's, and without hands he had no way to cover it. Despite that, he was somewhat excited. Cautiously optimistic, one might say. It was good to get out of Plutarch's stuffy mansion, and back to adventuring with his friend, even if they were going into a fetid cesspool. The elderly Kicken may not have been as hot-blooded as Lefty, but he still had a sense of adventure, as well as a healthy amount of academic curiosity. It would be fascinating to see the ruins of old Perfectum, to witness first-hand hallways that had not been traveled in a lifetime, especially since Plutarch would not be getting the same privilege. The wealthy historian might have been standing there with them, but it wouldn't be going any further. Though it didn't have a nose, the stench seemed to offend it more than anyone. The jeweler looked almost ill as it fumbled for the gate key with one hand, while holding a red handkerchief up to its mouth with the other. Despite this cloth filter, the Thulin grimaced at the tainted air, its eyes watering as it tried to keep from retching. Old Blue took some joy in knowing that, at least in this regard, he was superior to Lefty's patron. He might have been a small creature without muscles or even arms, but that would not stop him from taking risks. He would endure the awful smell. He would brave the sewers alongside Lefty, and in doing so, he'd obtain one of the few things that rich coward could never buy: experience. If the wrinkly green historian wanted to know what Perfectum looked like, it would have to ask Old Blue. Politely. The thought made him grin despite the stench. All he had to do was make it out of this alive. Easier said than done, but he had confidence in Lefty. Perhaps too much confidence. A few moments later, and they were trekking through the dark sewer tunnels, sent off with little more than a brief good luck from Plutarch. I'm pretty sure the Thulin had intended to give a much more grand and elaborate speech, but in the end the foul air was too much for the old aristocrat. As soon as it unlocked the door, it hastily waved the adventurers forward, barely spitting out the pair of words before turning away in disgust. It didn't even bother to remind them of the plan. Not that it needed to. They had gone over it every day for the last several days, and Old Blue had memorized it on the first. The Thulin would return to its estate, and leave behind a pair of unfortunate servants. They'd endure the stench and wait for Lefty to come back, equipped with medical supplies and magic food just in case he returned with injuries. The intention was to spend 6 hours in the sewers at most. Lefty and Blue would use half that time to explore as far as they could, and then return the way they came regardless of what they found. There was no rush, after all. They could map the sewers at their leisure using Old Blue's perfect memory. If the journey looked as though it was going to take longer, they could simply return and plan a longer trip. None of them expected to find anything too significant on their first outing. It only took about half an hour of trekking through the sewers to find the passage they were looking for, the one that appeared to be a dead end on Plutarch's map. Just as they had been told, the tunnel continued onwards, bidding them to march into uncharted territory. From there, it didn't take long to realize they were in the right place. Up until now, the tunnels had all been circular in shape, and made of a smooth gray concrete. The city's sewage ran like a river down the center, leaving the sides relatively clean and dry. Turning a corner, though, they were met with an abrupt change. The large cylindrical passage they were in emptied into a large rectangular hallway that was clearly not designed to hold fluids. Hopping down a small ledge, Lefty found himself standing up to his ankles in murky wastewater, in a grand hallway that was made of some strange pale material that was similar to concrete, but much rougher in texture. The floors here were flat, and the arched ceiling above them was much higher than before, standing some 20 hands above their head. Despite its age and wear, the hallway looked familiar somehow. The two stood there, staring for more than a moment, before they realized the walls here were made of the same material as the walls surrounding the capital. Despite their excitement at finding the ruins of Perfectum, the path forward was slow going. There was no choice but to walk through sewer sludge, and though it wasn't very deep, it was viscous and thick, in a way that it's probably best not to dwell on. Needless to say, it was difficult to walk even when the floor was level, and oftentimes it was not. The flat ground at the entrance quickly gave way to a long sloped passage that took them steadily deeper underground. Several smaller hallways forked off from this main path, but Lefty and Old Blue decided it was best to ignore these for now.
Considering how the other tabernacles were laid out, it seemed likely that the Clavis Imperium would be at the bottom of the structure, or the center, not off in some random side path.
Plus, many of these offshoots contained staircases that were now flooded with waist-high sewage, and Lefty wasn't exactly eager to wade into that. So they kept moving forward, heading straight down into the bowels of the abandoned city. They had been traveling through the stark stone tunnel for nearly an hour when they finally came to something new and wondrous. Their passage emptied out into a large open chamber with a grand domed ceiling. It was 3 stories tall and as wide as several city blocks, so large that Lefty's point lights could barely illuminate the opposite side. There were remnants of something here, though it was hard to tell exactly what at a glance. The floor was littered with debris of all shapes and sizes, most of it unrecognizable as it jutted out of the sludge, worn down from decades in squalor. There were larger piles of rotting wood that might once have been tables, and several large human-shaped statues as well, or at least the bases and legs of statues. The tops had all been smashed, purposely destroyed at some point before the city was abandoned. In addition, there were also dozens of smaller waist-high pillars dotting the landscape. These seemed to mark out a path of some kind, but it was impossible to say for sure with the floor being hidden under a layer of filth. Perhaps most interesting of all, though, was the domed ceiling, which had been expertly painted. The color was incredibly faded, and the details were hard to make out in the dim light, but it seemed to depict a pleasant blue skyline of fluffy clouds, with silhouettes of winged humans flying in the distance. This was obviously a hub of some kind, perhaps an underground park or a market. There were more than a dozen divergent tunnels covering the four walls, including a few that were just as large as the one Lefty and Old Blue had entered through. Perfectum had once been a grand city indeed, not as big as the capital which had replaced it, or even on par with the Goddam, but it was clear that hundreds of people had once walked these halls and called this place home, perhaps even thousands. Who knew if this was the only hub or just one of many? Despite the wonder of witnessing this underground marvel, there was a sobering sense of dread in this place. It's always unnerving to walk through an abandoned building or a ghost town, even more so when it's a ghost city. To know that such a bustling metropolis could fall to ruin makes one wonder what will become of their own homes. Will the capital end up like this someday, empty and silent? What about the giant dams of the Deepens? And if they can fall, what hope do quaint little towns like Opprobrium have? Or Ashtab? Even Lefty seemed affected by this. He didn't drop a wow or a neat. He just looked around in quiet awe. Perhaps Plutarch's history lessons had a profound impact on the boy after all. Or maybe he was just maturing in general. Either way, this calm attitude would not last for long. They had been walking slowly through the hub for many moments when they finally saw it. A large, lumbering thing of brown and green waste. It was humanoid in only the most vague sense of the word. It had no discernible head, simply a set of broad shoulders which held two thick arms which stretched down to the ground. Its two legs were even thicker and seemed to melt into stumps near the bottom. The creature didn't walk so much as it slid across the sludge-covered floors like an ice skater in slow motion. It was nearly double Lefty's height and easily twice his width. Their only saving grace was the fact that it moved incredibly slowly. So much so that it was difficult to tell at first that it was moving at all, which is probably why it took so long to notice it. Lefty's lights had passed over it several times earlier, but the thing looked inanimate at first glance, especially from afar. It appeared to just be a big pile of sludge, or one of the many half-destroyed statues. It wasn't until they stopped and stared for a while that he and Old Blue realized it was heading straight for them. Fortunately, at the pace it was going, Lefty could have escaped by limping away. Hell, even if the sewage water had been up to his waist, the young man could have walked circles around the beast and avoided it with ease. But of course he didn't avoid it. He did the opposite. Because as soon as he found himself face to face with an actual, literal, no-joke poop monster, his calm demeanor completely flew out the window. This was what he had been waiting for, what he had spent all that time training for. Finally, he could fight and defeat a real opponent. Without even thinking, he let out a battle cry and charged full speed at the creature, ready and eager to put his skills to the test. His attack was so sudden and so reckless that Old Blue lost his footing and fell from Lefty's head. For a frantic moment, the old Kickin was spinning through the air, unsure of which way was up. He fluttered as fiercely as he could, quickly orienting himself and locating a landing spot. He strained his tiny wings, fought desperately against gravity, and just barely made it onto one of the small stone pillars nearby. The surface was still wet and slimy, and the smell outside the air torch's range was so bad it made him dizzy. But at least he managed to avoid the filth-covered floors. The sewage may have only been up to Lefty's ankles, but a little guy like Blue could have drowned in that depth. Relieved, he took a deep breath, and instantly regretted it. The old Kickin coughed and sputtered. He almost toppled over, but managed to grit his teeth and regain his balance at the last second. He shook himself. There was no time to be grossed out. He needed to find Lefty. He looked up and turned, spotting the lad just in time to see him slip. His friend had been running as fast as he could across the damp floors, when suddenly his legs flew out from under him. He fell hard onto his backside with a wet plop, letting out a pained grunt as he slid across the slippery surface. The young man was only a few hands away from the monster at this point, and his forward momentum carried him the rest of the way there. He slammed feet first into one of the creature's thick legs and sank into it, the gooey muck swallowing him up to his thighs. If this damaged the monster in any way, it didn't show it. The thing simply continued moving forward, as if nothing had happened. Lefty, somewhat dazed, but still seeking a fight, lifted both his feathers and swung them as hard as he could, cutting into the monster's leg from opposite sides. To any other creature, the attack would have been devastating, no doubt slicing the limb in half. But once more, the living waste failed to react. It was like attacking a pile of mud. The metal weapons simply buried themselves into the gelatinous beast in the same way that Lefty's lower body had. Lefty tugged at his weapons, trying to free them from the goopy beast so he could strike again. But they wouldn't budge. The creature was like quicksand. Struggling against it only increased its grip. The young man let out another shout, this one less like a battle cry and more like a growl of frustration. He kept attempting to pull his swords out, twisting and wiggling his arms to pry them loose, but that only pulled him towards the creature. As he sunk into it, its filthy flesh surged forward, crawling over his weapons, absorbing more of the feathers into its form. The young man continued to shout angrily and pull with all his might, right up until the sludge reached his hands. It was about that time that Lefty's confidence was replaced with fear. He tried to pull away, but it was too late. His arms were stuck in the impossibly tight grip of the living sludge. It continued to advance on him, and his struggles became more urgent as he realized he was trapped. He fought frantically to pull his limbs from the creature that was slowly swallowing him. He leaned back as far as he could, willing himself away from the encroaching wall of sewage, but nothing he did could stop it. As more and more of his body was engulfed by the brown, murky goo, his shouting turned to screams of terror. They were ugly screams, the kind of voice-crackling shrieks that make you want to turn away. The sound of a man who knows he's about to die, and can do nothing to stop it. At the very last moment, he turned back and spotted Old Blue. His face was white with fear, his eyes wide and panicking. "Blue! Help me! Was all he got out, before his words were muffled by sewage. The Kickin watched helplessly as Lefty's face was swallowed up by sludge, his young friend disappearing with a wet gurgle and a tiny pop of flatulence. Chapter 28. Forgiveness. Old Blue was used to feeling helpless. That's just how life is when you're a Kickin. You're tiny, weak, possessing neither hands nor tentacles. You rely on others to survive, living at the mercy of a big world populated by powerful giants. And yet, in all his centuries of life, he had rarely felt more helpless than he did in that moment, when he watched Lefty sink into a towering pile of muck. For half a moment the shock of what had happened froze him in place. He stood there in the darkness, mouth agape, his one good eye wide with fear. And then urgency hit him like a sack of bricks. Lefty needed his help. He had to do something, and fast. Without thinking, he leapt from the stone he was standing on, flying as quickly as his little wings would carry him. He could barely see in the darkness, but his perfect memory gave him a clear picture of the hub with all its stone pillars. He hopped from one to the other, fluttering frantically to make the jumps, his muscles straining as he raced towards the massive monster, determined to save his friend. He only made it a few leaps before reality sunk in, hitting him like an even bigger sack of bricks. He landed on a pillar and stopped, breathing heavily as he stared in the direction of the living waste. There was nothing he could do. Old Blue was less than a hand tall and his bones were hollow. Even if he had a weapon and limbs with which to wield it, there was no way he'd be able to harm this creature. If a strong young human like Lefty had fallen to it, what hope did he possibly have? Tears began to fill the old Kicken's remaining eye. Lefty was his only remaining friend, perhaps the only person who had shown him true respect in decades. And now he was dying, might already be dead. The creature had stopped moving. It was the one thing he could see. Lefty's point lights glowed from inside it, their radiance dim but visible, and also eerily still. There was no struggle happening within the creature. Lefty was frozen, being slowly digested or crushed or drowned, perhaps all three at once, and Old Blue could do nothing to stop it. He was worthless. Once again he had failed to stop a tragedy. Once again he could do nothing but stand there and witness it from afar. That was all he was good for, watching and remembering. Every memory captured in perfect clarity, forming stories in his mind that would never leave or fade with time. The other races treated it as a gift. If only they knew what it was like to never forget, to constantly relive your past over and over. His memory was a curse, but it was the only thing he was good at, the only thing that made him useful enough to keep around. He could not fight or lift or run or even lend a helping hand. He could only remember and talk, and those skills were useless here. Or were they? Old Blue stared at the lumbering monster once more. The terrible brownish mass lacked a clearly defined head, much less ears or eyes. But it had sensed them, somehow. It knew they were here. It had moved towards Lefty. Could it hear them? Did it understand language? Even if it did, would it care what he had to say? Could it be reasoned with? Old Blue didn't know. It seemed like a long shot, but he had to try something. And so, with tears running down his furry cheek, the Kicken began to plead with the living sludge. He begged it to spare his friend's life, trying to explain just how important Lefty was to him. He apologized profusely for both of their actions, hoping beyond hope that this monster wasn't mindless, that it would understand his words and take pity on such a lowly creature as him. But it didn't budge. Redoubling his efforts, Old Blue tried again, making the same rambling plea, but this time in the old tongue. That had been the language of the early humans, those people who had once inhabited this city-turned-sewer. If this monster was a relic of those times, perhaps that was what it understood. As he spoke, the Kicken found himself rambling passionately, letting down the walls around his guarded emotions, in the hope that this creature had a heart he could appeal to. "Please," he said in the old tongue, "he's my friend, the only true friend I have in this world. I know he's not perfect, I know he needs work, but don't take him from me. He's like a brother to me, a student, a guardian. Please let him go. I've lost them all before. I can't lose them again." Old Blue bared his soul. He spoke with every fiber of his being, trying to compel the monster in every way he could, desperately pleading his case. But nothing happened. He could not stand the sorrow that washed over him. Old Blue fell onto his side, his eye closed tight, as his pleading turned to shouting. His words became rushed to the point of incoherence, as anguish overtook him completely. He was certain that this was a useless effort. It had been several minutes by now, and Lefty was surely dead. At this point, the Kicken was just shouting into the abyss, ranting at a beast that couldn't hear or understand his words. But he kept on talking. It was all he could do, and so he continued to do it until his tiny lungs ached from the strain. He started to make a third attempt, in the language he knew best, that strange whistling speech of the pentoids that he had been raised to learn. But before he could, he was interrupted by a bright light flashing across his face. At once Old Blue's eye shot open. The point lights were brighter and wiggling wildly. He stopped speaking and righted himself, just in time to hear a loud gasp. Looking out, he saw, to his complete and utter surprise, that the sludge monster was slowly ejecting Lefty from its greasy mass. The living waste was sliding backwards, creeping along at the same slow pace that it had approached. And as it did so, it deposited the wheezing young man onto the damp sewer floor. The lad looked awful. He was gasping deeply, each breath ragged and desperate. His limbs were quivering with exhaustion, barely able to support himself as he crawled feebly away like an injured animal. His eyes were closed, his hair was a complete mess, and his entire body was covered head to toe in the worst kind of filth imaginable. He was so eager to escape that he had even abandoned his feathers. The monster would expel his weapons a few seconds later, though neither he nor Blue would notice this for quite some time. Lefty was focused on simply surviving, while Old Blue was so overjoyed that his thoughts ran together. He started hopping towards his friend once more, shouting the whole way in an unintelligible mix of Common, the Old Tongue, and Pentoid. Needless to say, this flood of unrecognizable languages did little to help the lad recover from his extreme bewilderment. It would end up taking him quite a while to regain his senses. He spent his first few moments simply kneeling on the floor, alternating between bouts of coughing and bouts of retching. He tried to simultaneously catch his breath and stave off vomiting, a task he only half succeeded in. After that messy affair, he attempted to clean himself with limited results. Sitting in sewage and working with hands coated in sewage, he only managed to spread the mess around. It wasn't until his air torch kicked back on that he was finally able to remove some of the gunk. The device had bought him precious seconds while he was engulfed, creating a small pocket of air that gave him one last breath before its mechanism succumbed to the goop. That, and Pedra's breath training, are the only reasons he survived. Now that the device was running again, he used the breeze to slowly make progress, removing as much of the thick slime from his body as he could, while trying not to think about what exactly it was that coated him. He was aided in the latter task by Old Blue, who distracted Lefty by telling him what had happened. The old Kicken spoke in an uncharacteristically rambly and excitable way, but Lefty didn't mind. Simply hearing Old Blue's voice was a comfort, and he seemed genuinely moved by what his friend had said while he was trapped.
"Was all that stuff you said really true?" Lefty asked once he had regained most of his senses.
"Every word of it! Why else do you think I've stuck by your side? I wouldn't travel into a place like this for just anyone."
Old Blue was still riding high on the triumph of their survival, his words and tone glowing with praise for his companion. The corner of Lefty's mouth raised slightly at the compliment, but that wasn't what he was asking about.
"So I'm really your only true friend?"
"Of course, lad. The one true friend I have in the whole world."
Lefty frowned, his lower lip quivering slightly.
"Dang, I'm sorry."
"There's nothing to be sorry about. You made a mistake, but you're alive. That's what matters."
"No, not that.
Lefty looked up at Old Blue, his face tight with concern.
"You've been alive for hundreds of years, buddy. Has no one been nice to you at all that time? I can't be the only one, can I?"
Old Blue smiled softly. Lefty really did have a kind heart back then.
"No, you're not the only one, lad. and just the only one left.
Dang. Still.
Don't worry about me. I've lived a long life, and it hasn't been all sad. I've had friends before, friends as good as you even, but time has claimed them all. That's the curse of living, I suppose. The longer you stick around, the more things change. Eventually everyone dies, or turns into someone new. That's just the nature of life. The important thing is that we're friends now, and as long as we are friends, I'm going to do my best to help you.
Lefty's lip quivered again, as he stood up slowly on shaky legs. His lower body was soaked from laying in sewage water, and even his upper body was streaked with muck from the monster, but his face was determined. He stared down at Old Blue, his eyes glistening ever so slightly. He sniffed, choking back his emotions as he nodded in agreement. "Thanks, Blue. You're the best." This tearful moment was interrupted by a wet, bubbling pop from the poop monster, which was still standing there, less than a dozen hands behind Lefty. The young man turned around and saw that the thing which had almost killed him was just looming there, ominously. The sight made him shout in surprise and stumble back. He tripped over a piece of debris and plopped back into the ankle-high water, letting out a string of curses as he tried to scoot away through the sewage.
Whoa, it's okay, lad. It hasn't moved in a while. Like I said, it let you go. If it wanted to hurt you, well, you'd still be inside it, the Kicken said, trying to alleviate his friend's fears. For a moment Lefty just sat there, looking at the thing while his breathing returned to normal. He studied the living waste, seeing it for the first time as a thinking creature and not just a monster to be killed. As his eyes looked it up and down, he finally noticed his feathers, sitting on the floor in front of the creature, their silver luster dulled by the thick sludge that covered them. Slowly, he rose to his feet again, looking back and forth between the monster and his precious weapons. Old Blue saw what his friend was thinking and was about to advise against it, but Lefty hushed him with a hand motion. The Kicken sighed, and then nodded, frowning as Lefty cautiously approached the towering sludge. The young man never took his eyes off its lumbering form, watching for any sign of movement as he walked carefully towards it. Eventually, he stood in the thing's shadow once more, his hands shaking with fear as he crouched down to pick up his feathers. The living waste remained stoic and unmoving, standing its ground but making no attempt to stop Lefty from retrieving his weapons. The young man grabbed them and rose once more, his hands now still as he stared up at the monster with grim respect. For a moment the three of them stood in relative silence, listening to the sounds of bubbling sludge and dripping water as it echoed off the stone walls of this city-turned-sewer. Lefty looked down at the feathers and then back up at the monster, before turning his head towards Old Blue. "Hey, can you tell the sludge monster I'm sorry for attacking it?" he asked, taking his companion by surprise. "Yes, of course,"
Old Blue said after a few seconds, before proudly repeating his friend's words in the old tongue. The sludge creature didn't react. "Also, thank it for not eating my feathers," added Lefty, keeping his eyes on the spot where he thought the sludge monster's eyes might be. As Old Blue's words echoed around him once more, the young man bowed a little bit, trying to show humble appreciation for the thing that had bested him and then showed him mercy. Once again, the sludge creature remained unmoved, simply standing there like a statue as they talked to it. The trio stood there for another silent moment, before Lefty turned around to face his companion once more. "All right, let's get out of here then. At least for now," he said, much to Old Blue's relief. The Kicken smiled, eager to get off this old dirty stone and back onto Lefty's head, even if the human's hair was just as filthy now. With the two of them reunited, they started walking back towards the tunnel they had entered through. They had nearly left the hub behind when suddenly Lefty came to a stop. "What's wrong?" asked Old Blue. The young man slowly turned back around, staring at the distant figure once more. It still stood exactly where they had left it. "Hey, Blue. Ask it if it can take us to where the Clavis Imperium is," Lefty said.
"I guess it couldn't hurt to ask," the Kicken said after a moment of indecision.
Clearing his throat, Old Blue shouted back at the creature, his tiny voice filling the stone room with the old tongue once more. A few seconds later, the sludge monster finally reacted. With the same slowness it had used before, the creature raised its left arm, extending it to point down one of the many tunnels that filled the grand chamber. Lefty and Old Blue stared in astonishment, which only grew as the creature shifted, turning to face in the direction it was pointing, before creeping forward, seeming to lead the way further into the ruins of Old Perfectum. Chapter 29. Domain of the Living Waste. Despite their wariness, Lefty and Old Blue followed the poop monster, letting it lead them through the dark, twisting, sewage-filled passages that had once been Perfectum. They probably should have turned back after what happened, but the prospect of a guide was simply too tempting to resist. Who knew if this creature would still be here if they returned, or if it would remain helpful? They had to take this opportunity while they could, regardless of the risks. So, for more than an hour, they walked along in near silence. You might think they covered a lot of ground in that time, but the extreme slowness of their guide ensured that they didn't. The monstrous mass crawled along at a snail's pace, gliding over the muck-covered floors with a gentle, lumbering stride, which was probably for the best, given how exhausted Lefty was. His brief battle with the monster had not only left him physically drained, but mentally as well. Oh, he had seemed fine at first, but now that he had time to really think about what had happened, he walked along in solemn silence, his eyes troubled as he considered his brush with death. Though his adventures had nearly killed him several times already, this experience was different. Usually his body stopped complaining once it was clear he had survived. His muscles may have shouted obscenities when he jumped from the food tabernacle, but they calmed down as soon as he landed in the water. His lungs may have cursed his name whenever he swam through Lake Allende, but they always forgave him once he came up for air. This time, however, they didn't let it go. They kept reminding him how it had felt, to be stuck under the crushing weight of so much sewage, to be trapped in total darkness and suffocated until his sight dimmed and his head spun. He tried to move on and focus on the task ahead, but his brain kept taking him back to that helpless moment, making him relive it again and again. The memory made him shudder and grit his teeth. Old Blue could sense that his friend was contemplating his own mortality, and so he remained quiet as well, content to let the young man sort through his feelings. As awful as it sounds, he was almost relieved to see his friend actually reflecting on his mistakes and acknowledging the fragility of his own life. The old Kicken hoped that perhaps this time Lefty would learn some caution. As much as he liked the lad and admired his bravery, it clearly pushed the line into recklessness. That aspect of his personality would get him killed eventually, if he didn't rein it in a little. And so they marched on, lost in their thoughts as they listened to the ambient sewer sounds around them, and also the poop monster. It didn't speak or anything, but it made a gross, wet squishing sound as it moved. This might have been funnier in a different context, but by now Lefty and Old Blue were beyond laughing at toilet humor. Eventually, after several twists and turns, the creature led them into a hallway that was actually dry. Lefty Squidshoes stepped out of the muck and onto a dusty surface for the first time since they had entered Perfectum. Not long after that, the introspective portion of their walk came to an end. It was Old Blue who spotted it first, something moving in the hallway ahead. "Hey," he said in half-whisper, tapping his foot on Lefty's head. "Be on guard, lad. I think I saw another monster duck into the doorway up ahead." His words snapped Lefty out of his funk. The young man instinctively reached for the feathers on his back, before remembering that they were useless against the living waste. For a second he clenched his fists in frustration, then took a deep breath and let the tension leave him. If fighting wouldn't work, then he'd be cautious. He didn't like this approach, but he was beginning to learn that the things he did like were hazardous to his health. So he slowed down his already slow pace and began creeping through the tunnel as silently as he could. Old Blue smiled. The doorway in question was on their right, and so Lefty moved to the opposite side of the tunnel, turning so that his back was to the wall. He focused his eyes on the opening as they approached, keeping as much distance between himself and it as possible. As they neared the doorway, he crouched slightly, preparing to bolt down the hallway if need be. One hand even came up to rest on top of Old Blue, holding the kickin to his head like a flimsy hat in the wind. That way he wouldn't lose his friend again if he suddenly broke into a sprint. When they finally peered into the opening, however, the pair saw something neither of them was expecting. Inside the doorway were the remains of a large furnished room. Tables, shelves, chairs, and even a bed were arranged neatly, and though they were old, crumbling, and covered with sludge like everything else in the sewers, there seemed to have been some attempt to keep them clean and preserved. Stranger still was the room's sole occupant. It was indeed another member of the living waste, but it was nothing like the huge lumbering thing that continued to walk down the tunnel. This one was small and short, only about half Lefty's height and far less humanoid in shape, even if its actions were far more human. Physically, it resembled a simple mound of sludge. It lacked a clearly defined head, torso, or even legs. Its only defining feature was a pair of tendril-like arms that sprouted from either side of it. The creature could have easily passed for an inanimate pile of brown muck, if not for the way it was moving. The thing was cowering behind a table, shivering noticeably as it held an old iron chair in front of it like an improvised shield. It was trying desperately and pathetically to hide. Lefty and Blue looked on with a combination of confusion and pity. The young human's stance relaxed as he realized this sludge monster was far more afraid of him than he was of it. "It's scared of us," said Lefty, stating the obvious. "Should we try and talk to it? Let it know we come in peace?" Old Blue asked. Lefty thought for a moment, a brief shiver running down his spine. "No. Let it be scared." Old Blue frowned at his friend's words, but said nothing. They turned their back on the frightened creature, leaving it behind as they continued following their guide down the hallway. It wasn't long after that the two of them encountered a third monster. This one was roughly Lefty's size and much more humanoid in appearance. It had a lump which vaguely resembled a head, 2 floppy arms on either side of its body, and even walked upright on 2 legs. Or rather, it hobbled on 1 leg, while dragging an unmoving stump behind it, like an old man with an injured ankle. It was limping along slowly and casually until it became aware of them. As soon as it spotted the adventurers, it too reacted with fear, frantically limping away as quickly as it could. It wasn't fast by any means, but it still managed to outrun their guide. It quickly turned down a long side tunnel that ran perpendicular to the one they were traveling, and disappeared from sight. When Lefty and Blue passed that tunnel a moment later, there was no sign of the limping creature. Instead, they spotted a 4th monster, an eerily tall and abnormally thin thing which glared at them from down the hall. Though its face was eyeless and expressionless, something about its stance conveyed anger rather than outright fear. For a few seconds Lefty glared back at the creature, clenching his fists as he sized it up. Though the monster was taller than him, it was far too slender to absorb much of anything. Its entire torso was only about as thick as Lefty's thigh, and it didn't appear to have any legs at all, its lower body more like a pillar. He might have been able to fight it, but fortunately he didn't need to. The monster kept its distance, and after a few unnerving seconds, it turned and slid away in the opposite direction. Over the next 20 moments, Old Blue spotted 4 more sludge creatures of various shapes and sizes. The living waste were oddly dissimilar, having little in common with each other aside from their gooey, amorphous flesh. In fact, the only thing they seemed to share was their complete distrust of outsiders, which manifested as outright terror in most cases. Perhaps the strangest thing of all, though, was their guide's reaction to this. Or rather, its lack of reaction. The giant monster leading them didn't acknowledge any of its kind as they passed, didn't so much as slow down or even turn its headless shoulders in their direction. The creature simply continued to move towards its goal without regard. Likewise, none of the other monsters attempted to communicate with it. At first, Old Blue theorized that it was perhaps their guide that the other sludge creatures feared. After all, it did seem to be the largest of their kind. But the more reactions he saw, the more obvious it became that wasn't the case. They thought nothing of the lumbering behemoth. It was only once they spotted Lefty behind it that they fled. All of this strangeness came to a head when their guide finally stopped. It had brought them to an old wooden door which was severely rotted but somehow still standing. Not only was this the first intact door they had seen since entering the sewers, but through its cracked frame a pale blue light could be seen. As if to preempt their obvious question, the creature lifted its arm once more, pointing at the decrepit entryway, indicating that this was their destination. Lefty hesitated briefly, looking around to make sure there were no other sludge monsters in the long tunnels behind them, before shrugging and opening the door. The old wood creaked loudly as it moved, startling the room's occupants, and causing one of them to drop a beaker. The sound of shattering glass, in turn, startled Lefty and Old Blue, who paused in the doorway. For a moment, everyone simply stared at each other, too surprised to say or do anything. For the creatures in the room, the nature of this surprise was obvious. They clearly weren't expecting any visitors down here. For Lefty and Old Blue, though, the shock was multitudinous. For starters, there was the room itself. It was cleaner and more fully furnished than anything they had seen yet. In addition to several shelves and bookcases, the place was decked out for the practice of every kind of magic. There was a countertop full of cooking supplies, which held jars of some fermented foodstuff. A small distillery sat in one corner, its pipes dripping with condensation from an unknown brew. There was a table full of beakers and flasks for doing chemistry, and of course, a bed, this one made of metal wire wrapped around a rusty frame. All of this was illuminated by a large, dream-crafted globe light, which sat in the center of the room and gave off a cool blue hue. Of course, the room itself, while unexpected, wasn't all that shocking. What really stunned Lefty and Blue was the disturbing sludge creature staring at them from across that room. It was the most human-like of all the living waste they had seen, and somehow that made it even more unsettling than the others. Where they had all been squishy, amorphous blobs, this one was angular and stiff. Less like a mound of filth, and more like a skeleton covered in it. Its arms were rail-thin, and yet they appeared far more sturdy than any of the other creatures. It even had complex hands, with 4 distinct fingers and a thumb. Adding to its unsettling nature was the fact that it wore clothing. It was only a simple grey robe, as old and as dirty as one might expect from something down in this ruined city, but it, along with the organized nature of the room itself, reinforced the fact that they were dealing with a creature of substantial intelligence. This might have been a reassuring quality, if there was any indication that it was friendly, but the hostile way in which it stared at them made it clear that that was not the case. And that was perhaps the most disturbing thing of all, for it did actually stare at them, glaring with horrible, unblinking eyes. Every other sludge monster they encountered had lacked that particular quality, which was not surprising given that the sewers were pitch black. But this one had very human-looking eyes. Or rather, it had eyeballs, for there were no lids or brows. Instead, its skull-like head just hosted two angry, bloodshot orbs which stared forwards, unmoving and unblinking. While Lefty and Old Blue were still frozen with a combination of shock and revulsion, the sludge with eyes leapt into action, moving with the grace of an old man. Still fairly slow, but much faster than any of the other muck monsters. It hurried over to one of the nearby shelves, where it began to frantically search for something, knocking over several objects with its shaking hands, before finally grabbing what looked like a woodwind instrument. It consisted of more than 24 bronze pipes of different sizes, fused together like a multi-layered pan flute. With a sickening wet plop, it promptly shoved the pipes into its face, in the spot where a mouth would normally be. This only made it appear angrier, the instrument forming a metal grimace underneath its bloodshot eyes. As it turned to face Lefty, the monster's chest expanded, as if it were taking a deep breath, and then, with one hand on the pipes, it began to blow air through them. The sound that came out was nearly impossible to describe. It was like someone trying to talk through a series of flutes which were being blown into a puddle of mud. The pipes themselves had a musical quality to them. They were clearly playing notes, but the sound that came out was not musical in the slightest. It was a cacophony of discordant tones, like several inexperienced musicians all playing at once, while trying to mimic human speech. What the creature actually tried to say was beyond comprehension. Its voice, if it can even be called that, came out as a wet, unintelligible mess that would have sounded funny if the scene wasn't so utterly bizarre and unnerving. The sludge with eyes gave 2 distinct blows on its face pipes as it looked frantically between Lefty and Blue, who just stood there dumbfounded in the doorway. Lefty raised his hand to make some kind of gesture. What exactly I'm not sure, but this slight movement provoked the creature into action. It stepped back suddenly and grabbed another object from the shelf, an old and heavily rusted dagger, which it thrust out in front of itself with an unsteady hand. With the blade pointed threateningly at Lefty from across the room, it blew into the pipes again, repeating the same 2 sounds as before, but slightly less garbled. At the sight of a weapon, Lefty instinctively reached for the feather on his back, his stance widening as he prepared for a fight. "Lefty, wait!" Old Blue shouted, and to his surprise the lad listened. He might have loved fighting, but he was still covered in crap from his last attempt. He was open to alternatives, though his hand still hovered anxiously near the handle of his weapon. "I think it said something. In the Ord tongue. It sounded like, 'Stay back.' I don't think it wants to fight, lad. I think it's just afraid of us, like all the others," Old Blue said.
"Well, if it doesn't want to fight, tell it to put the knife away," Lefty snapped back, obviously nervous about having a weapon pointed at him.
Old Blue did as he was asked, more or less, speaking to the frightened creatures slowly and calmly in the language of the ancient humans. He told the skeletal thing that they didn't mean it any harm, that they were simply adventurers, and that the living waste had nothing to fear from them. The creature responded with 3 bursts of wet whistling sounds that Old Blue could just barely understand.
"What happened
Guardian? The thing asked, not lowering its dagger as it spoke.
Guardian? You mean the big creature? It's right outside the door. We didn't harm it. It's the one that led us here.
The sludge with eyes turned towards the doorway, letting out 3 more labored words. Guardian! Kill! Chicken! For a moment, Old Blue was perplexed, thinking that perhaps he had misheard the creature, until suddenly the door behind them creaked open wider. Their guide from before was trying slowly to push its way into the room, reaching its large hand towards Lefty's head, where Old Blue was sitting. This, of course, startled Lefty greatly, who spun around and pulled out his feathers, backing away from the large monster as he tried to keep both it and the dagger-wielding sludge in his sights. "What's going on, Blue?" Lefty shouted.
"It was a command,"
the Kicken said, thinking out loud. "What?" asked Lefty.
"Guardian, stop!"
Old Blue shouted in the old tongue, and to his surprise, the large sludge monster halted in the doorway, freezing in place with its hand still reaching towards Lefty.
"It's an automaton. It just does whatever it's told,"
Old Blue said excitedly. "Well, tell it to kill that guy then," Lefty said, wiggling the feather that he had pointed towards the sludge with eyes. Old Blue sighed audibly at the suggestion, but before he could say anything to Lefty, the skeletal sludge began to blow into its pipes once more. It managed to get out the word guardian before Old Blue began speaking over it, talking loudly and authoritatively in the old tongue. "Guardian, return at once to where you found us. Go as quickly as you can, and do not stop for any reason. Until this task is completed, do not take any new commands, or let other commands supersede this one." For half a moment everyone in the room stood still, watching the large lumbering creature to see what it would do. The sludge with eyes, sensing no movement, leaned back to speak again. But before it could, the guardian began to withdraw through the doorway. As it lumbered away, the skeletal creature went into a frenzy, desperately playing word after word on its makeshift mouth, shrieking at the automaton in a vain attempt to regain control of the situation. "No! Stop! Wait! Negate! Ignore! Kill! Help! Stay!" As it shouted, its words grew more messy and frantic, until the strange whistling vocalizations became unintelligible noise once more. Finally, the waste with eyes sunk to its knees in defeat. The chorus of muddy flute sound ceased entirely, replaced by ragged wheezing, as the creature beat the floor with its fist in frustration. "What just happened?" Lefty blurted out in utter confusion. Old Blue was about to explain, when a loud burbling from across the room suddenly stole everyone's attention. Lefty and his friend realized, for the first time, that there was another poop monster in the room with them. They could be excused for having overlooked it initially, for it appeared to be nothing more than a pile of sludge. In sharp contrast to its companion, this creature was the least humanoid thing they had seen. It resembled a couch more than any living thing, with no head or limbs to speak of. It was simply a large mass of filth laying in the corner of the room. There was no reason to suspect it was alive until it started making noises. The noises in question were a kind of loud gurgling which came forth in heaving, heavy bursts. It resembled a sound that all sentient creatures made, something that anyone would recognize given a moment to listen. Is that thing laughing?" Lefty asked as he turned to face the monster in the corner, keeping one feather on the creature with eyes while he pointed the other towards this new potential threat.
"Yeah, I think it is laughing,"
responded the Kicken. The sound grew louder and more pronounced, turning from a chuckle into a deep belly laugh, punctuated by the kind of rude farting noises you'd expect from a fat pile of laughing fecal matter. "Quiet, fool!" breathed the sludge with eyes from the floor, its whistling speech sounding as exasperated and defeated as it could, given its situation. The thing in the corner only bellowed louder, though, seeming to mock its companion's defeat. Slowly, like a tired old man, The sludge with eyes rose to its feet, knees shaking as it leaned against a table for support. It glared at Lefty with its eerie, unblinking orbs, the dagger still clenched tightly in its hand. It looked the young man up and down. Its eyes were stationary, but its head movements made it clear exactly what it was doing. It studied Lefty's weapons, analyzing the pair of wide, serrated blades, before comparing them to the short, rusty dagger it held. With a defeated sigh, the monster tossed its dagger onto the floor and dropped its hands in defeat. Though the creature had discarded its weapon, Lefty still held his tightly, not trusting anyone at this point. For a second, the skeletal sludge rolled its head as if trying to decide something. Then, with eyes looking up at Old Blue, it brought one of its hands back up to the pipes and carefully breathed out 4 words in the old tongue.
"What do you want?"
The Kicken sighed in relief. The living waste had capitulated. There would be no fight. Things could continue diplomatically. Lefty sighed in frustration, his hands straining with the effort of keeping his weapons held aloft. He still had no idea what was going on. Chapter 30. The Saddest Song. It took quite a bit of explaining before Lefty finally understood what had transpired between Old Blue and the poop monsters. Fortunately, the Kicken had plenty of time to explain, for the living waste were busy with some unknown but hopefully helpful project. You see, after attempting to communicate with the sludge with eyes for many frustrating moments, both it and Blue realized that the process was taking far too long. The creature could only speak 1 word at a time, and those words were often too muddled to understand. Between that, translating everything for Lefty, and the interrupting gurgles that came from the other sludge creature in the corner, it had taken nearly 10 minutes just for them to make proper introductions. Lefty and Old Blue had given their names, and learned that their host was called Domitanus, or Dom for short. Having grown exasperated with the slow pace of their conversation, Dom told them to wait as it went to the other side of the room and began rummaging through a chest full of long metal pipes. There were a few tense seconds as Lefty prepared for the possibility of another attack. The pipes were certainly long enough and sturdy enough to be used as effective clubs, but the creature didn't hold them like weapons and made no attempt to approach its guests. Instead, it brought the tubes over to its couch-like companion in the corner. With careful precision, it slowly inserted them into the other monster's gooey flesh, sinking the pipes into specific spots so that half of their length jutted into the air. Once the first pair was situated, it returned to the chest and grabbed another pair to repeat the process. There were dozens of pipes rattling around in the chest, and it quickly became clear that Domitanus intended to use all of them. Whatever it was doing, the process would take quite a while to complete, giving Old Blue time to fill in Lefty on what had transpired with the Guardian.
So, wait, if that big thing was like a servant, why did it obey you? He asked, once the tale was completed.
I don't think it has a choice who it obeys. It seemed like a magical automaton,
responded Old Blue.
What's an automaton? Asked Lefty.
It's kind of like a slave, except it doesn't want to be free.
Lefty tilted his head.
Why not?
Because it can't think for itself. It just does whatever it's told. Almost like a machine or a tool, except it's still alive.
You can do that? With magic?
Asked Lefty, the distaste obvious in his voice. Old Blue grimaced.
Well, you're not supposed to. The methods are highly immoral. Either the Guardian used to be another sludge creature, and its mind was erased and dominated, or it's entirely artificial, a mound of filth brought to life just so it can be a slave.
Lefty's face darkened, and he turned back towards Domitanus and its companion.
So they are monsters, he said with a scowl.
I wouldn't jump to conclusions just yet, lad. There's still a lot we don't know. It's possible I'm mistaken, or that Dom here isn't responsible for making that thing. Though it certainly could have with all of this, Old Blue said, gesturing at the various magical implements in the room around them. On their own, the elemental magics are fairly simple, but when you start combining them, well, things can get out of hand real quick. That's partially why the magic guilds are so divided up top. That's not a recent thing. It's been like that for as long as I've been alive. Doesn't matter who is in charge or what land you're in, most people have enough sense to keep the mages from mixing together. 'Cause when they do, that's how you get automatons, he said with a shudder. Among other things, he added, glancing down at Lefty's feathers. The young man frowned, but said nothing. He spent a moment looking at the ground in deep contemplation, but that only deepened his frown. For a few seconds, Old Blue thought perhaps this was all too much for his friend, but then a new thought seemed to strike Lefty like a pesky bug. His head twitched, and he turned his attention back to Blue.
Question. If Dom did make that automaton thing, he'd make it so it only obeyed him, right? Like, since it obeyed you, that means it's probably not his creation, right?
Old Blue just shrugged. I don't know how it works, lad. I'm not a mage. That might be the case. Or maybe Dom tried to do that, but it was too difficult. Or maybe it didn't bother with that because it didn't think anyone else would talk to the Guardian. After all, none of the other sludge creatures we saw had mouths, and very few people up top can still speak the old tongue, so it's unlikely any intruder would be able to command it.
Lefty sighed loudly in frustration.
Don't get me wrong, you have a plausible theory, but we can't say anything for sure with so little information. We can only speculate.
The young man crossed his arms, his brow furrowing further. Speculating. He practically spit out the word. I want to know. How am I supposed to make up my mind when we don't know what really happened? Old Blue's face softened, giving the kind of nostalgic smile that you often see from elders talking to teens.
That's one of life's great challenges, lad. It's something everyone struggles with. You can't always know the truth, and even when you think you do, it's usually not as simple as it seems. That being said, there's a few things I've learned in my time. The key to navigating complex situations like this is...
But before he could continue with his sage advice, Domitanus interrupted. It made a wheezing noise on its face pipes, the musical equivalent of a grunt to let them know it was finished. By then its companion, the formless large blob of brownish muck, looked like some kind of strange, sloppy pipe organ. More than a dozen metal tubes rose from its surface, all of them different lengths and sizes. Most were sticking straight up, more or less, though the uneven surface gave many of them a slight tilt that made the whole thing seem messy and unorganized. Regardless, it was now clear what the intention was. This lumpy mass of sludge was going to speak, in the same way that Domitanus had, only on a larger and much more complex scale. Lefty and Old Blue grew silent as they awaited its first words, curious to see what this giant pile of living filth would sound like. Both of them expected something ugly and gross, a wet mess of whistles and fart noises. They expected it to be similar to the crude speech that Dom had attempted earlier, just louder, and if they were lucky, a little faster. Instead, what they heard was impossible to describe. I can certainly try, but words alone couldn't do justice to that acoustic miracle. It was speech, yes, but also song, and also noise, and yet so much more than any of those things. Trying to explain it with only words is like trying to draw a dancer in motion. I can only show you part of the story, frozen moments of the greater whole that hint at what the real experience was like. I suppose I could attempt to sing, but to even begin replicating those sounds, I'd need a chorus of voices to join me, and a band of musicians to play alongside them. And they would all need to be masters of their craft, experts in microtonal music who could glide on the razor's edge between beauty and cacophony. It was the audio equivalent of a starry night, seemingly infinite, seemingly random at first, but there was an order to things. There were patterns for those who wished to navigate, and just as the stars could guide you home, that song could guide you as well, lead your mind on a journey to lands unseen. It seemed capable of anything, of complexity and nuance on par with life itself, and yet despite its vast potential, I could describe the tone in a single word: sadness. Hearing the creature sing through its pipes was like hearing the saddest song you could imagine, like listening to your father tell you of his greatest regrets in life, like hearing the cry of an innocent animal in pain. It was somehow all those things at once, without being unpleasant. Make no mistake, this was not a song in the traditional sense. There was no progression to the notes, no recognizable rhythm. And yet it fit together. It wasn't like listening to an incoherent mess of dissonant notes and sad sounds. It flowed together in a way that almost seemed natural. In the same way that brown bark and green leaves just fit together, despite those colors clashing artistically. As for what it actually said, it was only 2 short sentences.
Greetings to you, young ones. It's a pleasure to speak. My name is Marcus, and I'm glad we could meet.
The creature spoke in the old tongue, just as Domitianus had, but its words were crystal clear and perfectly audible. Not only did Lefty instantly recognize it as language, but even though he didn't understand a single word, he still felt the emotions those words conveyed. When the creature spoke, he sensed instinctively that it was greeting him, knew that Marcus was its name, and even though sadness permeated the whole of its sound, he could tell that the creature was happy to talk to him. A kind of bittersweet happiness, like an old woman being visited by her family after years of solitude, glad to have guests, but nervous about hosting, and worrying deep down that this visit might be the last. Excitement, regret, hope, curiosity, and even a little anxiety, all mixing together in that simple greeting. In 2 seconds, the creature's song had communicated its thoughts better than words alone ever could. Standing slack-jawed, Lefty waved at the poop monster, greeting it the only way he could. "Oh, hi," he said, which is more than Old Blue managed. The creature's first few words had expressed so much that it stunned the Kicken, his mind simply unable to comprehend it all. He stared down at the bubbling mass of gooey slop with a sense of profound discovery. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that something so astounding could be emitted by a literal pile of crap. He was so lost in thought that he nearly lost his balance. To be fair, Lefty was wobbling too. It seemed that simply listening to this creature was so engaging that standing at the same time was too difficult. And so, the young man set Old Blue on the table next to him, grabbed a stool from nearby, and took a seat. For the next half an hour, Lefty and his friend sat across from the sludge with pipes. They explained why they were here and what they wanted, and though communication still required some translation on both sides, Marcus's ability to speak quickly and clearly made the process much faster. As they talked, Domitianus stood nearby, leaning against the wall with its arms crossed, obviously not enjoying this situation, but not interrupting either. It listened intently as Lefty revealed that he was searching for a tabernacle and the clavis imperium within, terms that neither of the sludge creatures were familiar with. They had been down here a long time and knew nothing of events transpiring on the surface. The young man tried to explain further, but as soon as the name Scaevolas came up, everything stopped. Marcus suddenly fell silent and still, his humming chorus of flutes cutting out as if the musician had been struck. Domitianus went rigid, standing at attention as its fists shook with rage. The Kicken didn't even have time to translate his companion's words. He didn't need to. The sludge monsters knew that name. Reaching one hand up to the flutes in its face, Dom shouted in its own terrible screeching speech. Compared to the serene tones of Marcus, the sound was ear-splittingly harsh, nearly knocking Lefty from his seat.
Scable must die! We never help you! Never! You leave enemies!
As the adventurers were still recovering from the sudden and jarring shouts, Domitianus stormed up to Marcus and grabbed two of the larger pipes, wiggling them violently as it attempted to remove them from its companion. "What? Wait, no!" Lefty said. He jumped up from his seat and grabbed the sludge monster's thin, bone-like arms. "Stop! He's already dead! He died a long time ago!" Lefty said as he struggled with the skeletal being, trying to restrain the brittle old creature without breaking it. Old Blue, sitting on the table nearby, was silent. "Tell him, Blue!" Lefty shouted. The Kicken hesitated for a second, and then spoke Lefty's message in the old tongue, telling Domitianus and Marcus that Scaevolas had already passed. As it heard the words, the waste with eyes froze in place, letting go of Marcus's pipes. Seeing this, Lefty released his own grip, sighing in both relief and disgust as he tried to wipe his now sludge-covered hands on his pants. After a moment of silence, Marcus spoke up, two of its pipes singing out as if whispering, its voice even more melancholic than before.
"Is this true?"
it asked. "Yes," said Old Blue in the old tongue. "Scaevolas is no more. He died a long time ago and left no heir. That's why we're here, to get the key he left behind." Domitianus's hands went limp, its whole body wavering, showing emotion in ways its unblinking eyes couldn't. It staggered back, leaning against the wall as if injured, before turning to one of the tables. Lefty and Old Blue watched in silence, not knowing what to say or do as the thing slowly stumbled over to the table, upon which sat a variety of beakers and equipment used for chemistry. For half a moment it just leaned over the table, staring at its contents. Then, with neither care nor malice, Domitianus laid its arm flat against the table and slowly slid it across the surface, dumping everything onto the dirty floor. Glass bottles shattered on the ground as carefully mixed powders were wasted and ruined. Before Lefty and Blue could ask what was going on, Marcus spoke up, and though I can't replicate exactly what it said, the words were something along the lines of,
"Revenge was his only driving force. Without a foe, it has no course."
Even as the words filled the air, Domitianus was walking to another table, lifting its arm to repeat the process. It began to slowly slide the contents onto the floor, but before it could even finish, the sludge creature fell to its knees, slumped pathetically against the table in despair. If its bloodshot eyes could have shed tears, they undoubtedly would have. I don't understand," said Lefty after a moment. Old Blue quickly translated to Marcus and expressed similar confusion. Once more the pipes began to hum, letting out that transcendently musical speech that bordered on poetry.
"It seems the world has passed us by. Our former deeds are lost to time. Who we were and what was done has not been spoken, taught, or sung. I recognize the key you seek. I'll tell you what I know. But first please listen to me speak my tale of long ago. If you reveal the truth above, and spread our story once I've ceased, then though we'll never get revenge, with solace I will rest in peace.
Lefty might have been tired, and hungry, and covered in the drying filth left over from his encounter with the Guardian, but he agreed. He could not pass up the chance to hear a story, especially one told by a bard without equal. The acquisition of the Clavis Imperium didn't even factor into his decision. Lefty sat back down on his stool, with Old Blue resting on the table next to him. The pair left Damatanus to its sorrow, letting it weep without tears behind them as they focused their attention on Marcus. The sludge with pipe stood silent for a moment, gathered its thoughts, and began to sing. Chapter 31. The Legend of Perfectum. I wish I could repeat Marcus's tale exactly as it was told. Replicate the performance with all the poetic prose and musical melodies intact. But I can't. I can't even come close. Even if I ignored the symphonic elements and just focused on the words, I still couldn't do it justice. The legend that Marcus told that day was an epic years in the making. The magnum opus of an artist with nothing to do but sit in the dark and think. Each word had been carefully chosen, each syllable fitting together perfectly. It would take a master poet a long time to translate that story in a way that kept everything intact. And while I've had a long time, I'm no master poet. What follows are Marcus's words, stripped of their artistry, the language simplified and condensed so that the tale is easy to understand. If my retelling moves you at all, if you feel the slightest bit of sympathy or pity, know that what you feel is but a drop of water compared to the tidal wave that slammed into Lefty and Old Blue. The music, the voices, the rhythm, the swelling of that song! It completely overwhelmed their senses. It washed away the grim darkness of the sewers and placed them into the story, so that it felt as though they were witnessing the events firsthand. With that in mind, so it was told. Long, long, long ago, there existed a perfect city, and its rulers named it accordingly. It was a paradise, completely self-sufficient, absolutely orderly, and utterly impervious to outside attack. Everyone had a place and a purpose. No one felt unloved or unhappy. Its citizens had all they could ever want, and nothing could ever take it from them, for they were always and eternally safe. For generations the great civilization thrived. Peace and prosperity were enjoyed by all. There was no strife, no factions, only a sense of enduring unity. It was the perfect closed system, and we thought it always would be. This miracle was created by the immortal 13, a council of mages so wise and so powerful that they managed to overcome aging itself. It was through their absolute rule that the city maintained perfection. Their endless lives allowed them to lead reliably through the centuries. No chaos, no uncertainty, just the guiding hands of those benevolent humans who had reached beyond mortality to become divine. They achieved this through the mastery of all 5 elements. The first 4 are familiar to all. Food, drink, breath, and sleep have been understood by every civilization since the dawn of time. But in all of recorded history, only one group has ever uncovered the fifth. Back when they were still mortal, back when they numbered 14, a small association of brilliant mages discovered that elusive element, and together they developed the technique for practicing its magic. They kept this information a secret, for the fifth element is the most powerful of them all. Not only does it hold the key to immortality, but to mastering all other forms of magic. For you see, the nature of the elements is a divine comedy. Beings are driven by survival to eat, drink, breathe, and sleep. And yet, doing these things excessively can be just as deadly as not doing them at all. We must all walk on the razor's edge. Too much food, and your body will degrade. Too much sleep, and your mind will falter. For the very same forces we rely on to survive also produce waste, which is toxic to life. And while we can all rid ourselves of that waste naturally, the process is slow and inefficient. When one practices magic with any amount of devotion, they inevitably build up waste faster than they can get rid of it. Thus the duality of being a mage. Only through the excessive practice of food magic can one master that craft. But consuming so much, so frequently, is damaging to one's body. The buildup of toxins becomes so severe that all food meisters inevitably find themselves debilitated by it. So it is too with drink, breath, and sleep. The practice of magic has a cost. To master even one element means sacrificing one's body or mind. And since we have but one of those to sacrifice, it becomes nigh impossible for anyone to master multiple magics. Unless one understands the fifth element. Like all others, it is a natural process required for life. But unlike the others, it is not a process of creation, but of destruction. It is the removal of waste from the body. Few throughout history have taken the time to truly consider it, perhaps because it is such an unsanitary ordeal, at least as far as food and drink are concerned. For breath, it's as simple as exhaling, while the process for removing mental waste accumulated while sleeping is so subtle that most aren't even aware that it's happening. Regardless of how it's done or what its different aspects are called, it is all part of the same process, the same elemental force. The 14 mages who discovered this force named it Luo, the purging of waste. While the study of Luo initially focused on the biological, it soon moved beyond those boundaries. For the mages who mastered that fifth magic could transmigrate the waste from their bodies the moment it began to form, preventing the toxins from having an impact on them at all. Their mastery of Luo allowed the 14 to practice all forms of magic to their fullest extent, unbound by the natural limits and the consequences of excess. Over time, this made it possible for them to not only conquer every element, but also life itself. In a secret and solemn event that would come to change the history of the world, the 14 great mages became the 13 immortals, and with their ascension, they began working on a project worthy of their abilities, a gift to humanity that was beyond value. An expertly planned city that would be forged in a crucible of wisdom and power. Through a combination of food and breath magic, they created untold abundance and earned the loyalty of their people. By combining sleep and drink magic, they built incredible structures with invincible walls to protect them. Those who joined the Immortals had plentiful farms above and wondrous homes below. They enjoyed technomagical luxuries you could scarcely comprehend, all of it made possible through the mixing of the elements. And when their work was finished, they had created the pinnacle of civilization, the end goal that all sentient beings have strived for since they first began to build, the thing our ancestors dreamed of in quiet nights around ancient campfires. The city. Perfectum est. The Immortals reigned peacefully for hundreds of years. Outside their walls, ages came to pass, and kingdoms rose and fell, as war after war swept through the land. But through it all, Perfectum remained, untouched and unchanged, a bubble of timeless excellence, preserved eternally amid a chaotic and ever-shifting world. And then, the Pentoids attacked. The scope and ferocity of the Dark War was unprecedented. Waves of refugees crashed upon the walls of Perfectum, seeking asylum from the tyranny and destruction which cast the entire island into chaos. The apocalyptic devastation wrought by X and her army was enough to shake even the immortal 13. For the first time since they had achieved everlasting life, they worried that someone might end it. Fear crept into their perpetual minds, a singular and all-consuming concern. As powerful as they were, as strong as their city was, the Pentoids might be stronger, if they were left unchecked. And so, not wanting to venture beyond the walls themselves, or risk their own people's lives, the Immortals made a fateful decision. They broke their centuries of isolation. They allowed outsiders into the city, offering them a path to citizenship through military service. The strongest and most pure of the refugees would be trained and supplied, formed into a mighty army that could fight back against the Pentoids, if not to defeat them, then at least to weaken them and distract them so that they might never threaten the perfect city directly. What the 13 didn't know was that out there, among the unwashed masses that passed through the walls that day, was a man who would eventually take the name Scaevolus. In the following years, that man would prove himself in battle time and time again. He rose through the ranks of Perfectum's army and became a hero to all that resisted X. Eventually, he would even gain the trust of the Immortals themselves, who, in their desperation, made a second fateful decision. Seeking to make their strongest warrior even stronger, the ageless mages shared their greatest secret. They taught the hero of At Luo magic, so that he might master all 5 elements and use them to end the Dark War. Unfortunately, their plan worked. After many years of bloodshed, X was finally defeated, and with their leader gone, the Pentoid army she commanded crumbled. The fighting stopped, and the darkness that had engulfed the island finally gave way to light once more. It should have been a time for celebration, but in the aftermath of the war, Scaevolus, the chosen one, the champion of Perfectum, betrayed the immortal 13. The ungrateful cur refused the citizenship he had earned, refused to be a citizen of any kind. That man, with his unending ambition, would not allow the greatest city to continue as it had for centuries. Instead, using the very powers they had helped him to obtain, Scaevolus deposed the Immortals, killing their most powerful member and imprisoning the rest deep underground. With the power of the great mages usurped, Scaevolus and his followers threw open the gates of Perfectum, and in doing so, ruined it forever. The former paradise was renamed Scavol's City, and soon it was flooded by the chaotic and uncontrollable masses. Thousands of refugees overran the surface, building massive structures wherever they pleased. All the construction above destabilized the tunnels below, forcing its citizens to leave the only homes they had ever known. Soon after that, the sewage began to pour in, and the few loyal citizens who refused to leave succumbed to disease and despair, and the rampant rot that saturated into every crevice of every hall. These dark passages were once vibrant with light. The quiet rooms used to echo with the sounds of laughter. But all of that was taken away. Perfectum, the once mighty metropolis, the greatest city that had ever existed, became nothing more than a sewer, a filthy, abandoned relic, completely devoid of life, except for the 12 remaining immortals. That fiend Scaevolus, in one last act of crazed cruelty, refused to let them leave. He imprisoned them in the remains of their crumbling kingdom, dooming those who had mastered the art of purging waste to be forever surrounded by it. What was left of the immortal 13 would never age in their paradise-turned-prison, but even they could not survive down here, surrounded by foul and poisonous filth. Slowly, painfully, they began to die off, their bodies withering away in the city of sewage. Eventually, in desperation, those who remained found a way to carry on. Luo, the 5th element, the same magic that allowed them to transmigrate the waste from their bodies and minds, was used on the entirety of their minds. They moved their consciousnesses from dying human bodies into new forms, ones which could not be harmed by the endless sludge that surrounded them. It is a pathetic existence. The once mighty mages are now monsters. They cling desperately to life by any means, so frightened by their own mortality that they would rather choose an eternity of madness in the pitch-black depths than face that final great unknown. Among them, only 2 still hold to their sanity. One is fueled by vengeance, or at least it was. It planned in the darkness for decades, building its form stronger and stronger, driven by the hope that it might one day free itself from prison and kill the man who trapped him here. The other mage has a much more simple wish, to tell its story one last time. If just one person learns what really happened, if one mind can remember him as he once was, then he can die in peace, knowing that his life and his efforts to obtain perfection won't be lost forever. Lefty and Old Blue sat in silence for a long time after Marcus finally stopped speaking. Partially it was shock that kept them quiet, the 2 taking quite a while to process the legend in its full glory. Mostly, though, they were silent because they knew there was no point in talking to Marcus. Not any more. No sooner had he finished his tale than the living sludge fell limp. As Lefty and Old Blue sat there, the pipes that had allowed him to speak slowly tilted, drifting through the now lifeless pile of sludge, never again to make a sound. The 2 of them might have remained there for hours, sitting in the dim blue radiance of the globe light, if not for a tap on Lefty's shoulder which broke him out of his daze. He turned around to see Damatanus standing behind him, staring down with his bloodshot human eyes. The pipes that had been his mouth were removed now, for the sludge creature, which had once been a powerful mage, had nothing left to say. Instead, he simply brought forward his other hand and offered something to the young man. It appeared to be a telescope of some kind, a metal tube of polished brass about 9 smidgen long, with crystal-clear lenses at each end. Carved into the largest of the lenses, with the precision of a master craftsman, was the Y-shaped royal insignia of Scaevolas. It was the 3rd Clavis Imperium. For a moment, Lefty simply looked at the thing in his hand. It was the whole reason he was here. And yet, in the aftermath of Marcus's story, he felt nothing. Entering the sewers seemed like it had happened a lifetime ago, and holding something made by the former king of At was no longer exciting. As Domitianus slowly began walking away, Lefty finally broke his silence.
Wait, we can help you. Get you out of here. Whatever Scaevolas did, we can find some way to undo it.
Old Blue translated a second later, and the skeletal sludge stopped to look back at them. There was no expression on Dom's face. He had lost that ability a long time ago. Smiles and frowns, tears and laughter, all were impossible now. All he could do was stare. So for a second he did, staring at Lefty with the one blank expression he had left, before solemnly shaking his head. Then he turned back and walked over to the wire bed in the corner. Slowly, like a tired old man, he crawled into the frame and lay on his back, staring blankly up at the ceiling. What do you even say to that? Old Blue didn't know. Neither did Lefty. The young man slowly rose to his feet, his legs aching as all the drudgery of the day came back to him. He took one last look around the room, hoping to find something that would make him feel better. But there was nothing. Not for him, not for anyone. Just a pile of crap, and the last immortal. Too afraid to die, but with no reason left to live.
We should head back,
Lefty said, his voice even more monotone than usual. Old Blue agreed. The young man lifted the kickin onto his head and started towards the door. As he reached it, he paused and almost turned to look back, but he couldn't. Instead, he walked out of the room and began making the long trek back to the surface. Chapter 32. The Burden of Knowledge. The return trip to the surface should have been a triumphant one. After all, Lefty had achieved all of his goals and so much more. Not only had he obtained the 3rd Clavis Imperium, but he had learned more about the history of Perfectum than anyone thought possible. But therein lies the problem. The knowledge he gained about the fate of the city and the origins of the living waste was a tremendous burden. It weighed heavily on his mind in the same way that his damp and dirty clothing now weighed on his body. Even before his encounter with the immortals, he had already been physically and emotionally exhausted. Hearing the Saddest song on top of that pushed the young man to his limits. He was bereft of energy now, and all he wanted was to get out of there. To leave behind the cold, dank sewers, change out of his crap-covered clothing, and relax once more in the feather bed he had grown accustomed to. Unfortunately, hours of walking through sludge lay between him and that goal, and most of that walking would be uphill. Needless to say, the journey was a long and arduous one. His intensely sore feet certainly didn't help, but what slowed him down more than that were his tempestuous thoughts about Perfectum. While he had known for weeks now that the sewers had once been part of a lost civilization, he hadn't truly grasped the scope of that loss until now. The experience of listening to Marcus's story had been so vivid, so immersive, that it allowed him to see the city as it once was, brightly lit and full of bustling people. He felt like he had visited this place in its prime, walked these halls when they were still dry and clean, still home to thousands. Seeing them as they were now, dark, empty, utterly ruined and deafeningly silent, it was devastating, like seeing the corpse of an old friend up close. And worst of all was the revelation that these barren ruins surrounding him were not the result of time or nature, but the fault of one man, At's greatest champion, Scaevola. Lefty was far from the hero-worshipping type, but Plutarch's lectures had instilled in him a certain sense of respect for the man. Scaevola was one of the great old ones, a strong and brilliant warrior, a mage of unparalleled skill, and perhaps most importantly, a selfless leader, one who had worked to unite people in peace, not use them for his own personal gain. He was, by most accounts, a noble monarch. So why then? Why would he do something like this? Even at the end of his reign, when he had gone mad with power, his decisions still had some logic behind them. Sure, the Tabernacles were an expensive and convoluted plan, and yes, he had outright deceived his subjects to build them, but most people understood why they had been lied to. His reasoning may have been flawed, and many didn't agree with it, but there was reasoning behind his actions. This, though, how do you justify this? Destroying the perfect city, betraying those who had helped him, damning them to an eternity of torment. It was also cruel, sadistic even. And all of it had been done when he was young, when his mind was still sharp, long before he had been corrupted by absolute power. Had Scaevola the Great been a ruthless, power-hungry murderer all along? Or was there some reason for this seemingly senseless malice? After walking with his thoughts for quite some time, Lefty finally said all of this to Old Blue. He wasn't nearly as eloquent about it, of course, but that's essentially what he said, venting to a friend who listened patiently before responding.
I can't say for sure, lad. I wasn't really around here during Scaevola' reign. I only ever saw him in person once, and that was in the middle of a battle. He certainly didn't seem very noble then, but that's how war is. It makes monsters of us all, I suppose. All I really know about him are the legends, same as you. And legends are never completely reliable. I mean, that's what I've been trying to tell you about Plutarch and its history lessons. A lot of what it says may be truthful to some extent, but at the end of the day they're just stories, and no story is without some bias. It's just a matter of how much there is and in what direction. And maybe Scaevola was a right and honorable man who lapsed into evil this one time. Or maybe he was a thoroughly ruthless tyrant whose cruelty was covered up by the writers of history. Or maybe there was a good reason why he doomed Perfectum and its rulers. We just don't know. We'll probably never know for sure.
"Oh, I know one thing," Lefty said with angry confidence. "That last one ain't true, 'cause there's no good reason for this," he said, gesturing at the decaying ruins that surrounded him. The Kicken could sense his mood and didn't respond. For a moment the two of them walked in angry silence, Lefty's wet footsteps plodding in the dark hallway, before finally he spoke once more. "When I'm king, I won't be like him, Blue. I won't do something like this." His words echoed off the stone walls, mixing with the distant sound of running water and the whirring hum of his air torch. They walked along without speaking for quite some time after that, the young man moving slightly faster despite his blistering feet. Eventually they approached the open hub where they first encountered the Guardian all those hours ago. Just as Old Blue had instructed, the sludge automaton stood there, as stoic as when they first saw it, patiently waiting for its next command. Lefty walked right up to it, looking it over for the first time without fear or apprehension, wondering what its existence must be like.
"We never asked about this," said Lefty with a frown. "We don't know if it's something they made or if it's one of the 13.
If I had to guess, I'd wager it's entirely artificial. I doubt they would mentally dominate one of their own,"
said Old Blue. The words were meant to lift Lefty's spirits a bit, but the young man's frown only deepened.
"So my apology from earlier, when I thanked it for letting me go, it didn't even understand that, did it?"
"Well,
said Old Blue.
"I guess there's no point in saying goodbye then, either,"
Lefty said solemnly, before turning back towards the tunnel they had originally entered from.
"I mean, it couldn't hurt. We don't know for sure,"
said Old Blue, trying again to lift his friend's spirits. But Lefty just sighed even louder.
"I hate not knowing things,"
he said, with enough spite in his voice that Old Blue didn't press the subject. Lefty walked on without turning back, leaving behind the Guardian and the ruins of Perfectum as he headed towards the parts of the sewers that were intended to be sewers. As they traveled on in relative silence once more, Old Blue thought long and hard about what Lefty had said. A few months ago he would have assumed that the young man was just stating the obvious, declaring a general contempt for uncertainty. But now he wasn't so sure. Lefty's mind had developed a lot in the past few weeks, so much so that Old Blue began to suspect that his words had subtext. Was the statement a jab at him? Was the lad losing faith in his ability to dispense information? These questions weighed heavily on the old Kicken. Under Plutarch's tutelage, Lefty was growing increasingly knowledgeable, and while Blue's knowledge of the old tongue had proven itself useful, he couldn't help but focus on those times today when he didn't know something, on how often he had to speculate. When it came to understanding Scaevolus's past or the nature of Perfectum, the two of them were equals. And while Old Blue loved that his friend was growing more intelligent, he worried that it might one day render him useless, that eventually Lefty would learn so much that he would no longer require his friendship. That thought filled Old Blue with more dread than he expected. It hung in his head like a dark cloud, making his ears twitch and his face tighten with concern. And it's what finally motivated him to break the silence. For he remembered something that Lefty had told Marcus and Domitianus, and he realized that he might know some important information that his friend didn't. "Hey, Lefty," he said casually enough, "you know Scaevolus isn't actually dead, right?" Lefty stopped walking. "What?" The intense reaction surprised Old Blue, but it was too late to reverse course now. "Back there, with the Immortals, you had me tell them that Scaevolus was dead. You know he's not, right?" Lefty slowly shook his head. "Oh, well, now you do, I suppose." "You lied," Lefty said. "Well, only because you told me to. I thought that you knew. I thought it was some clever plan to calm Domitianus after he started acting all erratic." Lefty reached up to the top of his head, grabbing the Kicken from his spot so that he could look him in the eye as they talked. "No, Blue, you lied to me. You said he was dead. The first time we met, back at the food tabernacle." "What? No, I didn't," responded Old Blue, using his flawless memory to recall the exact words.
I said he closed his eyes for the final time.
Lefty furrowed his brow, his gaze growing intense. That's... he began to say, his hand shaking a little in frustration before he suddenly pivoted. No, you also said he was poisoned. Plutarch said he was poisoned. Poison usually kills people, Blue.
Oh, well, I could see how you would think that. Poison is often fatal, but not always. Any act of dark food magic is considered a poison. Many of them are meant to kill, but there's just as many non-lethal poisons.
Lefty continued staring daggers at Old Blue, his grip on the Kicken tightening.
Look, I'm sorry, lad. I didn't mean to mislead you. I use those terms specifically because he's not dead. If he was, I would have just said he died. But I didn't. He was poisoned, and it put him into a coma. I didn't think you'd understand that back then, so I added a little artistic flourish. I'm sorry, really I am.
Old Blue's words managed to soften some of the young man's anger, but did nothing to alleviate his confusion. But, that was a long time ago. He'd be like 200 years old if he was still alive. Now it was Old Blue's turn to be confused. Clearly his friend understood less about history than he thought.
Lefty, the reign of Scaevola ended 40 years ago, and he was only 38 back when he was poisoned. He's not even 80 now. Even if he wasn't a Grand Meister of every magic, living that long wouldn't be completely unreasonable.
Lefty's eyes went wide in disbelief. He briefly paced back and forth in shock, trying to find the right words before practically shouting, 40 years is not long ago, Blue. Yogg's the thought. You and Plutarch talk about this stuff like it's ancient history. Ashtab is barely older than that. Lefty's hands had started to shake again, the young man pacing faster in his small hallway like a caged animal looking to escape.
Why are you so upset? This doesn't change anything.
Because I don't like not knowing things, Blue, shouted Lefty, waving his free hand in frustration as he continued to pace. I spent all this time learning history. I thought I understood everything, and now you're telling me I've been wrong the whole clucking time?
Well, that's why I'm telling you now,
Old Blue said, finally raising his own voice, the sound making Lefty stop in his tracks.
You said you don't like not knowing things. Well, now you know!
Old Blue sighed and shuddered, his ears twitching as he tried to regain his composure.
Look, I'm sorry for confusing you, lad. I didn't realize specifics would be so important. I used the term long ago because I figured 40 years was at least twice your age, so to you it would be long ago. Plutarch probably thought the same thing. You have to understand, Lefty, Thulins can live for a couple 100 years, and Kickens can live for thousands. It's hard for us to imagine time from your perspective. To us 40 years ago is nothing, but for you, your father probably wasn't even born yet. I was just trying to put things in a perspective you would understand. Clearly I failed. I realize that now, and for that I am sincerely sorry. From the bottom of my heart I am. I underestimated you. I didn't know back then that you'd turn out to be such a good friend. From now on, I promise I'll talk in specifics and make sure you understand.
Lefty took a deep breath and leaned back against the stone wall behind him, letting Old Blue's words echo into the empty tunnels. For a moment he stared up at the ceiling, thinking about what he had heard. Then he took another shuddering breath and let it out. All right. But if Scaevolus's reign ended when he was poisoned, and he's not dead, then what happened to him? He asked, the tiredness back in his voice as he tried to piece everything together.
Well, while the poison wasn't strong enough to kill him immediately, it was still very powerful. It resulted in the king falling into a coma, a kind of endless sleep. It's complicated. That's partially why I used such flowery language back at the food tabernacle. I didn't think you'd know what a magically induced coma was, and I didn't feel like explaining it when you already had so many questions.
Lefty frowned slightly. I'm not dumb, Blue.
I know, lad, I know. At least I do now. Again, I'm sorry.
Lefty didn't smile, but his frown lessened.
Point is, he's still technically alive, but he might as well be dead. He hasn't moved or spoken in 40 years, and even if he does eventually wake up, decades of sleeping have withered his body to practically nothing. It's unlikely that he'd even be able to speak, much less move.
Whew. Asleep for 40 years? How is he even still alive?
Magic. Remember, he was a master of all 4 elements. Or I guess 5 elements. They found him sprawled out in his kitchen, amid all manner of experimental food magery. When he didn't die from hunger after the first few weeks, people just assumed that he had created some kind of food that extended his life. Knowing what we know now about Luo and the rulers of Perfectum, it seems more likely that he made himself immortal a long time ago, just like his teachers. Whatever he did, it obviously didn't stop the poison, though. That shut down almost everything. He keeps breathing, even to this day, but that's about all he does. He's functionally dead.
For a moment Lefty stood there, leaning against the wall with Old Blue in his hands. Once more he gazed up at the ceiling while processing all this new information, trying to add it to the huge, burdensome pile that was already occupying his overloaded mind. Finally, he looked down at the Kicken again, his face resigned. This really doesn't change anything, does it? He said. Old Blue smiled softly.
Not really. It's a technicality. You probably didn't need to know, but I wanted to make sure that you did, so that you know as much as possible.
Thanks. I appreciate that. Better to have all the information right? Lefty said, the corner of his mouth giving a tiny smirk before he placed Old Blue back on his head. Taking one more deep breath, he pushed himself off the wall and continued his struggling journey through the sewer. A few moments later he spoke again. Sorry for yelling at you, he said plainly. Old Blue just smiled.
It's all right, friend. It's been a very long day.
Chapter 33 Darkness. By the time Lefty reached the ledge where the ruins of Perfectum ended and the actual sewers began, he was limping quite severely. The stiff wooden squid shoes he had insisted on wearing were not designed for comfort, or walking for that matter. Even under optimal conditions, his feet would have been sore and blistered by now, and trudging uphill through ankle-deep sewage was far from optimal. As if that weren't enough, the temperature had dropped significantly since they first began their underground journey. Old Blue felt chilly despite his fur, and he wasn't wet. Lefty, on the other hand, was still damp from his fight with the Guardian. The encounter had thoroughly soaked him, and the dank conditions hadn't allowed him to dry much, so now he was shivering as he made his way through the cold concrete tunnels. Needless to say, his already slow pace became even slower. Though it had taken him less than an hour to reach this spot on their way in, it would take significantly longer to shuffle their way out. Old Blue considered telling Lefty to stop and rest, but considering they had no food, no clean water, and no way to get warm, it was unlikely that stopping would be very restful. Pausing now would only let fatigue set in and make it harder to start again. As much as it hurt him to see his friends struggling, he knew it was best to maintain what little momentum they had. They would be fine, he reasoned, so long as they kept up this pace. That was when Lefty's trusty point lights, which had shone continuously since Titus purchased them all those months ago, suddenly flickered out, leaving the two of them in complete darkness. "Oh, no," said Lefty, practically groaning the words as he came to a stop. This was bound to happen eventually. All point lights have a finite lifespan. Perpetuals, like Lefty's, tend to only shine continuously for 2 or 3 years before slowly burning out. Emphasis on slowly. Everyone knew that his double-sided lights would burn out quicker, but it was assumed that they would still go dim before they died. That's what perpetuals do. They gradually fade in a process that usually takes several days. They don't just turn off, which is why neither Lefty, Old Blue, or even Plutarch thought to pack a spare. Fortunately for the adventurers, the point lights flickered back on a few seconds later. Unfortunately, they shone about half as brightly. "I don't want to alarm you, lad. I know you're tired, but I don't think these are going to last much longer." As if to reinforce Old Blue's words, the lights flickered off and on again. "And if they do go out for good, I don't think I can navigate us back in the dark." Lefty didn't say anything, not even a sigh or a groan. The words simply washed over his numb body, and his knees wobbled from the implications. For a second, Old Blue worried that this new source of stress would be too much for the young man, that he would simply collapse right there in the sewers. But he didn't. Lefty took a deep breath and let it out. Then he took another, but faster, and another, almost hyperventilating, as if he was getting his lungs warmed up for what he was about to do. His fists tightened, he rolled his shoulders, and without a word, he began to run through the sewers. Knowing that time was of the essence, the young man pushed himself to the very limits of his endurance. It was not a fast pace by any means, barely above a jog if we're being honest, but it was as fast as his extremely sore and aching legs would carry him. As he ran, his only source of light began to fade noticeably, the cone of vision slowly shrinking with each passing moment. The looming terror of being lost in a pitch-black labyrinth had all of Lefty's body parts in agreement for once. They put aside their individual complaints and urged him to keep going despite their exhaustion. Old Blue helped as best as he could, trying to keep Lefty motivated as he rode atop his head. Each time they made a turn, the Kicken counted down the remaining turns, praising his friend's efforts as they rapidly approached the entrance. More than once the young man slipped, trying to make his way quickly through the increasingly dark passages. He fell hard onto the cold, wet concrete floor, wheezing and writhing as pain radiated up from his bruised hip. Each time Old Blue fluttered off his head and encouraged him to get back up. "You can do this, lad. We're almost there. You just have to keep moving. We'll have you warm and full of bread before you know it, but you gotta get up first." With a groan, the sore human forced himself up from the muck, willing his shaky legs to be still so he could trudge onwards again, his limp even worse now. Luckily, Lefty and Old Blue managed to reach the final straightaway just before his point lights died completely. Lefty slowed down to a walk again as the light faded to nothing. He made the last stretch in complete darkness, feeling his way along the wall as Old Blue assured him that the entrance was up ahead. The fact that they couldn't see it was worrying in its own right. Sunlight should have shone through the grating. For a few tense moments, both of them worried that somehow they had gotten turned around, that they were completely and utterly lost despite Old Blue's perfect memory. But eventually, as their eyes adjusted to the dusky conditions, they indeed saw the gate they had entered through, its iron bars bathed in dim moonlight. Turns out that between their struggles to survive and Marcus's enrapturing story, they had completely lost track of time. Neither of them seemed to realize that night had long since fallen. They had only intended to spend 6 hours down there, but that estimate had nearly doubled. By the time they finally stumbled out of the sewers, it was almost as dark outside as it was inside. Their only sources of light were a pale crescent moon hanging high in the sky, and the dull distant twinkle of the capital's taller buildings, some of which held lanterns or globe lights in the windows. For a few moments Lefty simply stood there, breathing heavily from his exhausting final dash through the sewers. As he did, a torrent of emotion swirled inside his head. On the one hand, his panic was fading, the young man relieved that he had avoided another horrible fate. But for some reason, he wasn't excited to be alive and free. Something was wrong here. It wasn't until his heartbeat slowed down a bit that he realized what it was. "Where are Plutarch's servants?" he said with a sigh. There were supposed to be a pair of them waiting near the entrance, holding on to magic food and medical supplies just in case Lefty returned injured. Instead, he was greeted only by the sound of crickets, and the dawning realization that he wasn't done walking yet. It was a long way back to Plutarch's mansion, and to say Lefty was upset would be an understatement. He spent several minutes loudly and angrily ranting about the wealthy Thulan's betrayal, before practically stomping his way up to the road so he could begin the arduous hike. I won't repeat the insults he levied at Plutarch during that dark midnight march. Some of the curses and swears were well deserved. In fact, Old Blue may have joined in on a little Plutarch bashing himself. After all, the Thulan had talked so much about trust and confidence. In more than one of its historical narratives, the villains were those who doubted the great old ones, impatient politicians and aristocrats who lost faith in their visionary leaders after a single setback. Plutarch had hammered home the idea that perseverance was a core trait of all noble beings. And then it gave up on Lefty in less than a day. It's not like the jeweler didn't have plenty of servants to spare. It could have sent a second shift to relieve the first, or at the very least, left the supplies at the entrance. It's not like they'd be needed elsewhere. Plutarch's warm, comfy mansion was full of food. But no. After 6 hours passed with no sign of Lefty, Plutarch simply assumed the worst. It gave up, abandoning Lefty and Old Blue to their fate in the sewers. It was almost funny, and that was how Old Blue tried to spin things, hoping that he could lift Lefty's spirits as the lad slowly limped his way through the capital. But any cathartic enjoyment the young man got from insulting his teacher quickly turned to rage. As the minutes dragged on, the whole tone of the discussion shifted. Lefty's verbal attacks got more personal, more mean-spirited, his anger turning to strangely violent threats that sounded eerie coming from his haggard, monotone voice. "I'm gonna kill him, Blue. I'm gonna kill Plutarch. I'm gonna slice its head off, and I'm gonna bathe in its blood. And then I'm going to burn the mansion down. Oh, it's dead. It's so dead." Needless to say, this level of fury shocked Old Blue, so much so that he retreated into a timid silence. The Kicken didn't want to feed into Lefty's anger anymore, nor did he want that anger turned towards him. It was frankly a bit frightening to see the young man so upset. But then, Lefty had a lot of reasons to be upset. He was tired, cold, hungry, sore, and he smelled of excrement. In the past 12 hours, he had almost drowned in sewage, listened to the saddest song ever created, and for the second time in his life learned that the past he thought he knew was wrong. His cherished point light, the magical item which had saved his life multiple times, had suddenly died on him. And now, to top it all off, one of the few people he thought he could trust had failed him when he needed them the most. Under the circumstances, I think it's easy to see why Lefty threatened Plutarch that night. He had a lot of things bothering him, and only one of those things had a name he could curse and a face he could theoretically punch. That's why he continued to talk ill of his teacher for most of that long, dark walk through the city. And not that the city was literally dark, at least not once they made their way into the more populated areas. The poorer sections of the capital were lit sporadically by crude street lamps. These glowed red and orange with actual flickering flames, and slowly grew more common as they made their way through increasingly wealthy districts. Eventually, firelight gave way to the white and blue hues of dream-crafted streetlights. The rich neighborhoods near Plutarch's home had these in abundance, and they were actually quite pretty at night. Sadly, reaching them did little to diminish the ugly aura that emanated from Lefty. By then he was moving like a shambling corpse, his shoulders hunched over, his breath ragged, his body swaying with each labored step. His murderous threats had long since faded, turning first into unintelligible grumblings, and then to stone-cold silence. He was still mad, furious even, but words took energy he didn't have. All he could do now was walk, and even that was an intense strain on his exhausted body. At this point, he probably could have stopped, slept on the ground, and simply found his way back in the morning. But rage itself propelled him forward. He needed to confront Plutarch tonight, and each shuddering step brought him a little closer to that goal. Old Blue could only hope that someone would stop him before he did anything regretful. Unfortunately, as Plutarch's mansion loomed in the distance, Lefty's pace actually increased, as if proximity to revenge had renewed his strength. The guards at the gate let him pass without hesitation. They had long since learned to recognize Plutarch's young ward, and they weren't paid to ask questions. Plutarch's surprised servants were, but the hired help was caught completely off guard as Lefty stumbled into the foyer in the middle of the night. They realized something was wrong, of course, and they attempted to help him, but Lefty waved them aside dismissively like an angry drunk, mumbling half-coherently that he needed to see Plutarch. With the last of his strength, he pushed his way past them, heading with single-minded determination towards his teacher's chambers. His wealthy patron was already standing when Lefty burst in, having heard the commotion from outside.
"Lefty, you're alive!"
it said excitedly, as it made its way over to the disoriented human. For what it's worth, the old aristocrat seemed genuinely happy to see Lefty. It approached with a wide smile on its face, arms open as if to embrace the young man. At least until it breathed in the foul stench emanating from him. Then it suddenly stopped, its face tendrils curling in revulsion as it retracted a step and froze, bringing a robed forearm up to cover its mouth.
"By the mighty wings of great Cthulhu, what happened to you?"
Lefty raised his arms slowly. Whether he was reaching for the feather on his back or simply gesturing angrily at Plutarch, I'll never know. Because at that very moment, the survival instincts which had kept him propped up all this time suddenly realized that they weren't needed anymore. He was safe. He was standing in a luxurious study, surrounded by helpful people and no longer in any mortal danger. His knees wobbled. He suddenly felt very heavy. He tried to take a step forward to steady himself, but his feet had already surrendered, so instead he rolled his ankle and fell hard to his hands and knees, letting out a sound that was halfway between a groan and a gasp. The room was spinning. His neck felt like jelly. He attempted to simply remain upright, and promptly failed, falling forward and landing on his face with a deep and worrying thunk. Despite the rancid filth covering him, Plutarch rushed over and knelt down, grabbing the young man by his shoulders and lifting him up.
"Call a doctor! Quickly! And bring me some water! Blankets too! Move!"
the Thulin shouted, calling to its servants who were crowded in the doorway. Lefty looked up at his teacher, his vision blurry as his eyelids began to droop.
"Plutarch," he breathed out, his voice barely a whisper, his lips quivering as he struggled to remain conscious. "I gotta tell you something." The Thulin looked back down at him, its face a mask of concern.
"Yes, Lefty. What is it?"
Lefty summoned the last vestiges of his strength, his face tightening for one brief second as he locked in and stared Plutarch straight in the eye. "You're a piece of shit." The old historian tilted its head in confusion, but before it could even ask what Lefty meant, the young man closed his eyes and slumped forward, passing out cold in his teacher's hands. Chapter 34. The Beginnings of the Ends. When Lefty regained consciousness, he was lying in the familiar feather bed that Plutarch had been providing for him. The light from his window told him that it was morning, but he'd learn later that he had slept through an entire day. Though he still felt sore and very weak, his rage from the previous night was mostly gone. He was clean and warm now, the stench of sewage a distant memory. The sharp ache in his feet had faded significantly, and so had the overwhelming melancholy which had been inflicted by the saddest song. The only discomfort which remained was his hunger, and someone had already thought of that. Sitting on the table next to his bed was a plate of magical sweet cakes. They were a treat of the highest caliber, one of the most delicious and refreshing things that money could buy. Clearly a gift from Plutarch. I'm not sure if the Thulin realized just how intense Lefty's anger had been, because I'm not sure if the young man's insult even registered in Plutarch's mind. It leapt into action as soon as the lad fainted, mobilizing its whole estate despite the late hour. Messengers were sent out into the night, rousing both a doctor and a chef from bed to ensure the young man's health. At the same time, Plutarch's many servants worked to clean the sludge which coated him from head to toe, before dressing him in fresh clothing. By the time Lefty was safely resting in bed, the sun was beginning to rise, and though Plutarch had stayed up all night to care for the young man, the only emotions it expressed were happiness and relief. Of course, Lefty didn't know that. All he knew was that he had been betrayed, and now there were sweet cakes, and though his stomach growled loudly, he hesitated to eat them. For a long while he simply stared at the honey-glazed confections, as he thought long and hard about the Thulin who had purchased them. In the end, though, his hunger outweighed his anger. When Plutarch checked in on Lefty an hour later, the sweet cakes were gone, reduced to nothing but crumbs. The old aristocrat never brought up the previous night or the insult its pupil had uttered, and neither did Lefty or Old Blue. This is not to say that things returned to normal for the group. They almost did, but despite everyone's willingness to forgive and forget, or at the very least ignore what had happened, Lefty never quite got over it. In the following weeks, as he recovered from one tabernacle and began preparing for the next, the two of them tried to fall back into their old routine. But there was a rift between them now, one which couldn't be mended or crossed. Lefty no longer felt like he was being taught by a flawless master. Plutarch may have been more intelligent than he was, but Lefty realized that he surpassed Plutarch when it came to nobler traits, like bravery, determination, and loyalty.
and that made him see the Thulin less like a superior to be obeyed, and more like a business partner. In his eyes, they were on almost equal footing now, which caused him to question Plutarch more often, and sometimes even argue openly with it, especially when the topic of Scaevola came up. It hadn't taken long for Lefty and Old Blue to relay the story of their sewer adventure to Plutarch, and they told it everything. They described the ruins of Perfectum, the pitiful sludge creatures who were trapped there, and how both of those tragedies were caused by Scaevola' betrayal. And while the historian was quick to believe their account, it was far less trusting of Marcus.
"It's a very compelling legend, that's for sure,"
Plutarch would say, trying to dance around Lefty's feelings.
"But how can you be certain that it's true? All you have is the word of one source, an anecdote that runs contrary to all other sources we have. It's entirely possible that this sludge creature, this Marcus, fabricated the entire thing, or at the very least that it told a biased and exaggerated account. When it comes to history, you can't trust a single perspective, Lefty. You need to use multiple sources whenever possible."
To be fair to Plutarch, it did have a point. It was certainly possible that Marcus simply made up the entire story. But to Lefty, who had experienced the legend in all its musical, poetic glory, that was inconceivable. The tale had been too detailed, too vivid, too personal to be a lie. He had felt it, the totality of Marcus's soul bared before him. He had glimpsed across the infinite gulf of time to witness the life of an ageless sage, and then watched as the former immortal withered and died before his eyes. In his mind, there was no way something like that could possibly be faked. If every other source disagreed with Marcus, then every other source was wrong, and he could not be persuaded to think otherwise. Of course, this reasoning did little to convince Plutarch. It wanted evidence, and Lefty's emotions didn't count. Old Blue's emotions didn't count either, but then that was nothing new. What was new, though, was Lefty's awareness of this. With his trust in Plutarch waning, he finally began to realize just how bigoted his teacher was towards Kickens. I mean, he had always been somewhat aware of it, but the excitement of his education had distracted him from its severity. Now it was on full display. The young man saw just how rudely Plutarch treated his friend, and it didn't sit well with him. That rudeness, combined with a renewed connection to Old Blue, forged by their shared adventure in the sewers, drove the student even further away from his teacher. Fortunately for all of them, Lefty and Plutarch wouldn't have to spend as much time together as they had previously, because their next goal was to overcome the Sleep Tabernacle. This would require Lefty to learn a great deal about sleep magic, which was a topic the decidedly non-magical Plutarch had no experience with. Instead, the Thulin managed to get Lefty access to Sigilthrock's Dreamery. This was the premier gathering place for sleep mages in the capital, and the closest thing that dreamers in training had to an academy. Once enrolled, young hopefuls could practice their craft under the watchful eye of more experienced mages, essentially apprenticing en masse. Of course, Lefty wasn't actually enrolled at Sigilthrock's. Not only did the Dreamery have a strict enrollment period, which was still several months away, but potential applicants were required to dream up a few simple objects to prove their skill. And so far, Lefty had only created useless piles of sand. It showed potential, certainly, but Dreameries were a place for established mages to hone their skills, not a place for amateurs to learn them. Apprentices were expected to finance their education by producing goods which could be sold by the Dreamery, and Lefty was nowhere near that level of skill. Now, as is often the case, the right kind of money could get someone apprenticed early. But even Plutarch didn't have cash like that. Dreaming is a very lucrative enterprise, second only to owning land. Paying sleepmeisters to spend their precious time guiding a complete beginner is insanely expensive. And while Plutarch probably could have afforded it, that would have stretched its finances to the limit. So rather than go with a straightforward but very costly approach, the crafty Thulin decided to try something risky but far cheaper. Instead of enrolling Lefty into the Dreamery proper, it would sneak Lefty into the library. Sigilthrock's library was a separate building which lay across the street from the main workshop. Dreamers of all skill levels gathered there around the clock to do research and discuss the latest techniques. It wasn't supposed to be open to the public, but everyone knew that ambitious outsiders often slipped in. It wasn't hard for someone to go unnoticed. All they had to do was dress well enough to avoid suspicion, refrain from checking out any of the books, and of course, pay the guards to look the other way. Simple bribery was a bit distasteful, but it was an expense Plutarch could afford, and it resolved to do exactly that, allowing Lefty to creep into the library 3 times a week. Once there, he could access books on sleep magic that were unavailable to the general public, and rub elbows with apprentice mages who might be able to teach him a few things. Hopefully, with these 2 sources of knowledge at his disposal, he would be able to learn all he needed to tackle the Tabernacle. As you might expect, this plan thrilled Lefty to no end. After all, learning more about sleep magic and meeting with professional dreamers was, well, it was a dream come true. But as is often the case, those dreams didn't hold up to reality, and Sigilthrock's library quickly proved itself to be far less exciting than he imagined. While there were plenty of books there, nearly as many as the Goddam's library, most of them were far too advanced for him to grasp. Keep in mind, less than a year ago, Lefty was nearly illiterate, and though he had made astounding progress since then, he was in no way prepared for the scholarly technical tomes that the library held. He might have been able to get through them with Old Blue's assistance, but he wasn't allowed to take books out of the library, nor was he allowed to bring Old Blue into it. And not that Sigilthrock's had a policy against kick-ins, but given how rare they were, it would have brought undue attention to Lefty, who, remember, was not actually supposed to be there. Without Old Blue to define new words for him and patiently explain certain concepts, the books might as well have been in Thulin, which some of them were. On top of that, the place was surprisingly loud for a library. The greater Dreamery complex didn't have a mess hall or a large courtyard, and so the library served as the primary gathering place for young apprentices. Some of them used the space for its intended purpose, but many more simply used it to hang out, talk with friends. The building was constantly echoing with catty gossip and loud laughter, stemming from crude jokes that only sleep mages would understand. For Lefty, the constant chatter made the already difficult task of reading even more difficult. After just a few days of trying, he deduced that it would be better to skip the books and simply ask his fellow mages for help. But that didn't go very well either. He started by approaching the talkative groups, since they seemed the most friendly. But after some brief introductions, their attitude always turned to mockery. Because the experienced dreamers could tell, almost instantly, that Lefty was not actually enrolled at the Dreamery. Like many niche communities, outsiders were not well liked, especially those trying to cheat the system. And while none of the mages reported Lefty to the librarians, many of them joked that they would, just to see the panicked look on his face. It only took a couple of these encounters for Lefty to realize that he should avoid groups and keep his profile as low as possible. To that end, he tried speaking to some of the quiet, solitary mages instead, reaching out to a few individuals who were studying on their own. They were a lot more polite. They still declined to help him, but they did so in a very polite way, because anyone actually reading in the library was far too busy with their own research to offer Lefty much assistance. They might help him find a book or answer a simple question, but they would not go through an entire text with him, or take the time to explain complex concepts. That's why, after visiting the library for just a couple weeks, he found himself at a complete impasse, unable to make any more progress.
"Yeah, I think I'm done," Lefty told Plutarch one morning over breakfast. "I've learned just about everything I can learn. No reason to keep going, really."
Plutarch laughed openly and mockingly at this insinuation, before turning rather serious.
"I don't care what you think, Lefty. I've gone through a lot of trouble to get you into Sigilthrox, and you are not done going until I say you're done."
When pressed for a more exact time frame, Plutarch said it would be at least 3 months, for that's how long the Thulin's next round of lessons would last. History had only been the first. If Lefty wanted to be king, he'd also need to know about economics and politics, and many other things, of course, but those 2 topics were very important to Plutarch, and so they were next. Lefty would receive these lessons on the days he didn't visit the Dreamery, and the schedule was set in stone. He would only progress to the Tabernacle after those lessons were completed, and until then, he would continue to visit Sigilthrox. Lefty tried to argue against this, pushing as always to rush towards adventure rather than spend time on scholarship, but the historian put its foot down. So long as Lefty lived in Plutarch's home, he would follow the course Plutarch laid out. If he didn't like it, he could find somewhere else to live. And so, with the threat of homelessness hanging over his head, Lefty did as he was told. He continued to travel down to Sigilthrox's library week after week, making vain attempts to learn in the noisy, uncomfortable environment. Eventually, his trips would pay off, though not in a way that anyone expected. We'll get to that shortly. For now, there's one more thing I want to mention. Something strange that Lefty did just a few days after he had recovered. This was before he began going to the Dreamery, and before his lessons with Plutarch had started up again. Things seemed to be getting back to normal. The young man awoke, ate a simple breakfast, practiced in the garden with his feathers for a while, and then disappeared for several hours, leaving Plutarch's estate without a word to anyone. Stranger still, when he finally returned around dinner time, he refused to say where he had been, simply stating that he had gone for a walk around the city. Old Blue and Plutarch were both concerned at this sudden mysteriousness, but when things returned to normal the following day, they simply took him at his word. It wasn't until much later that Old Blue learned the truth, that Lefty had gone that day to visit Scaevolas. The former king was not that difficult to find. His unconscious body was displayed publicly in a little stone building that was not unlike a mausoleum. It stood a short distance from his castle-turned-museum, and had originally been built as a shrine to the man after his poisoning, a place where citizens could pay respect to their sleeping king in the hope that he might one day wake up. When Lefty found it, it had long been in a state of disrepair. The ornate sandstone walls were marred with graffiti which no one had bothered to remove. A single elderly guard kept watch over the entrance, sitting on a small wooden stool with his staff leaning against the wall. The weapon was a mere formality for the scarcely visited monument. No one cared enough about Scaevolas to threaten him these days. The white-haired human guard barely looked up as Lefty approached, only giving him a small nod of acknowledgement as the young man made his way through the entrance. The building was not very large, and most of the space was taken up by a grand regal bed, leaving only enough room for maybe 4 or 5 visitors to stand comfortably. It was clear almost immediately that the building had not been designed with the bed in mind. It sat partially upon a raised platform which previously held a throne, but at some point the bed had replaced it. Two of its legs extended beyond the platform, and some cheap pieces of scrap wood had been stuffed underneath them to keep it level. The vague shape of a man lay motionless on the bed, covered entirely by opaque red blankets. The sleeping figure was barely visible, its form literally overshadowed by a large realistic painting which hung on the wall behind it. That painting showed the king as he was when the monument was first constructed. A grizzled, muscular man with a square jaw and piercing green eyes, who sat stoically on a simple throne of shining iron. He looked powerful, fierce, and surprisingly handsome despite the many scars marking his pale flesh. He was dressed not in elaborate kingly robes, but in the sleek forest green infantry uniform he had worn during the war. Atop his head he wore a long drooping conical cap made of the same green fabric as his shirt. The stump where his right hand used to be was fitted into the socket of his iconic scissor sword, its twin blades open, forming the Y shape that had come to be a symbol of peace and royal authority around the kingdom. His left hand sat across his lap, holding the impossibly dark mind pick which had proven so pivotal in defeating X. Originally, this is how Scaevolas had been posed, minus the open eyes, of course. His sleeping body had been propped up in a throne so that the people might see their king in all his glory. As time went on, though, this image became impossible to preserve, as Lefty soon discovered. After staring at the portrait for several moments, he slowly approached the bed. The green eyes of the painted king seemed to follow him as he walked closer, looking down with scorn as the young man lifted the blanket and dared to see Scaevolas as he actually was. The human laying in the bed was barely recognizable. It looked more like a half-melted wax sculpture than a living person. He was more than 80 years old at this point, but somehow managed to look much, much, much older, like the very embodiment of elderly feebleness given form. If it wasn't for the very subtle rise and fall of the king's chest, Lefty would have thought himself looking at a partially mummified corpse. Decades of immobility had withered the once strong man to a pathetic vestige of his former self. It was clear why they no longer displayed him on a throne. None of the king's old clothes would have fit the shriveled body in this bed, and his stump of a right hand would not have been able to support his legendary weapon. No matter how you dressed it up, no one would be able to look upon this pitiful thing and feel any amount of awe or reverence. Any attempt to prop him up or make him look as he once had would only be making a mockery of the former king. That's why the powers that be had stuffed the old man under some regal blankets and commissioned a painting of his younger self. It was all they could do to preserve his dignity. That's also why no one thought to actively protect the monarch. Who would hurt him now, after so long, when he was so helpless? Lefty would later admit that he had gone to the mausoleum intending to kill Scaevolas. Marcus's story had instilled in him a desire for revenge that rivaled the fervor of Domitianus. Even days after the fact, the idea that Scaevolas still drew breath gnawed at his mind, driving him inexorably towards cold-blooded violence. But as he stood there, looking at the shriveled remains of the old king, all his bloodlust faded. He realized there was no need. To damage this decaying husk would be as petty and as useless as knocking over a tombstone. The man who had been Scaevolas was gone. He had closed his eyes a long time ago, and he would never open them again. A few moments later, Lefty exited the shrine, nodding to the guard as he went for a long walk through the city to gather his thoughts. He had no intention of ever returning. Chapter 35. A Brief History of Collaborative Dreaming. The following segment has been heavily abridged from 2 books, When Dreams Turn Dark, Tales of Forbidden Sleep Magic, and The History of Sleep, From Tis to the Tabernacle. The true nature of dreams is still very much a mystery, even to dedicated sleep enthusiasts. Unlike the domains of food and drink, which haven't seen any big innovations in nearly 200 years, the books on sleep magic are regularly rewritten as new understanding is gained. For example, most books penned prior to the Dark War talk of dreams as an entirely personal experience. It was accepted as fact that each dreamer entered their own individual dream world, which only they could experience. That notion was partially disproven when Scaevola created the Mind Pick, an item which enabled him to enter the dreams of others. Though it's most famous for ending the Dark War, its impact on our understanding of sleep magic can't be understated. The very notion of a shared dream upended centuries of theory, and while many found this revelation unsettling, others saw it for the grand opportunity that it was. For the first time in history, mages considered the possibility of dreaming together. No longer were they limited to simply sharing information while awake. They had the potential for true collaboration. Unfortunately, in the aftermath of the war, study of the Mind Pick was strictly forbidden, condemned by the very man who had created it. To quote Scaevola, "We can't risk it. The potential for evil is too high. Nothing is worse than having your dreams invaded. Nothing. It's a violation that no one deserves, not even someone as vile as X." The Hero King proclaimed this not long after he seized control of Perfectum, speaking to a crowd of sleep mages who had arrived to help build the new capital. Many of them had suffered personally under X's reign, and could not believe that any punishment was too severe for the tyrannical Pentoid. Still, in the months that followed, as the kingdom's scattered sleep mages began to gather openly for the first time in years, it was agreed unanimously that the Mind Pick would not be used. Scaevola insisted that the device could only bring harm, and at the height of his popularity that sentiment proved quite persuasive. In the end, the capital's first senate, at the behest of their king and the city's dreamers, passed a series of laws heavily regulating sleep magic. Among them was a law stating that the creation of another Mind Pick, or any similar device, would be a crime punishable by death. It joined the short list of taboos that were considered dark sleep magic, alongside the creation of artificial life and dreaming whilst awake. Thus, for many years, the theory implied by the Mind Pick's existence, that dreams were something more than an individual's mental processes, wasn't discussed academically at all. In fact, for decades after the war, advancement in the field of sleep magic all but stopped. Reconstruction required professional dreamers to work on mass-producing useful items, like globe lights and sunstones, and so the community focused on perfecting its current techniques rather than developing new ones. Even beyond these practical considerations, though, was the culture at the time. Having lived through the chaos of war, that generation of mages didn't seek glory or adventure. They were more concerned with settling down, with making sleep magic into a safe and stable profession. Experimenting with the unknown was dangerous, after all, and they had already experienced enough danger to last a lifetime. It wasn't until late in Scaevola reign that someone finally challenged the status quo, pushing the capital's sleep mages to explore beyond the established boundaries. That someone was Scaevola himself. Everything changed when the king announced the creation of a sleep tabernacle. Just like every other tabernacle, the project was pitched as a monument. something to celebrate the success of At's reconstruction. Unlike every other tabernacle, this testament to dreams would not be a traditional building. Instead, it would be an embodiment of the very elemental force it was supposedly built to celebrate. Not only would the tabernacle be constructed using sleep magic, but it would be placed within a dream. Specifically in Somnium, the universal dream, an unconscious realm that exists outside of any one individual. Up until this point, such a place had been theorized to exist, but it was strictly hypothetical, a word used for thought experiments and nothing more. But Scaevola claimed that he had proof Somnium existed, and a plan to construct something within it. According to him, the building would be anchored to a physical spot in the waking world, but only reachable while sleeping. The conscious eye would not be able to perceive it. You could walk right through it and never even know it was there. But fall asleep in the shadow of that invisible tabernacle, and you would find yourself traversing its halls in your dreams. To quote Scaevola again, "I know it sounds impossible. Great things always sound impossible. That's what makes them great. They require an extraordinary effort. But I know this project is possible, because I know the dreamers of this country. They are extraordinary people, capable of greatness. And by working together, they can accomplish things that sound impossible." That speech, given to a crowd outside the Senate building, would go on to explain that the Sleep Tabernacle's construction would require collaborative dreaming. For the first time since its creation, the mind pick would be used on willing participants, allowing the best sleep mages in At to combine their knowledge and skill. Together, they could create something far greater than their individual minds could fathom. It would be a monument like no other, made by dreamers for dreamers. Most of the kingdom was thrilled by this idea. The general public marveled at the entire concept, talking of the Sleep Tabernacle with awe and wonder. Most of the sleep mages who heard of this proposal found it outrageous. The community at large had thoroughly accepted the post-war ethics concerning their craft. They considered collaborative dreaming to be a crime, and found this sudden change of direction from their king to be unsettling at best. But any outcry they might have produced was silenced when Scaevola announced the lead architect of this project, Salvadora Escher. To most people, the amphibious deepin is merely a footnote in history, just one of Scaevola' many companions during the war. Part of that is due to her quiet nature. The woman rarely spoke publicly and never sought attention. While it's widely known that she was an accomplished dreamer, the true extent of her abilities is often overlooked by the general public. Most aren't even aware that she was Scaevola' teacher, the one who taught him how to dream in the first place. To those trained in sleep magic, Salvadora is known as one of the greatest dreamers who ever lived, a sleepmeister without equal, whose mastery surpasses even Scaevola. With her leading construction of the tabernacle, any doubts the dreaming community had were swallowed up by a fervor of optimistic excitement. Great dreamers from around the kingdom lined up to volunteer, eager to play their part in history. The mind pick saw its first use since the Dark War, this time not as a deadly weapon, but as a tool of creation. Using it, the greatest minds of that generation were able to enter Salvadora's dream, and together, over the course of several years, they crafted the Sleep Tabernacle. For those who got the opportunity to assist, the experience was unforgettable. Working inside the dream of a Meister and collaborating on a project of this scale was beyond amazing. So much insight was gained simply by witnessing how she worked firsthand. even if much of that work was managerial. Her role was mainly to guide and assist those who visited her dreams. They would create the individual rooms for the Tabernacle based on their own creative visions, and Salvadora would store these rooms in her dream from night to night, organizing them privately into one cohesive structure. Exactly how she accomplished this is not well understood. At the time, she deflected any questions, remaining as terse and cryptic as she always had, promising to only discuss her techniques after the project was completed. This was likewise her response when she was asked how she planned to combine all the disparate rooms together, or how she intended to anchor the finished structure in Somnium, or what the nature of Somnium even was in the first place. Many were frustrated by her lack of answers, but most assumed that her secrecy was due to the experimental nature of the Tabernacle. Obviously, nothing like this had been done before, and so Salvadora wouldn't have definitive answers until she actually did it. There were whispers that perhaps the Great Meister had bitten off more than she could chew, that maybe she was toying with dangerous forces she didn't yet understand, but work carried on regardless. Everyone trusted Salvadora. If she said it could be done, then it could be done. If she said the answers would come with time, then they would. Despite all the warning signs, the mood in the community was one of overwhelming confidence. The war was long over. The peoples of At were united, and now they were working together to do something exceptional. People were certain that the Sleep Tabernacle was just the first step into a new frontier, that once it was complete, Salvadora's knowledge and techniques would be disseminated to the community and used to their fullest extent. People talked of potential, of a golden age brought forth by the wonders of collaborative dreaming. But of course, that never happened. The Tabernacle of Sleep was the first of the tabernacles to be completed. On the night it opened to the public, dozens of sleep mages, professional and amateur, gathered on the spot where it was said to be anchored, eager to visit the revolutionary structure. It sat on a grassy hill not far from the capital, in the shade of a mighty tree. The night was beautiful. It was warm and windless. Not a single cloud marred the starry sky. Hundreds were there with cots and bedrolls, trying to sleep outdoors despite their giddy excitement. Those who did manage to dream, however, woke rather quickly and suddenly. Some shouted in terror as they were frightened back into consciousness. Others were supremely angered by the experience. Most, however, simply sat there in a confused melancholy. Though the Tabernacle of Sleep had used a wildly different method of construction, the final product had ended up the same as every other tabernacle. Less of a monument to be enjoyed, and more of a challenge to be overcome. Rather than a solid building akin to something that might exist in the real world, the Sleep Tabernacle was instead a maddening nightmare of complete and utter chaos. The structure, if it can even be called that, was an amorphous and ever-changing thing. Its content shifted around in constant motion, growing and shrinking, colliding with each other and fusing together, all seemingly at random. It was unclear if the rooms that At Sleepmeisters had so carefully crafted were even there. Some elements were present, but they were so corrupted and grotesque that they were barely recognizable. Most people couldn't spend more than a moment in the place before waking violently. As the night went on, and it became clear that the nightmares were not some fluke, but the actual finished tabernacle they had poured years of work into, the shock of the crowd began to turn to anger. That anger reached its zenith when it was discovered that 2 members of the audience had failed to wake up. Not because they were dreaming soundly, but because they were dead. The first tabernacle had claimed its first victims. Innocent mages for whom the stress of that nightmare building was simply too much to bear. With cries of murder on their breath, the crowd's attention soon turned to Salvadora. She had retired to her house the previous night, right after the tabernacle was completed, claiming that the process had exhausted her greatly. Ever the recluse, no one thought it too strange when she sent out a note claiming that she didn't have the strength to attend the opening ceremony. Once the true nature of the tabernacle was revealed, however, people began to suspect that the project's genius leader had deceived them all along. That night an enraged mob snaked its way through the streets of the capital, making a midnight march on Salvadora's home. As they wove through the city, others joined the procession, and soon the white and blue glow of dream-crafted point lights was joined by the red hues of torches. The mob grew bigger and more unruly, its chanting becoming louder with each city block it passed. By the time they reached their destination, the crowd was beyond reason. Loud, angry shouting was the only warning given before Salvadora's home was set on fire. The tall building on the far edge of town went up like a funeral pyre, drawing in even more spectators from around the city. Soon fights broke out. Then looting began. More fires were started, though fortunately they didn't spread very far. The city guard was mobilized and managed to contain the chaotic crowd with only a few additional casualties. By the time the sun rose on the following day, 7 people had died. 2 mages at the tabernacle, 2 more in the streets of the capital, plus a guard, one of Salvadora's neighbors who was caught in the blaze, and of course, Salvadora herself. Though no body was ever recovered from the charred ruins of her home, the once respected Deepin mage was never heard from again, and whatever notes she may have written down about somnium or collaborative dreaming were lost forever in the fire. In the immediate aftermath of the Nightmare Riot, as it would come to be called, Scaevolas took all the blame. Quote, "This is my fault. The tabernacles were my idea, and I accept full responsibility. Whatever punishment the Senate hands down, I will abide." Unquote. The Senate ruled that Salvadora had acted alone, and that her punishment had already been carried out. At the time, none of the other tabernacles had been completed, and so Scaevolas' statement was seen as nothing more than a humble gesture on the part of a noble ruler. In the following years, however, as more tabernacles were finished, and it became clear that they were all deceptions, the true meaning of his words were called into question. Just how much of the sleep tabernacle was Scaevolas' plan? Some say that Salvadora did act alone, and that it was the stress of this failed tabernacle, along with her betrayal and subsequent death, which drove the king to madness in the first place. Others say that the two collaborated, that Scaevolas ordered his former teacher to sabotage the tabernacle, and then helped her to escape the city just prior to the riot. Still others say that Scaevolas acted alone, that it was the king who corrupted the finished tabernacle, and that Salvadora was simply an innocent pawn who took the blame. The truth may never be known, and as far as dreaming is concerned, it doesn't really matter at this point. The incineration of Salvadora and her notes, along with the poisoning of Scaevolas, ensured that nearly all knowledge about collaborative dreaming has been lost. The disastrous sleep tabernacle and the deaths associated with it have only cemented the notion that shared dreaming is a form of dark sleep magic. Any hope of exploring it further has been soured for a whole new generation of mages. The mind pick has been locked away, and its very existence remains a sore spot for the dreaming community to this day. All of that Lefty learned during his first 2 weeks visiting Sigilthrock's library. Despite the rows and rows of tomes available, that was all the information he could find about the Sleep Tabernacle. It seems that even decades after its creation, hardly anyone had thought to investigate the structure seriously. People had been there, of course. Most young sleep mages consider it a rite of passage to visit at least once. But whatever they experienced, they didn't write it down. Only a few books so much as even mentioned the Tabernacle's existence. Most of the information that Lefty found was contained in a single chapter of a single book on the history of dreaming. The rest was found amid tales of dark sleep magic, and among those sources there was almost nothing about what he could actually expect to find inside the Tabernacle's walls, nothing which might help him plan for his upcoming visit. While Plutarch and a few others had made reference to a creature living inside, he couldn't find a single academic mention of the beast. And the mages he asked, those who would talk to him at least, gave wildly differing accounts. Some said it was a dragon, like the one X had created. Others joked that it was a vork, a nonsense creature used in thought experiments and quippy metaphors. Most, however, said that the beast was a dark reflection of the dreamer's own fears, a personal nightmare made manifest. Lefty assumed that for him that would mean some kind of water monster, which he was prepared to fight if need be. Regardless, all of this is why, after just a fortnight of research, Lefty told Plutarch that he was done with the library and no longer needed to go. There was so little information on the Sleep Tabernacle that even reading at his slow pace, he had managed to get through all of it in just a few days. With that accomplished, the young man had nothing left to do. Most of the library's texts were still far too complex, and he had spoken with every sleep mage he thought would talk to him. Faced with supreme boredom, Lefty tried his best to read the advanced books anyway, but ironically, page after page of incomprehensible words only managed to make the young man sleepy. And so it was that 3 days a week, Lefty would travel to the premier gathering place for sleep mages and fall asleep, taking long naps in the noisy library, often with a book laying on his head to block out the light and sound. No one at Sigilthrox thought this was unusual. If anything, it earned him a bit of respect from those who assumed he was hard at work practicing his craft. Of course, there's a big difference between napping and proper sleep. Chapter 36 Daydreamer. The sun seemed to boil in the blue, cloudless sky, sizzling the air itself so that it rippled above the dunes. Most would have found the intense heat uncomfortable, but as Lefty drifted through the familiar desert, he couldn't help but grin. This was a pleasant surprise. He usually didn't dream when he slept at the library. In general, forming a coherent dream during a daytime nap was considered an advanced skill. Only the most experienced mages could do it reliably, and even then, daydreams were usually far too brief to accomplish anything significant. Lefty had learned this from a book about Sigilthrox, the prolific sleepmeister who had founded the dreamery which bore its name. The Thulin was well known for its ability to dream effectively during naps. It was probably well known for other things as well, but Lefty never got very far into its autobiography. The book was self-indulgent to the point of tedium and absurdly long, which is exactly why he always picked it off the shelf. It made for an excellent sleep aid. Still, despite the book boring him to sleep 3 times a week for more than a month, the young man hadn't dreamt until now. It was usually far too bright and far too noisy for him to enter a deep sleep. Even with the huge book laying on his head, he couldn't completely block out the sunlight that came through the library's large windows, nor the conversations of the other mages around him. More often than not, he simply drifted in and out of consciousness, awakened at random intervals by the occasional laugh or shout nearby. For whatever reason, though, this day was different. This day he found himself in that familiar golden desert, walking slowly towards the walls of his old hometown. By this point, he'd become so accustomed to lucid dreaming that he had worked out an efficient routine. He knew the shortest way to the consul's residence, and where he could pick up a shovel and root. He'd need it once he threw open the doors to that strange shack, for a wall of sand was always inside, waiting for him. Carving a long tunnel into that sand was tedious, but if he dug deep enough, it would inevitably take him to his workshop, that infinite prismatic desert where his sand drawings were given form. It was a monotonous task, to be certain, and time-consuming as well. Most nights he'd try to go as fast as possible, running through the streets before digging at a frantic pace. And most nights, despite his hastiness, he failed to reach his workshop before waking up. Today, though, he was relaxed, joyful even. Lefty walked the now familiar path with a spring in his step, not even thinking about the work that lay ahead. Perhaps this was due to his life at the time being relatively low on stress and relatively high on naps. Or perhaps he was at ease because he hadn't been attempting to dream, and therefore had no expectations of accomplishing anything. Or perhaps it was the music. A jaunty little tune was drifting down from the sky. He had never heard it before, but he liked it. It was a simple song, happy even, with a steady beat he could tap his toe to, and it made his dream world seem just a little more lively than usual, as if the sun and the buildings and the dunes themselves were gently swaying to the rhythm. He didn't know why this was happening, but he thought it best not to question Providence. He was enjoying the music, and so he took it in stride, literally, walking to the beat as he made his way through the sandy expanse. By the time he passed through the town's gate, he was half dancing to the song, which seemed to be growing louder with each passing moment. He sauntered over to Max's house and bumped the front door open with a swing of his hips. He did a little spin as he made his way inside, before grabbing the shovel he knew would be leaning against the wall. For a moment he simply reveled in the freedom of it all. He capered through his former neighbor's home, twirling the shovel and knocking over furniture, before swinging out the back door and into the alleyway. The longer it went on, the more entranced Lefty became. As he skipped through the empty streets, the young man began to sing as well as dance, making up nonsense lyrics without a care in the world for rhyme or tone. It was something he never would have done while awake. He was self-conscious enough to know that his monotone voice made him a very poor singer. But here, in the solitude of his dreams, the lad let loose, allowing the music to carry him into the center of town, where the shed full of sand waited patiently for his arrival. Normally, the task of digging his way through all that sand was an arduous one. It was hard, mind-numbing labor that reminded him of his past as a sand miner. But this time, with the music to energize him and occupy his mind, he accomplished the task with relative swiftness. He dug quickly into the beat, making exaggerated slashes in the sand as he crafted a deep, lefty-sized hole within it. He paid no mind to the shift in gravity, not even noticing that he was digging down until suddenly he broke through. With a shout of surprise, he tumbled through the sky, laughing as he flipped head over heels into the infinite, all-colored desert. He landed on his back with a loud thud, and though it didn't hurt, the song that he had been thoroughly enjoying stopped abruptly. Sitting up, Lefty found only the desolate sounds of the wind whistling across the plains. For several moments he just sat there. He had been working automatically, just going through the motions without even thinking about it. He hadn't expected to get this far. He was so absorbed in the song and the novelty of daydreaming that he hadn't put a single thought into what he would actually do once he got to his workshop. Normally, before bed, Lefty would write up plans for what he intended to make. Usually something simple without any moving parts or magical qualities, like a piece of jewelry. His book on sleep magic had recommended doing this, saying that dreamers, like visual artists, work best with a reference. By drawing a real blueprint before they sleep, the dreamer can aid their memory, allowing them to recall the design and then replicate it in their dream. Because he hadn't been expecting to dream, though, he had no plans. He sat there for a while, picking up handfuls of sand and letting them drift into the wind as his mind wandered. He didn't want to waste the opportunity that had presented itself, but he couldn't remember any of the blueprints he had been using to practice at home. All he really wanted was for the song to come back, and perhaps, well, he could use a new point light. Plutarch had bought him a new expensive one to replace the old pair that had died in the sewers. The Thulin even had the light affixed to a stylish hat, so that Lefty could wear it just like he had with his previous point light. But it just wasn't the same. He had become accustomed to the twin lights on either side of his vision, to the way the metallic arc nestled in his hair. Like most people, Lefty didn't like change, even if the change in question was almost certainly an upgrade. He had thought about remaking the old point lights himself, of course, but after looking up some blueprints he realized that would have to wait. Making lights may have been grunt work for apprentice dreamers, but it was still far too advanced for Lefty. As old Blue would say, he needed to learn to walk before he could fly, which made sense to him. Still, he had nothing else to do. Might as well try. And so, popping up onto his knees, Lefty began to work. He started by making a drawing stick. Using his finger, he traced a simple design into the sand, a thin rectangle slightly shorter than his forearm, which was tapered to a point at one end. When he was satisfied with his work, he turned his gaze briefly towards the horizon. When he turned back, it was waiting there for him. Like everything he drew in his workshop, the simple drawing became three-dimensional when he wasn't looking. The object was still clearly made of sand, though it had solidified into a solid form with the strength and color of wood. Lefty still didn't quite understand that. The surface was brown like the stick he had imagined while drawing it, but the texture was still grainy, kind of like sandstone but slightly smoother. It was also nearly flat, being only as thick as his fingertip. Lefty found this to be true of every simple shape he drew. A circle always became a flat disc and never a ball. A square would always pop out as a flat tile and not a cube. No matter how hard he focused on the depth he wanted his creations to have, their thickness always seemed to be equal to how deep his finger had pushed into the sand. He had initially tried to overcome this limitation by digging deeper and attempting to sculpt the objects he wanted in 3 dimensions. This did work, but he found it to be intensely time-consuming and not really practical, especially when it came to objects that were large or curved. Eventually he discovered that the trick was to add detail. He could achieve depth with a flat drawing by simply depicting his objects with depth. If he drew a box from an angle, so that multiple sides were visible, then it would rise up as a cube. In the case of spheres, he needed to use hatch marks or contour lines to represent its thickness. Fortunately for him, the physics book he had received way back in Opprobrium contained a section on geometry, which held diagrams of simple shapes from various angles. By studying these diagrams and copying them onto paper in the waking world, Lefty had learned them well enough to recreate them in his dreams. Taking his writing stick from where it sat floating above the ground, he used its fine edge to draw a narrow cylinder in the sand about a hand in length. That's what point lights were, after all, just cylinders with light coming out of one end. Lefty spent several moments on the task, carefully drawing with a slow and steady hand, making sure to not only draw the outline, but also some small accents which he hoped would indicate that one side of the cylinder was open. When Lefty was satisfied, he turned away and then back again, smiling wide as he saw a dark grey metallic tube waiting for him, open at one end and closed at the other. It was a perfect point light, if you ignored the lack of light. Unfortunately, that was the part Lefty hadn't quite figured out yet. He had tried, of course. Despite being one of the items most commonly produced with sleep magic, there was not really a standard build for point lights. Different mages used different methods to achieve roughly the same thing. Experts on the subject debated endlessly about which technique produced the best results, but most people couldn't tell the difference. Lefty certainly couldn't, and so he looked into every design he could, even studying old, outdated tutorials to see if they were easier to understand. Sadly, the only thing these diagrams had in common were that Lefty didn't understand any of them. Most were far too complex for him to memorize, involving dozens of carefully placed mirrors and the creation of numerous energy storage cells, whatever those are. The only one he found that wasn't complicated had the opposite problem, being so comically simple that Lefty couldn't gain any insight from it. The diagram simply showed an icon representing the sun, with an arrow pointing from it to the open end of a cylinder. It might as well have said, "Just put the light into the tube, stupid." Not exactly helpful. Still, he did have a tube, so he was halfway there. And he was also still dreaming, so might as well experiment. His first attempt involved drawing the same tube, but with straight lines radiating from the open end, indicating rays of light in much the same way a child's drawing might. When he looked away and looked back, however, he found that his lines had just manifested as flat strips of yellow metal floating in front of the tube. To be fair, these strips did seem to glow slightly, but not enough to be of any use. He gathered them up, placed them into the open end of the tube for safekeeping, and then set it aside to work on the next one. For this attempt, he tried drawing the cylinder again, but this time he drew a simple picture of the sun on its surface, hoping that perhaps that would indicate that the tube was supposed to be filled with sunlight. Instead, all he got was a gray metal tube with a picture of a sun on its side. Setting that aside, he tried to replicate the diagram he had seen exactly. He drew the cylinder to one side, a little cartoon sun to the other side, and put an arrow between them, pointing from the sun to the open end of the cylinder. Once again, though, this failed, rendering only a normal tube, a flat red arrow that seemed to be made of paper, and a small yellow disk that glowed faintly and was warm to the touch. Lefty frowned as he held the small disk in his hands. Why was it that his picture of a tube became an actual three-dimensional tube, but his picture of the sun didn't become the sun? Maybe he had to render it more realistically. If he could get a good look at the sun, maybe he could draw it better, he thought, and so he turned his head towards the sky and stared straight into the sun. He quickly realized this was a stupid thing to do. While the infinite desert of his workshop was free of the oppressive heat that dominated the realistic desert outside, the sun was just as bright and glaring as ever. Looking into it for even a second strained his eyes and hurt his head, causing the dream world to shudder with instability. Stunned by the blinding light, Lefty put his free hand up to block it while turning his head aside. It was only then that Lefty noticed something strange, even for a dream. The shadow cast by his hand was extremely large, shading his entire body and stretching far beyond it. He looked back up at his hand, still held in front of the sun, then back down at his shaded body. Then he looked back up at his hand again, and back down at the ground. He realized that something about this was wrong, but he couldn't quite put his finger on why. Slowly he stood from his spot in the sand, making sure to keep his hand between his eyes and the sun as he did so. He observed that, as he rose, the shadows grew even larger. Sensing a pattern, he extended his hand towards the sun, and watched as its shadows stretched all the way to the horizon behind him. The sand and the sky alike turned a dark golden brown, as if dusk had settled on the infinite plain. Still staring out in the distance, Lefty moved his hand backwards and forwards, watching the shadows grow and recede in time with his movements. Cogs slowly turned in his head, until finally it dawned on him. Stretching his hand out fully, he placed his palm directly in front of the sun, and slowly closed his fingers around it. The desert faded into darkness. And then, with a sharp tug, Lefty plucked the sun out of the sky. It wasn't as hot as he expected, though it was uncomfortably warm, and kind of itchy, and surprisingly heavy for its size. Despite being no bigger than an egg, the sun weighed down on his hand like a lead ball, making it somewhat difficult to hold as he retracted his fist from the sky. The most notable thing about the sun, of course, was its intense brightness. Even with his hand closed around it, the world wasn't entirely black. Light shone through Lefty's flesh with such intensity that his skin appeared almost transparent, letting him see the outline of his bones and veins. Despite traveling through his hand, the light was still so vibrant that it permeated the world around him, making everything appear in that dim bluish hue that shows up right after sunset. Lefty was dumbfounded. This shouldn't have been possible. After all, while there were many strange things about his dream, the sun was not one of them. Up until now, forces of nature like the ground, the wind, and the sun had acted exactly as they did in the waking world. Then again, now that he thought about it, he hadn't ever tried to touch the sun before. He assumed it was impossible because, well, if it was possible, surely someone else would have done it by now. But as he stood staring at his impossibly glowing hand, he couldn't help but think that perhaps everything which seemed impossible was actually within his grasp all along, and that all he needed to do was have the confidence to reach out and grab what he wanted. Fortunately for all of us, Lefty stopped this pretentious navel-gazing and remembered the point light he had been trying to make. His eyes lit up as bright as his hand as he realized what he could now do. Moving quickly, he turned around and fell to his knees once more. He grabbed the original tube he had made from where it sat in the sand, and then brought his fist up to the opening. Slowly, carefully, he unclenched his fingers and let the sun drop inside. Though the little ball had defied gravity on a daily basis, it fell like a rock. He didn't see it fall, but he felt the heat leave his hand and observed the glow around him fade into total darkness, which lasted approximately 1 second. When the sun collided with the closed end of the tube, a thunderous sound rang out. It was like a planet-sized egg being cracked in half, and it was followed immediately by an explosion of blinding, radiant light, which shot forward from the open end of the cylinder like a pillar of fire. The shock caused Lefty to jump back in surprise. He shouted loudly and instinctively tossed the tube away from himself. The device spun through the air, and as it did, the sky blinked between day and night. Each rotation of the tube caused a sunrise and a sunset, a dozen of them flying by in quick succession as the cylinder twirled through the air before landing in the sand with a soft plop. Once more Lefty's dream shuddered, the sudden flashes of light threatening the stability of his world. When finally he came to his senses again, he was greeted with a surreal sight. Where he stood was in complete darkness, so dim that the young man was unable to see the ground beneath his feet. A few hands away, though, it was bright as day, blue sky and gleaming sand as far as the eye could see. And there, in between the two extremes, was the thing he had created, its open end pointing away from him, casting a cone of light so bright that it illuminated the entire world. He had done it. He had made a point light. And yet, he wasn't satisfied. This was probably for the best, actually. If he had been overjoyed, the excitement might have woken him up. Instead, his exuberance was tapered by the lingering thought that while he had created a point light, he hadn't recreated his point light. He stood there looking at the thing with a mixture of pride and disappointment, the latter compounded by the fact that there was only one sun. His old point light had been a pair of tubes, each emitting their own glow. How would he possibly make a second one without a second sun? Lefty walked over and sat in the sand in front of the point light, grabbing it from where it lay so that he could examine it more closely. For several moments he experimented with the newly created device. He confirmed, among other things, that the sun and its light would not fall out of the cylinder, even if he held it upside down and shook it really, really hard. After a while, the young man stopped trying to do anything productive, and instead just sat there like an amused child with a new toy, marveling at how he could control the forces of day and night. He cast long shadows off into the distance, using his hands to make a variety of absolutely massive shapes that dominated the landscape. It wasn't until he pushed the open end of the point light into the sand and cast the land into total darkness that he was suddenly struck with new inspiration, and decided to do one more experiment. Lifting the point light up so he could see, Lefty used his finger to make another, much more crude drawing stick. Once that was done, he shoved the open end of the point light into the sand again, bringing about total darkness once more. Then, using only his sense of touch, he carefully traced a circle in the sand around the open edge of the device. When he was done, he slowly lifted the tube, and found to his delight that he was still in total darkness. Lefty's hands roamed over the now closed tube, and found it was completely sealed, as if the circle he had drawn was welded into place. He couldn't help but laugh out loud at the discovery, overjoyed that for once his theory had proven correct on the first attempt. With step 1 of his plan complete, he quickly went into step 2. Standing up, he grabbed the now sealed pipe with both hands and began grunting in the darkness, straining as he tried to break that which he had just created. Brimming with confidence in this plan, he flexed with all his might, using his thumbs as leverage to try and snap the point light in half. For more than a moment he struggled, straining harder and harder until finally a tiny crack of light appeared in the darkness. This caused Lefty to redouble his efforts. He continued to wrench the cylinder with his muscled arms, his grunts turning into a yell of exertion as the crack in the tube slowly grew larger, gradually lighting up the world like the most unusual sunrise in history. The brighter it got, the louder Lefty became, his eyes burning with intensity that rivaled the captured sun as he put everything he had into the effort. With one last primal shout, he raised the point light over his head and brought it down hard onto his knee. There was a thunderous crack, like cosmic bones being snapped by a bolt of lightning. Bright daylight once more rushed across the plains of the infinite desert, bringing with it the echoing sounds of victory. Lefty laughed like a madman as he stood there, a point light in each hand, the twin cylinders sporting jagged open edges that mirrored each other. They both shone just as brightly as the original, creating never-ending daylight to either side of him, with a mystical line of twilight in between. As he stood there, staring at the line of darkness ahead of him, his laughter became louder and more uncontrolled, causing him to fall to his knees as he cackled maniacally. This strange reaction was due to the unusual mix of emotion surging through him at that moment. On the one hand, he felt powerful in a way he never had before, experiencing the sense of might that came from conquering the sun itself. On the other hand, the bright flash of light had caused his dream to shudder and destabilize once more, and this time he knew it would not recover. He was at once invincible and helpless. He had achieved his impossible goal just in time for his dream to collapse and wipe it all away. On his knees and still laughing, he tried desperately to finish what he had started. Placing the point lights parallel to each other in the sand, he did his best to draw an arc connecting them with his finger, hoping to recreate his former headgear with the same technique he had used to seal the point light earlier. It took supreme concentration to keep his finger steady. He was trying to focus on the sand below him, ignoring the white void in the distance that was gliding in from all directions, his workshop dissolving into nothing. Unable to look up at the evaporating horizon, he shook his head vigorously instead, his vision blurring just long enough for the drawing to manifest, forming a grey arch that fused the 2 point lights together into a single object. Lefty's laughter rose in volume as he took the completed point light and placed it on his head. His hands pushed it down over his hair possessively, marveling at how perfect his creation fit. As the white void of the waking world rapidly rushed towards him, he wrapped his arms over his head, hugging and protecting the point light he had just created. In those brief seconds before he woke, bathed in the warm oblivion of his ending dream, Lefty felt sublime happiness. He didn't care that his creation was going to be gone when he opened his eyes. All that mattered was that he had it now. He had created it, and if he could do it once, then he could do it again. One day he would have his point lights back, and this time it would be completely and utterly his. And that thought brought him such utter joy that tears rolled down his cheeks. Lefty's head was buried in his forearms as he awoke. Someone had apparently taken the book off his head as he slept, for it no longer shielded him from the light of day. It was excessively bright, and so the young man opened his eyes slowly, sporting a wide, dopey grin as the feelings from his dream followed him into the waking world. For a few seconds he just stayed there, squinting and blinking as he basked in the afterglow of his pleasant dream. Then, sitting up, he stretched out his arms and gave a loud yawn. It was only then that he noticed the crowd. More than a dozen sleep mages stood quietly in a circle around him, all staring directly at him. Some looked on in amusement, others in wonder, but almost all with their eyes shielded behind hands and forearms. Lefty blinked several times at the surreal scene before him, wondering if perhaps he was still dreaming. It wasn't until the mages began applauding that he realized he was indeed awake, and also that the library was far brighter than it should have been. Reaching his hands up, Lefty tentatively felt his head, and to his supreme delight discovered that there was something resting on it. Something with the properties of metal and the coarse texture of sand, which was casting twin cones of light ahead of him. His smile widened, but before he could break out into embarrassingly maniacal laughter, a hand came down on his shoulder. "Congratulations, lad," said a Thulin voice he didn't recognize. "Interesting design. You come up with that all yourself?" asked a female voice to his right. "Show off," said a third voice from behind him, before being drowned out by the combined clamor of the crowd, some speaking to Lefty directly, while others simply talked about him. Needless to say, Lefty made quite an impact that day. It wasn't often that some nobody managed to dream successfully in the day, much less in a public place. His little stunt had gained him quite a bit of attention around the dreamery, and in the hours that followed, filled with confidence from his achievement, Lefty finally got to discuss sleep magic with a group of his peers. By the time he left the library that day, the young man had made several acquaintances within the community. Some of them would become good friends in time. Without even intending it, he had officially become a sleep mage, and in doing so, had proven himself to a small group who would help him take on the Dream Tabernacle. Which was fortunate because Lefty was banned from the library the very next day. Apparently his actions had gained the attention of the librarians. Chapter 37. Amelia and Rahks. Lefty looked furtively down the hall to ensure that no one was around. The coast seemed clear, and so he walked quickly towards the front door of the mansion. He managed to make it all the way there and even place his hand on the knob before Plutarch's voice rang out behind him.
Going out to study again, are we?
The statement made Lefty jump slightly, his shoulders tensing as he froze in the doorway. Steeling his nerves, he turned his grimace into a smile before slowly turning back to face his teacher. Of course. What else would I be doing? The wealthy Thulin stood at the far end of the entrance hall, holding a goblet of wine despite how early it was. It furrowed its brow as it stared at Lefty in clear annoyance.
You were never this eager before,
it said, swirling the wine in a gentle circle.
Back when you were still studying at the library, you always dragged your feet. Now you're rushing out the door without even having breakfast.
Lefty gripped the doorknob tightly, his hand shuddering as he tried to think of something to say. After a second, though, he just shrugged sheepishly with his free hand.
This tutor of yours. They must be an excellent teacher to have you so enthusiastic,
Plutarch said, before taking a sip from its goblet. Yeah. They're great, Lefty said. He slowly began pushing the front door open, hoping he could slip out of this awkward conversation.
Is that true, Kickin?
Plutarch said to Old Blue, who was sitting quietly on Lefty's shoulder.
Oh, yes. Amelia is very knowledgeable on the subject of sleep magic. I'd say Lefty's learning quite a lot.
Plutarch stood silently for another moment, swishing the wine in its goblet as it stared at the two of them.
Best be on your way, then,
it said coldly. Lefty practically jumped out the door. I hate when it does that, Lefty said to Old Blue. They were well onto the street now, making their way through the morning foot traffic as they headed towards Amelia's apartment.
Plutarch has reason to be angry, lad. I overheard it talking the other night. It seems someone at the Dreamery has linked you back to your patron. I imagine its reputation has taken quite a hit over all this.
No, not that. I know Plutarch is angry at me. I just hate how it calls you Kickin. You have a name. Old Blue smiled. Lefty could be really thoughtful at times. I'm gonna start calling it Thulin. That'll show 'em. Old Blue chuckled.
Probably best not to antagonize our benefactor. We still need Plutarch, even if they have been a bit of a grumpster lately.
Yeah, I know, Lefty grumbled. It had only been a few weeks since Lefty's epic nap at the library, and things had changed quite dramatically. Obviously, Plutarch was none too happy to see its expensive bribes go to waste. There was quite a bit of shouting in the days that followed Lefty's expulsion, and very little praise for what the young dreamer had accomplished. For a while there, things were tense. Old Blue worried that they might be kicked out onto the streets, but fortunately it didn't come to that. For the same event which caused Lefty to lose access to the library also caused him to gain access to a new source of knowledge, and a new friend.
Yo, Lefty, you're early today. What'd you do, skip breakfast?
Lefty turned to see that friend jogging up behind him, a young Thulin wearing a plum-colored tunic with elaborate silver embroidery. One hand was on its head as it dashed over, holding a floppy red beret in place. The stylish cap sported a large black feather that wobbled precariously back and forth as the being ran. Lefty stopped and smiled. He put his hands together as the Thulin caught up, before greeting it with a little bow. Yeah, I remember you saying you wanted to try that new food stall on the way to Amelia's. I figure we'd get breakfast there.
Yeah, with the flapjacks. I heard they're amazing. They got blueberries mixed in. It's golden, Lefty. Solid gold all the way through.
You said that about the kebab place, too, and look how that turned out.
True.
But this time will be different. I got a good feeling about this place. I'll even treat you. My parents gave me some extra cash. You can have some too, old Blue. Well, thank you, Rahks. That's very kind of you.
Rahks Dail, or Rahks as it preferred to be called, had been one of many amateur sleep mages who crowded around Lefty the day he made his new point lights. Unlike most of the others, who chatted briefly or simply offered congratulations before returning to their work, Rahks had hung around Lefty for the rest of the afternoon. These days, Rahks is considered Lefty's first follower, the first of the wingmen. But to Lefty, he was a friend. There was something about the two that just clicked immediately. They were similar in a lot of ways, both inexperienced but optimistic, both quite young and a bit awkward at times, and both living under the roofs of wealthy overlords, though in the Thulin's case those overlords were its parents. Rahks was the spawn of two rich plantation owners, looking to combine their holdings by siring an offspring together. Such couplings were rare. While any two Thulins could mate together, the process was said to be uncomfortable for everyone involved. Plus, to most Thulins, concepts like family and romance were lumped together with their concepts of gender. That is to say, all three were considered beneath them, the concerns of lesser races. Eldritch beings were supposedly beyond such biological trifles, and so, having children was something they only undertook when they felt they had to, or in the case of Rahks, when it could make them a lot of money. All of this is to say, Rahks didn't exactly come from a loving household, nor did it really have any Thulins its age to hang around with. Usually such an environment would have produced a cold and humorless person, and to be honest, Rahks would probably end up that way eventually. But when Lefty met Rahks, it was still only 2 years old. It hadn't experienced much of life, and was still far too excited about learning for any cynicism to creep in. It still had an exuberance for the world and its many mysteries, a boundless curiosity that it sought to feed at every given opportunity. And one of the most mysterious and curious people living in the capital was Lefty. In the aftermath of creating his point lights, Rahks had asked endless probing questions about Lefty's technique, which then led to questions about his recurring dreams, which then led to questions about his desert hometown, and so on and so forth. If given the opportunity, Rahks would continue to go on tangents and ask for more details, seemingly forever. It was something that Old Blue found a bit annoying when he finally met the young Thulin a few days later, but Lefty thoroughly enjoyed it. He seemed almost desperate to talk about himself, more so than most people. Probably because he spent the last year of his life being a student who needed to listen, or a new guy trying to fit in. He was always the asker of questions, not the one with answers. Being on the other end of that for once was a refreshing change of pace. And while some may have found the questions to be a bit too personal or a bit too repetitive, it's honestly kind of fortunate that Rahks showed up when it did. Half the reason I can describe Lefty's dreams so vividly is because I've heard them recounted to Rahks 1,000,000 times. Even now, as they were walking down the street, the young Thulin was rehashing a line of inquiry it had asked about the previous day.
So tell me again about the drink tabernacle. What was it like down there?
Dark, said Lefty with a chuckle, and wet.
And?
Said Rahks, fishing for more details. That's it. Like I said before, it wasn't that exciting. Just a series of tubes, really. No decorations, no rooms. He shrugged.
Up, there was one room with the sea creature. It was a river creature, corrected Old Blue. The lake is freshwater. A sea creature couldn't have survived there.
I still think it was a giant bug, Lefty said. But yeah, its chamber wasn't anything special either. Just a big, round room. Empty, mostly. I think there was a nest? It wasn't like the food tabernacle at all.
Come on, that can't be it. Can it? It's a monument. It should be monumentical, not all spitty and boring. Life isn't like a storybook, Rahks. Sometimes things are disappointing, said Old Blue.
I mean, the swimming was neat, responded Lefty.
Yeah, the snake of the lake. You still gotta show me that sometime. Maybe we go down to the coast? We try out the squid shoes in the ocean? Eh?
Lefty shuddered at the thought of so much water. I'll think about it, he said, clearly not intending to think about it. But even if I wanted to, I doubt stinky old Pooh Turk would let me.
Pooh Turk? That's like poop!
Rahks laughed far louder than it probably should have at such a simple pun. But then I guess most jokes were still new to the young Thulin. Lefty found the laughter to be infectious, though, and soon the two of them were making all manner of crude puns as they strolled through the city. Eventually, after getting a delightful breakfast of flapjacks and picking up a warm cup of salep, the pair of friends arrived at Amelia's apartment, knocking loudly on her door. "Amelia, wake up!" shouted Lefty. There was a groan and the sound of shuffling from beyond the thin wooden door. A few moments later the door opened, and they found themselves greeted by a tired woman in her mid-20s. She had brown, shoulder-length hair and dark circles under her eyes. She was wearing a long, baggy nightshirt, and stared at the three visitors with a combination of exhaustion and resignation.
How in the world are you two up so early? You're supposed to be sleep mages. Sleep longer.
We're bad sleep mages, though, said Lefty with a smile.
I'm especially terrible, added Rahks.
Amelia rolled her eyes and looked up to Old Blue.
Why do you put up with them?
She said with a sigh. Well, good morning to you, too, replied Old Blue with a smirk. Yeah, good morning. We brought salep, said Lefty, offering Amelia the hot cup in his hand. She looked down at the drink. The milk was still steaming and frothy, a strong scent of cinnamon wafting up. It's just how you like it, said Lefty, wiggling the cup slightly. Amelia sighed and then grabbed the beverage from Lefty's hand.
Come on in, mind the mess. I'm still working on that marble project,
she said, kicking a box of strangely colored orbs to the side as everyone shuffled in. Amelia didn't live in the poorest section of the capital, but she wasn't far off. Her modest apartment consisted only of a living room and a bedroom, the two separated by a large black curtain that served as a makeshift doorway. The floor of the living room was littered with books and boxes, some of them stuffed with papers, some of them rattling with small dream-crafted trinkets. It was a messy place, but the kind of messy that came from having too much stuff and not enough furniture. There was an order to the madness, a neatness to how things were organized, even if they were mostly stacked in piles on the floor. The only real furnishings she owned were a pair of bookshelves in the far corner and a large square table in the center of the room. It was a tall thing with 8 legs, made for people to stand around or lean on if need be. Such furnishings were common for sleep mages. They spent far too much time laying down, and so preferred to spend their waking hours on their feet.
Go ahead and grab what you need from the shelf,
said Amelia as she walked past the table and through the black curtain.
We'll be doing Chapter 3 in Principles of Imagination. And try not to spill anything this time.
Amelia was Lefty's tutor, if you hadn't guessed, and Rahks's too. Well, technically she was only tutoring Rahks, but Lefty was allowed to sit in as long as he brought drinks. Plutarch had refused to pay Amelia's modest fee since she was just a journeyman dreamer. But Lefty was dead set on getting an education from her in particular, and so he convinced Rahks to convince its parents to pay her a little extra so Lefty could listen in. It was an unusual arrangement, to be certain. Lefty told Plutarch that Amelia was tutoring him out of the kindness of her own heart. And I suppose that was partially true? I mean, she certainly didn't have to help him, but I'm not sure if you could call her motivations a kindness. She didn't exactly like Lefty. By her own blunt admission, the young man was a complete idiot, who had somehow managed to accomplish a handful of extraordinary things. Whether that was due to stubborn determination, legitimate potential, or simple dumb luck, she didn't know. And for that reason she found him interesting. Not in a charming way, but in the same way that discovering a new species of bug is interesting. To her, Lefty was a curiosity worth tolerating so that he could be studied academically. But I digress. A few moments later, she emerged from behind the curtain once more, her hair hastily combed and parted to the side, held in place by a dark blue hairpin. Her sleepwear had been replaced by a baggy dress of blue linen with a high neckline and long sleeves. Her eyes were still haggard, and her attitude had barely changed, but she looked far more like a professional sleep mage, just as she had when Lefty first met her. You see, she was also there at the library when the young man created his point lights. In fact, she had been sitting right behind him when it happened. But unlike nearly everyone else, she found the display to be far more annoying than anything. She was one of the studious few who actually used the library for its intended purpose, and disliked having such a ruckus going on nearby. Fortunately, the ambitious young woman had developed a technique for drowning out distractions. Humming. She would hum little songs to herself while tapping her fingers on the table, letting the music drown out the wider world so she could focus on the writing in front of her. She wasn't very loud, especially compared to the conversations around her, so no one noticed her humming most of the time. But on the day Lefty created his point lights, he did notice. As he was sitting there, the crowd having long since dwindled to just Rahks, he heard a very familiar song from behind him, a certain jaunty tune that you could tap your toe to, and he practically jumped out of his seat with excitement. Turns out that Amelia's humming had been the origin of the song in his dreams, and he credited that song with allowing him to successfully perform sleep magic for the first time. Needless to say, her technique for avoiding disruptions had the opposite effect on that day. Lefty loudly interrupted her studying to thank her profusely, rambling about how he couldn't have done it without her help. This led to an awkward conversation, which in turn led to many strange questions, which inevitably led to both of them deciding that the other was something special. Lefty came away thinking that Amelia was the smartest sleep mage he had ever met, and Amelia came away thinking that Lefty was a crazy person. But she was curious to find out how crazy. You see, during their brief conversation, he had casually revealed that he was friends with a Kicken. She responded with skepticism, remarking that there were only about 10 known Kickens still alive, and that if he really knew one, she would love to meet them. Lefty, being eager to repay Amelia for helping with his dream, offered to introduce her to Old Blue on the following day. Uncertain, but very curious, she agreed to a meeting, so long as it was somewhere public. You can imagine her surprise when he showed up the next day on time, and with a Kicken riding on his head. The three of them would go on to have a nice long chat that day. Well, actually, it was mostly Amelia and Old Blue chatting. The scholarly woman had a lot more in common with the Kicken than with the former sand miner. But learning how the two of them had met, and hearing snippets of the Legend of Lefty as it existed back then, only ended up increasing her interest in him. She just didn't understand how someone so simple had ended up living with a nearly mythical creature, in the home of a famous and wealthy historian, no less. She needed to know more. And from there, Things just kind of fell into place. Amelia, Lefty, and Old Blue started meeting for lunch fairly regularly. Soon Rahks started joining them, and as Lefty dealt with the consequences of losing his library access, their strange agreement began to take shape. Rahks would pay Amelia, Lefty would bring her drinks, and Old Blue to chat with, and in exchange she'd tutor both of them to the best of her abilities. She admitted openly that she didn't know much about the Sleep Tabernacle, and could only really teach them basic dreaming techniques. But Lefty didn't care. He didn't think anyone could prepare him for the Tabernacle. He just needed to kill time until Plutarch said he was ready. And so, 3 times a week, instead of heading down to the library, he'd head over to Amelia's apartment with Rahks. Together, the 3 of them plus Old Blue would hang out mostly. Oh, some tutoring certainly happened. In fact, I think it's safe to say Lefty learned more about the art of dreaming from Amelia than he ever did at the library. But the 4 of them spent just as much time chatting about current events and cracking jokes as they did studying. Which was nice. Lefty had a social life again. A small one, but it would prove quite important in the weeks to come. When Plutarch finally finished its lessons and gave Lefty permission to attempt the Sleep Tabernacle, it was Amelia and Rahks who would accompany him. After what had happened with the sewers, the young man didn't want to rely on Plutarch or its servants. This time, his friends would have his back. Chapter 38. The Sleep Tabernacle. Amelia, Rahks, Lefty, and Old Blue set out from the capital right as the sun was beginning to set. They left through the city's western gate, and soon found themselves on a wide gravel road. The Tabernacle of Sleep was less than an hour's walk from the capital, anchored in a relatively small area of public land which lay between 2 plantations. Despite their legendary destination, the 4 companions barely spoke a word about the monument. Walking along the road, flanked on either side by plots of fenced-in farmland, the group chatted like friends at a pub, talking gleefully about the events of the previous week. Amelia had been dealing with an especially strange commission from a shy pentoid who was comically ignorant about the mechanics of sleep magic. She walked Lefty and Rahks through their awkward conversations, and the 3 mages in training shared a laugh at her client's nonsensical questions and naive requests. Eventually her story reached its end, and the conversation turned to The Lost Seas, a thrilling book about pirates that Rahks had convinced Lefty to read. Being nearly illiterate for most of his life, the young man had never read much in the way of fiction, and was absolutely enthralled by the exciting tale of action and romance. As they walked, he and Rahks excitedly reenacted many of the more dramatic scenes, sword-fighting the air around them while spouting off whatever clever quips they could remember. Rahks was actually a fairly good actor. A pity its parents wouldn't allow them to pursue something as ignoble as theater. Once Rahks and Lefty ran out of scenes to quote from, they switched to telling original jokes, which were of lesser quality. This was followed by talk of real-life pirates and other works of fiction, of famous authors around the city who lived famous lives, followed by their own dreams of fame, which just inspired more jokes. Soon the dim hue of moonlight washed over the group, and the night insects began to sing. Lefty's point lights were brought out to lead the way, shining bright cones of light on the empty road ahead. It really was a lovely evening. And then they arrived at the site of the Sleep Tabernacle, and all at once the merriment ceased. The monument to dreams had been anchored in an idyllic spot, atop a small grassy knoll which was marked with a single ancient oak. The tree was affectionately known as Old Sleepy, a name it gained long before the tabernacle's construction. The 2 plantations bordering the spot had once been many smaller farms, and the mighty tree had been a shady spot for workers to catch an afternoon nap. It was a lone giant towering into the sky amid mostly flat plains. You could see it from quite a distance, its trunk so wide that it took 7 humans holding hands to reach around its circumference. When Salvadora picked this spot for the Tabernacle, the tree was already a local landmark, used as a meeting spot and to give directions. Of course, like everything iconic from the age of Scaevolas, Old Sleepy had been desecrated, reduced to a fraction of its former glory long before Lefty and his group ever arrived. Not content to merely carve graffiti into the trunk, someone had set fire to the majestic oak, burning Old Sleepy to the ground and scarring the land around it. Though it had been many years since that fire, the area had never quite recovered. When Lefty and his companions arrived that night, they found a large blackened stump sitting atop a barren hill of dark ashy soil. The spot was nearly devoid of life, dotted only with sparse patches of withered grass. Insects seemed to avoid the place, and even mold refused to grow. Some theorized that it was the Dream Tabernacle itself which kept the area from recovering, that the structure's place in Somnium had some kind of negative impact on the environment. Others, however, simply assumed that the same people who had burned down the great tree had also salted the earth to prevent anything new from growing. Whatever the reason, the spot now looked like something out of a melancholic ghost story, especially in the dark. Lit only by the full moon and Lefty's point lights, the jagged stump was like a twisted dark crown, sitting atop the head of a buried giant. Its utter bleakness sucked the joy out of the previously chatty group, bringing them to an awkward silence as they realized that this unnerving place was where they intended to spend the night. The hill's incline and its slick ashy soil meant that chairs or cots weren't a good option. Fortunately, enough of the tree's trunk remained that one could sit at its base and lean against it for support. After walking a few laps around the stump, Lefty, Rahks, and Amelia picked a spot along the blackened wood and settled there, sitting shoulder to shoulder on the dusty ground with their backs to Old Sleepy. There, at the top of the hill, they could look out over the moonlit fields that surrounded them and see the capital in the distance. Its tall, pale walls had a dull gleam in the moonlight that helped it stand out against the darkened sky. The few buildings that peeked over the top were dotted with small specks of light that looked almost like stars. After a while, conversation returned to the group. The tired companions had the kind of solemn, philosophical conversation that sleepy friends often have, sharing those ponderous thoughts about the nature of life which only seem to come out late at night. Faced with such pretentious dribble, it wasn't long before one of them drifted off to sleep. Rahks was the first to go quiet, falling asleep so quickly that the others barely noticed. Lefty, Amelia, and Old Blue continued talking quietly while the Thulan's mind slipped into a pleasant slumber. This lasted all of 10 seconds before it suddenly shot up, shouting so loudly that it jolted the rest of the group wide awake.
Great Goblin Cthulhu!
It said, breathing heavily as its hand went to its chest, trying to calm one of its rapidly beating hearts. "You okay?" asked Lefty with concern.
"See something spooky?"
said Amelia with a teasing grin. Rahks nodded yes to both questions, before turning to Lefty in particular.
This is maybe more intense than we expected,
it said with a nervous chuckle.
I trust your abilities, buddy, but
The Thulan trailed off, a worried look in its eyes. Amelia just smirked.
"I tried to warn you. There's a reason no one tries this. I wouldn't expect any of us to last more than a few seconds," she said.
"Yeah, well, I still want to see it for myself," said Lefty, leaning back and closing his eyes again.
"Fair enough," said Amelia with a shrug. I admit I'm more than a bit curious myself. They say every dreamer should try this at least once. Twice if you're feeling daring.
Rahks took a deep breath and then stood up, dusting the ashy dirt from the bottom of its tunic. Well, I'm not feeling daring. I think I'm just going to take a little walk. You two go ahead without me.
All right, said Lefty, his eyes still closed.
Just don't go too far, added Old Blue. We don't want to come looking for you in the darkness, he said from atop Lefty's head. Rahks simply nodded in agreement, and then made its way down the little hill, away from the eerie burnt-down tree and the nightmares it induced. After that, things were quiet again. Nothing but the chirping of insects in the distance, as Lefty and Amelia competed in a strange silent race to see who could slumber first. Amelia, being the more experienced dreamer, won that race quite handily. She had developed many techniques for falling asleep in less-than-ideal situations, and employed them now with great success. Not long after Rahks's departure, her breathing slowed down, and then turned to a soft snore, as she drifted peacefully off to the halls of the Dream Tabernacle. To her credit, she didn't shout when she woke up a few seconds later. She did gasp rather loudly, though, her body shuddering against the tree stump as she tried to control her rapid breathing. "Oh, shit," she managed to whisper out after a few seconds. Neither Lefty nor Old Blue had heard the young woman curse before, and the utterance made Lefty snort. Old Blue chuckled at the snort, that chuckle made Lefty chuckle, and soon the two of them were trying and failing to hold back their amusement.
"What's the matter? See something spooky?"
Lefty asked, his eyes still closed, a big sleepy grin on his face as he imagined hers. "Oh, shut up," she said, jabbing Lefty with her elbow, but that only made him laugh again, and louder. "You laugh now, but we'll see how it is when you get there. It's worse than I thought. You really have no control in there. It's like pure chaos. I don't see how anyone is supposed to navigate that. It's madness."
"Well, now I really want to see it," Lefty said as his laughter finally died down. "It's kinda hard to sleep out here, though," he added, squirming and readjusting himself against the stump.
"Try breathing slowly and counting your breaths,"
suggested Amelia.
"You know that's not gonna work for me. I only know, 12 numbers," responded Lefty, making Amelia snort in bemusement.
"Well, I guess there's no hope for you then,"
she said as she settled back against the trunk of Old Sleepy and stared out into the fields. She was certainly tired, but unwilling to try and sleep again so soon after her brush with madness. Instead, for nearly an hour, she, Lefty, and Old Blue just sat there in silence, letting the sounds of nature overtake them once more. Occasionally Amelia would look over at her younger companion to check for signs of sleep, but always she found none. It was Lefty who finally broke the silence.
"Hey, Amelia,"
he said, his eyes still closed, his half-asleep voice sounding even more monotone than normal. "Yeah?" she responded, still clearly wide awake.
"Can you hum that song for me? The one from the library?"
Lefty asked sleepily. I don't know if, The young woman had many skills she was confident about, but singing, or humming rather, was not one of them. It was something she had always done for her own enjoyment, never for an audience. The prospect of doing any kind of musical performance, even if it was just in front of Lefty and Old Blue, made her uncharacteristically nervous.
"It doesn't have to be that exact song,"
Lefty said, misinterpreting the reason for her reluctance.
"Just hum something. I think it'll help me sleep. Please?"
Something about his request hit Amelia in just the right way. Despite her reluctance, She took a deep breath and agreed. Taking another moment to rack her brain for a song, Amelia cleared her throat, stole one last glance at Lefty to make sure he wasn't looking, and then began to softly hum a tune. It was a sweet little lullaby she had overheard somewhere once before, though she couldn't remember where. Lefty was out before she even got to the first verse, though Amelia didn't seem to notice. The young woman was concentrating on the song with the same level of determination she put into any serious work. Her tired mind was focused entirely on remembering the next note, and hoping that her performance wasn't too bad. It wasn't until Lefty suddenly slumped over against her that she realized he was asleep. Her humming came to an abrupt stop, as Old Blue fluttered down from his perch and on to the ground. The Kicken turned around to see Amelia blushing in embarrassment as Lefty used her shoulder like a pillow.
"Well, aren't you too cute?"
the Kicken teased as he looked up at them, making Amelia blush even further.
Blue, should I...
she began, gesturing towards Lefty, unsure if she should wake him prematurely. Her words were simultaneously cut off and rendered pointless when Lefty suddenly awakened on his own. He jolted upright, letting out a loud shout of surprise that startled Amelia into shouting herself. She pushed Lefty away out of instinct, sending him sprawling to the ground. This caused Old Blue to break out into loud, sustained laughter. Lefty barely heard the Kicken, though. Instead, he looked around in disbelief, scrambling on the ground like a scared beast, before finally freezing and bringing a hand to rub at the side of his face. He massaged his cheek and gave it a few light slaps, making sure he was awake as he caught his breath and tried to regain his senses. Amelia likewise tried to gather her thoughts, though she was flustered for an entirely different reason. Once more, Lefty was the first to speak.
"You were right. It's like pure chaos,"
he said in stunned awe. His words brought Amelia out of her reflective mood. She shook the remaining uncertainty from her face and looked back over at Lefty with a smug grin, as she literally got to say, "I told you so."
"Well, yeah, but you and Rahks made it seem all scary. That place was exciting. Like a little scary, but in a good way."
The grin faded from Amelia's face, replaced with a combination of confusion and disbelief.
"What?"
she said.
"Yeah, it's like jumping off a cliff. You feel like you're gonna die, there's almost no control. But then you hit the water and it's like a rush or something. Like, whoa, you're still alive. That was crazy. I want to do it again."
Amelia was stunned. To her, entering the sleep tabernacle was like being spun around in a circle several times and then abruptly slapped in the face. The idea that anyone could find excitement from such an experience utterly baffled her.
"You're kidding, right?"
she said, unable to tell if Lefty was the bravest person she ever met or the craziest. The young man didn't even hesitate.
"No, I want to go back. You think we could try that again? With the humming? That worked really well."
For a few seconds, Amelia just stared at Lefty, trying to figure out if this was some kind of elaborate joke. Once more, Lefty misread her expression.
"Oh, unless you want to go again? We can take turns if you want. I don't mind waiting. My heart's still racing anyway, so it might take a while before I can relax."
"No, that's fine. You can go again. I don't mind. I'm wide awake anyway."
Amelia's response brought a wide smile to Lefty's face.
"Just, if we're gonna do this, scoot down a little,"
she said, motioning away from her, making Old Blue chuckle. Lefty tilted his head in confusion, but complied, putting some space between himself and Amelia.
"Well, if you're staying awake, could I bother you for a spot to rest?" said Old Blue to the young woman. "The ground here is all ashy, and I don't think I'll be safe with him if he's going to keep falling over like that."
Amelia nodded, and lifted Old Blue up, placing the kitten into her lap like a small puppy. Soon the trio was set in their new positions, Old Blue resting with Amelia as she hummed for Lefty, who did his best to fall asleep. They would remain like that for several hours, during which time Lefty would enter the Tabernacle no less than 7 times. He never got any better at staying there, always waking up not long after he arrived. Despite that, it didn't hamper his determination to try again. The young man seemed to be getting a clearer picture of the place each time he visited, claiming that he could see rooms and stairs, even if his trips were too quick to make out any details. Amelia, meanwhile, continued to hum for him long into the night, occasionally visiting the sleep tabernacle herself on accident. Unlike Lefty, however, she found each visit just as disorienting as the first. She got used to it to a certain degree, no longer waking up terrified after the 3rd visit, but she never enjoyed it, and was still unable to see how Lefty did. As night turned into early morning, Old Blue even took an accidental trip to the Tabernacle. His frightened reaction was probably the most intense and comedic of them all, though by the time it happened, Lefty and Amelia were too tired to react with anything but soft smiles and sleepy chuckles. Eventually, the inability to rest had taken its toll on the group. After Lefty's 8th failed attempt to remain in the Tabernacle, Old Blue and Amelia agreed that they should call it a night and return home for now. Lefty wanted to keep going, but he was too tired to argue. Slowly, the trio stood up, dusted themselves off, and made their way down the hill. As they did, they agreed that they would try this again. Perhaps the Tabernacle would be more approachable after a few days of rest and reflection. Perhaps they could discover some trick after repeat visits. Only time would tell. This discussion of the future came to an end as the group reached the bottom of the hill and finally discovered what had happened to Rahks. They found the Thulan sleeping there in the grass, curled up on its side wearing just a pair of shorts. Its tunic had been folded up into a makeshift pillow, propping its head up as it snored on the ground. Lefty gently kicked his friend until it awoke with a start.
Huh? Oh, I wasn't sleeping. I was just studying this dirt. It's great dirt, Lefty. Golden. Best dirt I've ever seen. Smells real nice, too.
Despite their exhaustion, or perhaps because of it, Lefty and Amelia laughed louder at this than anything they had experienced all night. They would tease Rahks for its sleepy outburst most of the way back to the capital, only stopping once their attention was diverted by the breathtaking sight of the sun rising in the distance. Chapter 39. Unrequited. Lefty only took a single day to rest before returning to the sleep tabernacle. Plutarch tried to persuade him to wait and do more research, and Old Blue agreed, saying he should at least take some time to devise a strategy before rushing recklessly into potential danger. But Lefty insisted that charging headlong into danger was his strategy, and it was more effective than any amount of research. He argued that he had already spent a long time trying to plan things out on paper, and it hadn't been useful at all. His combined time inside the tabernacle may have only been counted in seconds, but that short experience gave him more insight than the months he spent reading. He needed more first-hand knowledge before he could do any serious planning, and that meant throwing himself into the tabernacle as quickly as possible and as often as he could. To be honest, it wasn't awful reasoning, although Plutarch was less than impressed. It compared his strategy to bashing one's head against a locked door until the lock broke. Lefty countered by saying that was essentially how he escaped the drink tabernacle, which was enough to make Plutarch throw its hands up in defeat. Lefty was the adventurer, after all. He had somehow made it through 3 tabernacles already, so if he thought this would work, perhaps it would. And so, He began visiting the Tabernacle of Dreams almost every night. He invited Rahks and Amelia to join him any time they were free, but with both of them still attending the Dreamery on a regular basis, they were rarely available to pull an all-night vigil. Making the long trek outside the city wasn't nearly as fun without them, but Lefty wasn't completely alone. Old Blue was there to accompany him as always, and also 2 of Plutarch's servants. The Thulin insisted that Lefty bring a pair along with him, just in case he sustained injuries. The young man didn't trust them to actually be useful, but he tolerated their presence so long as they didn't interfere with his work. Fortunately, he didn't have to worry about that, because he couldn't do any work. Oh, he tried. For days and days he made attempts, but for one reason or another he was completely unable to fall asleep on that burnt-out hill. He tried all the conventional strategies, counting minks, clearing his mind, reading, but nothing was effective. He considered that it might just be a matter of comfort, and experimented with bringing a bedroll, a chair, a cot, and a sleeping bag, but none of them worked either. One night he even had Plutarch's servants carry a full-sized bed out to the sleep tabernacle, but that failed as well. I think it may still be out there on the side of the road, actually. No one wanted to haul it back. His next idea was exhausting himself. He stayed awake for a day straight, hoping that sleep deprivation would carry him to the tabernacle. This worked insofar as he was able to sleep, but strangely he didn't dream. It was actually quite frustrating. When Lefty fell asleep and stayed asleep, Old Blue thought the lad had finally made a breakthrough. He waited around for hours, eager to see what Lefty had learned, only for the young man to wake up confused and disappointed. For him, it was as if he had simply closed his eyes and then woken up again. He didn't even realize he had slept, and he was still supremely tired. Growing more desperate, Lefty considered using a hammer to knock himself unconscious. Fortunately for him, Old Blue was able to explain how completely foolish and borderline suicidal that idea was, and he abandoned it after a single failed attempt. Finally, at Plutarch's bidding, Lefty consulted a breath mage. For reasons I still don't entirely understand, the young man never quite trusted breath magic. I suspect he may have had a bad experience with it back at the goddam, but I'm not certain. Regardless, this instance did little to change his opinion. While the chemist was able to whip up a vial of gas that put him to sleep when he breathed it in, the concoction left him far too disoriented to dream coherently. He entered the tabernacle. In fact, he went into it multiple times in quick succession, since the chemical prevented him from waking up entirely. But he came away from the experience remembering nothing but vague blurry shapes and the sensation of spinning. And to top it all off, not only was that night wasted, but the next night as well, for after the concoction wore off, he was beset by strong headaches and nausea that lasted half the day and left him too drained to make another attempt. In the end, he had to acknowledge that only one thing had proven capable of putting him to sleep on that desolate hill outside the capital: Amelia's humming. His first instinct was to simply recreate it. Old Blue was the obvious candidate, as he remembered everything perfectly and did a decent job at replicating voices. Despite his best attempts, though, this imitation of Amelia didn't have quite the same effect as the woman herself. It took more than 3 hours of humming for Lefty to fall asleep, and though they tried this technique for several days, they were never able to reduce that time. If he was lucky, this method would give him 2 shots at the tabernacle per night, which was not nearly enough considering he spent less than a minute there before waking up. After that failed experiment, he branched out, thinking that perhaps he just needed a better singer. Old Blue wasn't terrible, but he wasn't exactly gifted either. Lefty managed to convince Rahks to give it a try, but the young Thulin was practically tone-deaf, and it couldn't even hum without a nose. Lefty had several of Plutarch's servants make attempts, but none of them had the right tone either. Eventually, he even convinced his patron to hire a professional singer to assist. The talented lady Plutarch found was able to put him to sleep, several times in fact, but each attempt still took more than an hour. Better results than most, but not nearly efficient enough to warrant the high price she demanded for a private, all-night show. Thus, when Amelia finally had a day off, Lefty practically begged her to join him. He even offered to take the young woman out to dinner beforehand, just to show his appreciation, which was more than enough to convince her. Of course, there was no guarantee that her humming would work a second time, but Lefty had run out of options, and seemed certain that she was the key to his dreaming success. And for better or worse, he was right. The second night she joined him was the most productive he had since the first. For whatever reason, the soft, almost uncertain humming that came from Amelia knocked Lefty out within minutes. He visited the sleep tabernacle more than 24 times that night, and though he barely made any progress towards his goal, simply being able to make so many attempts at all was progress in its own right. From there, Lefty began seeking out Amelia on an almost daily basis, knocking on the door of her humble apartment every evening to ask if she would accompany him to the tabernacle. And despite how busy she was, she started making time for him. It was just 3 days a week at first, similar to their tutoring arrangement from before. But over time, he gradually overtook more and more of her schedule. It wasn't long before the young lady was spending nearly every night with Lefty, running herself ragged on a schedule that involved staying up all night, sleeping for just a few hours, and then heading to work at the Dreamery in the afternoon. Fortunately for her, work involved a lot of sleeping, but with how exhausted she was, it was difficult to focus on her craft, and it suffered as a result. Not only did she produce fewer products for Sigilthrock, but most of her private commissions had to be delayed or outright cancelled. This was especially unfortunate because Amelia always seemed to be in dire need of more cash, though I'm not sure exactly why. Her job at the Dreamery, while not as lucrative as a full sleep meister, still paid very well, far more than most professions. That, along with the commissions and tutoring, should have allowed her to live very comfortably indeed. But despite that, she stayed in her cramped apartment in the poor side of town, living with minimal furniture and eating on a budget. I never found out where all her money was going. She was very tight-lipped about the subject. I suspect she was taking care of some invalid family member, but that's only speculation. It's entirely possible that she was just saving it up and wanted to live well below her means. But if so, she was really dedicated to her budget, because once she started joining Lefty on a nightly basis, she also started skipping some meals entirely. And yet, despite all that, Amelia seemed happier during this time than she ever had before. She smiled more, talked more openly. She should have been exhausted, but she walked to the tabernacle with a spring in her step. She thoroughly enjoyed her sleepless nights with Lefty, sitting around Old Sleepy and chatting between attempts. On that burned-out hill where nothing new would grow, her feelings towards the young man blossomed. She went from a mere curious observer to someone invested in his struggles, from someone who just wanted to see what would happen to him, to someone who actively pushed for him to succeed. She would accompany him as often as she could, and even though Plutarch eventually offered to pay Amelia for her time, she refused that offer. In fact, despite losing significant money from her commitment to Lefty, she never asked for anything in return, except for conversation and the occasional breakfast when they were done with attempts for the night. As for Lefty, While he certainly came to enjoy Amelia's company more as they spent more time together, he never seemed to understand why she grew so devoted towards him, even when it became obvious to everyone else. I remember one evening in particular. Lefty was waiting at Plutarch's mansion for Amelia to arrive and accompany him to the sleep tabernacle. His patron's attitude had softened a bit since the library incident, now that it was clear Lefty was making progress once more. It had also come to accept Lefty's new friends with a hint of respect. It appreciated Amelia in particular, acknowledging her intelligence and noting that, while she was just a journeyman now, she was clearly on the road to being a great sleep meister someday. Rahks, not so much, but Plutarch had a soft spot for the young Thulin nonetheless, occasionally inviting it to stay over for dinner. It was after one of these dinners that discussion turned to Amelia.
"Yeah, I don't know why she doesn't take the money,"
Lefty said as he, Rahks, and Plutarch were resting in the lounge, Old Blue sitting on his head.
"I think it has something to do with the humming. Like, she doesn't want to be paid for being a musician. She thinks it's beneath her or something."
Rahks tilted his head in confusion, looking up to Old Blue for a moment and then back down to Lefty.
Buddy, I'm pretty sure Amelia does that because she likes you. Like, more than a friend?
Lefty let out an amused puff of air.
Good joke. What does that even mean?
Well, clearly the young woman doesn't want your relationship to be strictly professional. She wants to make it crystal clear that she's helping you out of admiration, and not because of her empty purse, said Plutarch.
This made Lefty laugh out loud.
Since when did the Thulins become masters of romance?
Hey, I've read books,
said Rahks, a little embarrassed, but Plutarch just grinned.
I admit I'm no expert on the subject, but even I can spot romantic feelings when they're this obvious. I'm surprised you can't.
I can't spot them because they don't exist. You two just don't understand human stuff, said Lefty.
Oh? And what about Old Blue? I'm sure your kickin' friend can back us up on this.
Lefty tilted his head up slightly, letting Old Blue know that he was looking towards him for an answer. Yeah. I have to agree with Plutarch and Rahks here. The lass clearly fancies you. Quite a bit, actually.
Naw, said Lefty. You too, Blue? Get real. Amelia's no different from Pedra or Titus or even Plutarch, he said, gesturing toward the Thulin in front of him. She's getting something out of this. A chance to study the sleep tabernacle, or a reason to avoid work, or something. I don't know.
I think all she's getting out of this is a chance to spend time with you, said Old Blue.
Yeah,
added Rahks.
It's like Priscilla in the Lost Seas. She joins the crew in disguise so she can be close to Agrippa, hoping one day he'll notice her feelings and return them in kind.
Lefty just shook his head, giving another chuckle.
Well, if that's what she's after, she ain't getting it.
What? Why not?
Asked Plutarch, surprising everyone in the room with its genuine interest. A second later it seemed to realize it had spoken a little too loudly and pulled back.
I just think you'd make a cute couple is all. You balance each other out quite nicely. In my opinion, anyway.
Lefty laughed loudest and hardest at this, making Plutarch flustered in a way I don't believe I've seen before or since.
Well, sorry to disappoint you two, but I don't like Amelia that way. I just don't. She's not my type, said Lefty.
What is your type?
Asked Rahks. But before Lefty could respond, the door opened. One of Plutarch's servants peeked in to inform them that Amelia was waiting by the front gates.
Oh, gotta go, said Lefty. I'll see you two later, he added with a grin,
standing up and heading towards the door. Just as he was about to duck out, though, he stopped and turned back.
Oh, and don't tell any of this to Amelia. You'll just embarrass her, he said,
before disappearing out the door. As he made his way towards the front of Plutarch's mansion, Old Blue chimed in again.
Lad, I really do think you should take this seriously.
Blue, even if you are right, what good would it do to tell Amelia? If she thinks I don't like her, she might stop humming for me.
Well, maybe, lad, but don't you think it's more important to be honest?
No, said Lefty without elaboration. Old Blue was a bit shocked to hear something so callous, but by the time he regained his senses, they were already out the front door and approaching Amelia, so he didn't want to say anything. She looked so happy, standing there with her notebooks, smiling wide as she saw Lefty approaching. The Kicken had half a mind to tell her everything right then and there, to disobey Lefty's order and reveal his true feelings. Honesty is important, especially when you're talking about friends. And Lefty was friends with Amelia, wasn't he? I think so. He treated her with the same kindness as... Yeah, they were friends. He cared about her. I did too. That's why I couldn't stand to break her heart, or to make Lefty angry. They were both happy after all, and, well, at the end of the day, we did need her help with the Tabernacle. Chapter 40. Chaos Cartography. With Amelia by his side, Lefty began to make steady progress. Within his first week, he managed to stay in the Sleep Tabernacle for 8 minutes, breaking the previous known record by a substantial margin. By the time a month rolled around, he was able to stay asleep for nearly an hour, getting so accustomed to the Tabernacle that he could actually explore its chaotic rooms. Eventually, his familiarity with the structure would allow him and Amelia to do what no one else thought possible. They would make a map of the Sleep Tabernacle. Now you might think that this was an amazing breakthrough, one which would help everyone better understand the mysterious monument. But you'd only be half right. The map was indeed amazing, but it was nearly incomprehensible to everyone except for Lefty, and kind of Amelia. While she never tried to enter the Tabernacle on purpose, finding it far too intense for comfort, her exhausting schedule ensured that she often found herself inside its walls regardless. She never got completely accustomed to it like Lefty did, but over time she became comfortable enough to occasionally spend half an hour there before waking. She compared the experience to being profoundly drunk. Focus was impossible, details were fuzzy, the floor seemed to move on its own, and there was a constant sense of rocking, as if she were in the hull of some small ship on choppy seas. More than once she woke up with an intense nausea that required her to leave Old Sleepy and lie down by the side of the road like Rahks had. And yet, through all that, she did manage to see some of the rooms that Lefty described, which allowed her to at least partially understand what he was talking about. It was her who actually drew the map. She was an excellent drafter, known for her detailed diagrams of sleep-crafted objects, and a floor plan was not too different from that. Working from Lefty's instructions, she did her best to depict the chaotic, sprawling labyrinth he described, even when it seemed to make zero sense. You've probably noticed that in all this time, I haven't actually described the interior of the Sleep Tabernacle, and that's because I'm not really sure how. I've been there myself, several times actually, but I was never able to last more than a few brief moments, and what I saw then was incomprehensible. Amelia described the tabernacle as spinning or rocking, but that really doesn't do it justice. When I try to slow down the memories in my mind's eye, it's more like you're everywhere in the tabernacle all at once. You're in every room, in every corner of every room, standing in every doorway, sitting on the ceiling, hanging out the windows, in every spot, along every surface in the entire building. Maybe not at the same time, but in such rapid succession that it feels like you're moving, like you're cycling between these thousands of points in the blink of an eye. I'm not an expert on sleep magic, but what I think is happening is that when you fall asleep on that hill, the entirety of the Tabernacle is forced into your mind in one instant. You're not going into the structure. The structure is entering your dream. And what you see is just your mind trying to comprehend all that information. But it's not just the structure itself, it's the memories of every mage who helped to construct it. You're seeing the Tabernacle as they dreamt it, from their perspectives, like a part of their minds are mingling with your own, and your brain doesn't know how to process those thoughts. The memories are all in first person. They make you feel like you made the Tabernacle, like these are your memories and your rooms, except there's dozens of them, countless conflicting thoughts and personalities, all trying to assert themselves as being you. It's that initial shock that wakes most people up. They just can't handle it. You need to fight to remain yourself in there. It takes supreme willpower to just exist at a single point in the Tabernacle and walk through it like an actual person in a physical building. And the whole time your mind keeps trying to yank you back into that state of omnipresence. You lose focus for 1 second, you take one uncertain step, and it's like stepping into every room at once. It's not that the floor is shaking, it's that you're stepping on so many different floors at the same time. It's maddening. I could never get my bearings. So I never saw anything, just a brief flash of a million different things that are blurry even when I try to freeze the moment in my mind. All of this is to say, I have no first-hand knowledge of the rooms in the Sleep Tabernacle. All I do have are Lefty and Amelia's descriptions. And even with those, whew. I remember one evening in particular. They were at Plutarch's place on one of the rare nights when they weren't visiting the Tabernacle. The two of them were sitting in the study. The planning table had been brought out, and Amelia's various maps were sprawled across its surface as they tried to talk through Lefty's latest discovery. All right, so if you go left out of the atrium, and you walk across the water, then there are 2 staircases?
Yeah. Well, I guess there's 5, but the other 3 are only kind of stairs. Like they only show up if you take too long and they go sideways instead of upways.
What?
They don't matter. There's 2 main staircases. It can be kind of confusing though because they're in the same place, but they lead to different rooms.
So, they're right next to each other.
No. They're in the same place. Like, exactly the same place.
Oh, so it's 1 staircase, but it leads to 2 places.
What? No. Actually, kind of, I guess. There's definitely 2 staircases. They're just in the same place. But you can only be on one of them at a time, you know?
No, I don't know.
It's like the room with all the doors. You've made it there, right? There's the one that moves, but it doesn't move.
You're talking about the quarter door room?
Yeah, like that, but without all the clock stuff.
Oh, okay. But if there's no clock, how do you know which stairs you're on?
You just kinda know, you know? It's like being hungry. You don't think about it, you just are.
I'll write that down.
Like, you step on the stairs, right? And deep in your tummy you'll have this feeling like, hey, I'm on the backward stairs now, or, oh no, it's the inverted stairs again.
Okay,
backwards or inverted? And what's the difference between the stairs?
Well, the backward stairs you have to go up backwards. Otherwise you start getting shorter. And you don't want to shrink until you get to the infinity door. Otherwise you won't be tall enough to reach the holes.
Ah, of course. And what about the inverted stairs?
Those are just regular, I think. You walk up them, and that's how you get to the snake room.
Then why do you call them the inverted stairs?
That's just what they're called. I don't know why. That's just what my tummy tells me, you know? I was hoping maybe you could tell me what inverted means, because going up the backward stairs backwards really helped, so I'm thinking maybe if I can go up the inverted stairs all invertedly, it'll do something that makes me get past the squircle windows in the snake room. Like maybe it'll give me cold hands or something. I think that's the only way through, but even if we ignore the heat, the windows aren't big enough to climb through until the corners start coming in. But by then everything outside the windows starts turning greenish, and if there's more brown than green, you have to go all the way back to the lime room and do the train puzzle again, and that eats up so much time I can't...
Wait, slow down. I can't write that fast. What kind of windows were those again?
Squircle?
Like a square and a circle combined?
Like a squirrel and a circle combined.
Oh, that makes so much more sense.
I'll stop transcribing their conversation there, but know that it went on like that for hours. And that was one of their more coherent conversations. I kind of understood that one. It almost makes the Sleep Tabernacle seem like a place you could walk through. And then they start talking about simultaneous rooms, and rooms you only experience as audio, and the hallways that split off into 4 dimensions, and I just get completely lost. So I'm sorry. As a storyteller, I'd really like to describe an exciting romp through the Dream Tabernacle. But as someone who values the truth, more or less, I'm not going to just make something up. The fact is, I don't understand what the inside of the Sleep Tabernacle is like. And even if I did, trying to explain every room and how Lefty managed to navigate them would be an exercise in absurdity. All you really need to know is that it was chaos. Completely ridiculous chaos. And somehow, Lefty and Amelia found patterns in that chaos. They mapped the madness. No one understood it but them, but then no one else needed to, even if many would try. You see, the tabernacle itself was not the only problem that Lefty was dealing with. It was around this time that word of his attempts began to spread among the dreamer community. He arrived one night at Old Sleepy to find that there were a couple of mages already waiting there, curious to see if someone was really exploring the tabernacle like they had heard. It didn't take long to figure out the source of this rumor. Rahks never did know when to keep its mouth shut. Though to be fair, Lefty and Amelia didn't exactly help. The two made no attempt to hide what they were doing, and instead explained a bit of what they had uncovered. The visitors seemed friendly enough, after all, and Lefty did enjoy showing off. I think he assumed that this would be a one-off occurrence. At most, maybe these 2 mages would show up again and become new friends. A few days later, though, there were 4 entirely different mages waiting on the hill. The next day there were 6, then 10. Before long, small crowds were forming around Old Sleepy almost every night, as a large portion of the dreamer community was suddenly struck with renewed interest for their element's tabernacle. It was an unexpected development, to be certain, but not really a bothersome one, so long as Plutarch didn't find out. Lefty was supposed to be keeping a low profile, after all. If his patron discovered that half the mages at Sigilthrox knew of his quest, well, it wouldn't be pretty. But the likelihood of that was slim, in Lefty's estimation. Most of the visitors were simply curious observers who wished to ask a few questions. The few that returned night after night were fans like Rahks, who marveled at Lefty's adventures and cheered him on to succeed. And most importantly, all of them were within the heavily insulated Dreamer community. There was a sense of loyalty among mages, and they kept to their own, so there was little chance that word of his attempts would reach the general public. Or so he thought. But not every sleep mage was a wise and generous soul, and as the crowds grew ever larger, a select few would prove to be quite bothersome indeed. It seemed like every week brought some new upstart seeking to challenge Lefty's mastery of the Tabernacle. It was well known by this point that the lad was inexperienced and self-taught, a complete amateur who had only ever produced a single dream-crafted item. If he could explore the Tabernacle, then surely a true mage could do it with ease. At least that's what these braggarts thought. They showed up full of condescension and bravado, proudly proclaiming that they would swoop in and claim the Clavis Imperium long before Lefty did. Though annoying, most of these rivals would prove harmless. The vast majority gave up after just one night, forced to admit that they had underestimated both Lefty and the Tabernacle. The worrisome ones were those confrontational few who couldn't believe that Lefty's feats were true. There were not many of them, but they made up for their lack of numbers by being extremely loud and surprisingly influential. Most of them were very talented mages, a few were even sleep meisters, and they were completely unable to accept that some ignorant commoner from the middle of nowhere could do what they could not. These arrogant and often wealthy dreamers accused Lefty of being a liar and a fraud, which would have been easy enough to ignore, except they felt the need to complain to people outside the dreamer community. That was how Plutarch found out. One of their associates asked if the rumors were true. Was the wise and wealthy Plutarch really sinking cash into some swindler pretending to be a sleep mage? It put the Thulin into a no-win scenario. It could play into the rumor and have its reputation take another substantial hit, or it could tell the truth about Lefty and have all their work with the Tabernacles go public. It chose the latter, but it was not happy about it. That morning was the loudest I've ever heard Plutarch shout. It was furious. Lefty and his foolish friends had really done it this time. King fever was inevitable now, and they were not prepared for it. All of Plutarch's carefully made plans would have to be thrown out, and everything from here on would get much more expensive. The Thulin ranted and raved about Lefty's idiocy and his awful choice of companions. Any goodwill Rahks or Amelia had earned was wiped away by their inability to keep a secret, and the two of them were no longer welcome in the house of Plutarch. I kept expecting Lefty to shout back, to defend himself or his friends. I thought he might even walk out and leave. But he didn't. He just sat there, letting the Thulin shout and curse until it was out of breath. Then, in a voice even more monotone than usual, Lefty agreed with everything Plutarch said, and apologized. The Thulin was taken aback by this sign of humility. It stopped, and then apologized as well for all the shouting, and reaffirmed that despite this setback, they needed to work together, now more than ever. The coming months would bring great turmoil, but through their partnership they could weather the storm. It ended the conversation by placing a warm hand on Lefty's shoulder, letting the young man know that they would face this uncertain future together. Lefty agreed, in the same monotone voice as before, his face expressionless. This was a mood I was familiar with, one I witnessed back at the Goddam when he was first learning how to swim. It was the face of resignation, the surrender to duty. Plutarch thought they had sorted out their differences. It thought that this outburst of anger would be water under the bridge. It had no idea that, in Lefty's mind, their relationship had already ended in all but name. Plutarch was no longer a teacher, an advisor, a friend, or even a business associate. To Lefty, Plutarch wasn't even a person anymore. It had become a duty, a burden he was forced to put up with because of his circumstances. He would nod and agree, and say what he thought the Thulin wanted to hear, but he would leave at the first opportunity. Perhaps if given enough time, this would have changed. Perhaps their relationship would have softened and healed once again, just as it had after Lefty's abandonment at the defecation tabernacle and his expulsion from the library. But, for better or worse, something new came along and took all of Lefty's attention. Something more stressful than Plutarch, the spiteful sleep mages, and the chaos map combined. For you see, after several months of searching, he finally found it. The Clavis Imperium, hidden deep within a secretive chamber in the sleep tabernacle. And when he did, he woke up from his dream screaming like no one had ever heard before, his voice expressing the kind of unbridled terror that only comes from someone who believes they are about to die a most painful and gruesome death. Because it turns out, there is a beast lurking in the Tabernacle of Dreams, a horrifying nightmare creature beyond all description, which guards the Clavis Imperium from any would-be kings. It was an entity as chaotic and twisted as the structure that held it, and according to Lefty, it was a Vork. Chapter 41. Pure Terror. Lefty screamed and thrashed on the ground for more than a minute straight before collapsing onto his back, breathing deep and heavy as he stared up into the night sky. Amelia and Rahks leaned over him, asking if he was all right, trying to find out what happened. But he didn't respond. He didn't even look at them. His eyes were wide and unfocused, as if he were staring through them, to gaze at some unseen entity in the distance. Then he began to mutter, "It was a Vork. It was a Vork. It was a Vork. It was a Vork. It was a Vork." Amelia put her hand on his shoulder and tried to reassure him. She told Lefty that he was awake now and safe, but he didn't react, continuing to repeat the same sentence over and over again. Around them a ring of spectating mages began to mutter amongst themselves, asking what he was saying, wondering what it could mean. Then all at once he snapped out of it. His body gave one last shiver, and the whispers stopped, his eyes focusing once more. For a brief second he seemed confused, looking around at all the people surrounding him as if seeing them for the first time. "Where are my point lights?" he asked.
"They're right over there by the stump, where you left them," said Rahks.
Lefty sat up abruptly, pushing Amelia out of his way with a forceful shove as he stood and went over to Old Sleepy. Without a word, he grabbed his point lights and placed them on his head.
"Lefty!"
said Old Blue, looking up at him from the stump.
"What's wrong, lad? What are you doing?"
he asked. "It was a Vork," he said, clear as day, "and I'm leaving. I quit." The crowd burst into chatter once again, but the young man paid them no heed. He simply turned away from everyone else and began walking briskly towards the road. It took a moment for Lefty's friends to gather their wits and go after him. Ever-exhausted Amelia rose to shaky legs and stumbled down the hill, while Rahks grabbed Old Blue and followed shortly behind, holding the kitten against its chest with both arms.
"Lefty, wait!"
shouted Old Blue, as the three of them gave chase.
"What do you mean it was a Vork?"
He was trying to get the lad to stop and elaborate, but he didn't even slow down. He just kept rushing down that hill, not quite running, but walking very quickly. It was a Vork! He shouted angrily, not even bothering to turn back. They watched as he reached the road and began marching towards the capital. Lefty! Vorks don't exist! That's the whole joke! Come back, lad! We just want to talk! But it was no use. He just kept on going. When Amelia and Rahks finally reached the road, they jogged to catch up with him. But as soon as they got close, the young man turned on his friends, blinding them with his head-mounted point lights. The two of them stumbled back and tried to shield their eyes. They didn't get a good look at Lefty's face, but Old Blue saw it clearly. The young man was terrified. Streaks of wetness glistened on his cheeks, and his eyes were wide with panic. It was an expression that Old Blue hadn't seen since the young man's near-fatal encounter with the Guardian back in the sewers. "I'm not going back! You can't make me! I'm not fighting the Vork again! I can't! It's... Lefty didn't even finish the statement. He just turned and broke into a sprint, running away from them at a pace that his friends were too stunned and too exhausted to keep up with. The three of them would make the long, slow trek back to the capital together, and arrive at Plutarch's mansion to find that Lefty had locked himself in his room.
"He says he's not coming out,"
said a befuddled Plutarch, standing outside the door.
"He also says he's never sleeping again either,"
the Thulin added dryly, rolling its eyes. Needless to say, Lefty did sleep again. He also came out of his room, after a day or so. And he even returned to the sleep tabernacle, though that last one would take several days. For you see, the terror of the Vork stuck with him long after that initial night, instilling within him a sense of anxiety so strong that even speaking about the dream tabernacle made him tense up with fear. He was truly rattled by the experience, perhaps even traumatized by it. But in the end he had to continue. He had come too far and put in too much work to turn back now. At least that's what Plutarch told him. And given that the Thulin was supplying him with food and shelter, Lefty was inclined to agree with it, even if he didn't want to. Actually, that's not completely fair. Lefty did have alternatives. Amelia offered to let him stay with her, regardless of if he continued pursuing the tabernacles. And there was always Lady Perrose. But after some consideration, he rejected both ideas. The way he saw it, all his options were equally awful. The only difference between them was that attempting the sleep tabernacle had a chance to pay off. He may have been terrified of facing the Vork again, but if he somehow managed to defeat it, then the reward would be legendary. And so, after nearly a week off, Lefty made another trip to the sleep tabernacle. Unfortunately, his second encounter with the Vork went about as well as the first. So did his third, fourth, fifth, and so on. He managed to maintain enough of his senses not to go sprinting down the hill, but he might as well have. Once he reached the Vork, his night was over. He could not face it again without at least a day of recovery, often more. Because no matter how many times he encountered the creature, it never became any less frightening. He always woke up utterly terrified and panic-stricken. Sometimes he'd jump awake violently, screaming and thrashing as if he were fighting for his life. Other times he'd be paralyzed with fear, only his eyes opening as he lay there, shivering in shock, staring into the distance as he whispered the same phrase over and over again. As for what exactly made this monster so frightening, I can't say, for its appearance was even more mysterious than the tabernacle itself. Though Lefty would continue to insist that the beast was a Vork, he couldn't elaborate any further than that. Like a child experiencing a nightmare, he would wake up terrified, but unable to recall why. The details vanished along with his dream, leaving behind only a sense of existential dread that consumed his entire being, as if he had looked into the eyes of some evil deity too sinister to comprehend. All we really have to go off of are the words he would occasionally whisper when he woke up paralyzed. These seemed useful at first, but they quickly proved to be inconsistent. For instance, one night he woke up repeating the words, "eyes within eyes within eyes." A cryptic phrase, to be certain, but it gave a hint as to what the Vork might look like. Then, a few nights later, he jolted awake mumbling the phrase, "it can't be seen," over and over again. This was not the last contradiction. Sometimes his descriptions implied the Vork was enormous, that it was everywhere. And sometimes it was small enough to crawl into his ear like a bug, or slip underneath his fingernails. One night it was harder than steel. Another night it flowed like water. The beast burned through his skin. It was cold as death itself. Perhaps strangest of all, though, was that on more than one occasion Lefty woke up saying, "It knows my true name. It always has." Which seems to indicate that the Vork was an intelligent creature that speaks to Lefty. But if so, the lad was never able to recall any of their conversations. In fact, even his own whispered words seemed beyond his recollection. He never regained full consciousness until after he stopped mumbling, by which point he had no memory of what he had been saying or why. As a result, we never got a solid picture of what the Vork looked like or what it did to Lefty when he encountered it, which made it practically impossible to prepare for. I mean, how do you strategize to fight something when all you know is that it's terrifying? Amelia had some ideas, but Lefty was not very receptive to them. She confided in Old Blue early one morning, while the young man was sleeping against the stump next to her.
Now don't tell him I said this, but I don't think the Vork is real. At least not in the way he thinks it is. Scaevolas broke a lot of rules, but he wouldn't create life with dream magic. Not after the Dark War.
Well, if it's not alive, then what is it? Asked Old Blue.
I think it's some kind of trap. A trap designed to scare people. Kind of like a spring-loaded scarecrow that pops out whenever someone gets too close to the Clavis Imperium.
So you're saying the Vork is just a scary puppet on a stick? Old Blue asked incredulously.
No, not like that, Amelia said, rubbing her temple in exhaustion. Maybe a scarecrow is a bad analogy. Think of it more like a spring-loaded crossbow. Except it doesn't shoot arrows. Instead, it shoots frightening imagery directly into the mind of whoever it hits.
Is that something dream magic can do? Asked Old Blue.
Theoretically, yes. Have you ever heard of a memory mallet?
I can't say that I have.
They aren't common. They look kind of like little hammers, except they can be used to store memories, essentially. Simple ones. Usually just a few seconds at most. An image or a couple paragraphs of text. A sleep mage can infuse a memory into the mallet, and then, if someone taps the mallet to the side of their head, they experience that memory.
That seems like a nifty little trick. Amelia nodded.
They were used a lot in the tail end of the war to send secret messages. A spy could infuse the memory of studying some important battle plans, and then send it to someone disguised as a household object. It's a lot more work than paper, but it was extra secure against the pentoids. They can't use memory mallets since they don't have the same kind of brains as humans and Thulans and Deepins do. So even if the enemy intercepted the mallet and knew what it was, they couldn't see the message.
Oh, so that's how they did it. Amelia nodded again.
They haven't seen much use since the war, though. Some dreamers use them to better remember blueprints before bed, and they had a brief stint as a novelty a few years back. But they're pretty difficult to make. Time-consuming, too. It's not worth the effort for something that's essentially just a toy.
Amelia looked up wistfully, a smile creeping across her face.
Though they are really something. There's an old memory mallet drifting around the Dreamery that I got to try once. It has the memory of a choir performing a whole song. It's pretty interesting. If you ever want to give it a listen, I think I could track down who has it and, Hey, wait. I might actually be able to... Never mind, I'm getting off topic. My point is, there's a precedent. Dreamers can create something that essentially inserts thoughts and feelings into someone else's head, and both Scaevolas and especially Salvadora would be really familiar with them.
I see, said Old Blue. So you think the Vork is just Lefty being hit with a really big memory mallet?
Well, not exactly, but the principle is the same. Instead of allowing someone to experience a memory, they're forcing someone to experience an emotion. In this case, fear. Pure fear, injected straight into someone's mind.
Oh my, that's quite the test of courage, I suppose. Amelia nodded solemnly.
It would explain why Lefty can't adapt to it, why it's not consistent, why he can't seem to remember anything about the Vork even after dozens of meetings. It's not actually real. It's not even a puppet on a stick. It's just terror. And the monster he thinks he's seeing is just his mind trying to make sense of what he's feeling. The trap makes him feel like he's seeing the scariest thing imaginable, so his brain fills in the gaps with whatever scares him.
Old Blue lifted a brow. And he's scared of Vorks? Amelia shook her head.
I don't think he understands what Vorks are. That's what scares him. Fear of the unknown. The oldest and most powerful fear.
For a brief moment she stared out into the night sky above, gazing across the infinite sea of stars that lay before her. Then she looked back at Old Blue.
Either that or he's terrified of philosophy. I wouldn't put it past that lunk to think thought experiments are scary.
She chuckled at the thought, before her expression turned to a soft smile, her eyes sliding over to gaze affectionately at Lefty sleeping nearby. Well, I suppose that makes about as much sense as anything else, said Old Blue. Amelia turned back.
I admit it's all just theorizing on my part, but I think it's at least worth exploring the idea. But Lefty won't listen. He's certain the Vork is real, and with all those other mages calling him a liar, I don't even know how to bring it up. Not without making him think I've lost faith in him. And I can't do that, Blue. He's already so on edge. I just want to be there for him. Someone has to be. I don't think he's ever had someone who just loves him unconditionally. Except you, of course.
Old Blue smiled. Not long after that, Lefty woke up from another attempt, screaming and convulsing as if he were in agony. It was rather hard to watch, especially for Amelia. To see someone she cared about, someone who's normally so bright and cheerful, crying inconsolably on the ground. It was heartbreaking. Whatever the Vork was, visiting it was torture to the poor lad, and everyone could tell. But despite this, He continued to visit the Nightmare Tabernacle, as he came to call it. He went less often, and he rarely stayed the whole night, but he carried on none the less, and it quickly began to take its toll on his health. The constant stress and the lack of sleep made him noticeably sluggish, even on the days he didn't leave the capital. His face took on a haggard appearance, aided by the fact that his hairline began to recede. Privately, Old Blue and Rahks urged him to take things more slowly, but unfortunately, a second development ensured that he could not. I mentioned before how several dreamers had attempted to prove themselves superior to Lefty by navigating the Tabernacle faster than he did. Most gave up after one night, but not all of them did. A handful of sleep mages persisted in making attempts, and it wasn't long before a few of them began sleeping for long stretches of time. After all, Lefty had proven that you could stay in the Tabernacle if you were stubborn enough, and so they followed his example, exposing themselves to chaos night after night until they eventually grew accustomed to it. Of course, they were still months behind Lefty and lacked Amelia's map, so it would be a long while before they figured out the inverted stairs. But the simple fact that they were making progress at all just added to Lefty's anxieties, especially now that he had hit a brick wall. He wanted to rest, to maybe take a week or two off to really gather his strength. But every night he wasn't at the Tabernacle, one of his rivals was, slowly but surely catching up to him. And the thought that someone might get there first while he was trying to relax, well, it made it very difficult to relax. But even then, the stress of these legitimate rivals paled in comparison to those outright hostile mages who still considered him a fraud. They seemed to be growing in number, and Lefty's claims of seeing a Vork didn't help. Not only that, but with each passing day they grew more direct with their attacks. Every few nights a whole group of them would show up at Old Sleepy just to mock him to his face. They found his post-nightmare panics to be especially comical, and did their best to convince those around him that he was either a fraud who was faking his fear, or a complete coward who couldn't handle the Tabernacle without crying like a baby. All of this came to a head one night when an especially relentless Grumpster decided to prove that Lefty was pretending, by giving him a rather sharp kick in the ribs. The mage had expected Lefty to avoid the attack, or to at least flinch, but of course he didn't. The kick only served to give him a rather rude awakening just as he was nearing the Vork's chamber, wiping out nearly an hour of progress. Lefty's anger at this meaningless act of violence was trumped only by Amelia's. The young woman promptly punched the offending mage in the face, and then proceeded to give him several well-placed kicks of her own before she was restrained by some of the others who had come to watch. In the aftermath of this scuffle, Plutarch began sending an armed guard along with Lefty to prevent anyone else from interfering with his work. This should have alleviated some of his stress, but it was offset by the Thulin's ever-growing frustration at the situation. Employing a guard overnight was yet another expense which only drew more attention to the Sleep Tabernacle. And to top it all off, the Thulin blamed Amelia for the violence escalating, once again chastising Lefty for his choice of friends. The young man agreed and apologized, in the same monotone voice he had begun using whenever he spoke to Plutarch. But in private he made sure to tell Amelia that she was more important to him than anyone. I'm certain he meant this in a very platonic and practical way, but you wouldn't have known it from the way her eyes lit up. The woman was devoted to Lefty. She would do anything to help him, and in the coming days and weeks, it would be her efforts that finally resulted in a breakthrough, for better or worse. Chapter 42. After Midnight. Lefty emerged from Plutarch's mansion one evening to find Rahks and Amelia waiting for him. This was not unusual. What was unusual was the expression on Amelia's face. She was grinning wide and her eyes sparkled with excitement, which was strange because lately everyone had been miserable. It had been more than 3 months since the trio made their first attempt at the Sleep Tabernacle, and any sense of adventure or discovery had long since faded. Grim determination had set in a while ago, and even that had been rapidly eroded by the Vork. Lefty was looking especially haggard. He slouched a little as he walked, his eyelids partially drooping and his expression neutral despite seeing his friends. Old Blue was riding atop his head, and though the kickin' didn't look nearly as bad as Lefty did, the lack of sleep still showed on his face. Rahks wasn't nearly as tired as either of them, but the normally cheerful Thulin had taken on a dour mood lately. It wanted to support Lefty in his endeavors, but it was not looking forward to another night of listening to the young man scream in panic. Plutarch's guard was also there. He was a tall human with blonde hair who wore leather armor and carried a thick iron club. I'd tell you his name if he ever said anything, but he was an excellent guard, which meant he mostly stood there in silence with an intimidating scowl on his face. With him in tow, the group seemed more like a funeral procession than a group of friends. At least it usually did, because usually Amelia was also in a somber mood. But tonight, she was almost giddy with excitement, shifting her weight impatiently from side to side despite the fact that she looked even more exhausted than usual. Her hair was a bit frayed, her stance a bit unstable, and the circles under her eyes had become even darker than they were before. "Hey," said Lefty as they approached. "You two ready to go, or—"
"Not quite yet," said Amelia with a smirk. "She's been hiding something," said Rahks. "Wouldn't bring it out till you got here."
"Oh," said Lefty dispassionately, too tired even for curiosity.
"It's a little gift. Something I've been working on. I think you'll like it."
Amelia reached deep into the front pouch of her blue dress and pulled out something that looked like a small decorative hammer. It was immediately obvious that this thing was a product of sleep magic. It had the texture of polished stone, but the surface was a swirling pattern of dark blues speckled with tiny bits of white, which made it look like a night sky full of stars. It was also obvious that this hammer was not meant to be used on nails. The handle was thin and curved, fitting almost perfectly into Amelia's hand. The head was stout and flat on one end, like you might expect from a hammer, but the other end tapered into a thin point that spiraled in on itself. Engraved onto the side of the head was a white crescent moon that almost seemed to glow amid the dark surface. "Is that a memory mallet?" asked Old Blue. The young woman's grin turned into a full-on smile. "Even better, Blue. I've managed to iterate on the standard design." "What does it do?" asked Lefty.
"It should help you get to sleep faster. And if it works like I'm hoping, it'll help you stay asleep, too. Here, try it out. Just hit it against your head."
Lefty looked down at the object and grimaced. Me and Old Blue already tried that. Whacking myself with a hammer didn't put me to sleep, it just hurt a lot." Amelia laughed out loud. I'm not sure if she realized he was being serious. She might have been too exhausted to care. Regardless, she grabbed Lefty's hand and placed the small mallet into his palm.
"Trust me, this isn't like a regular hammer. Don't whack yourself with it. Just give a little tap. You barely need any force at all."
Lefty looked down at the strange thing in his hand and shrugged. He lifted the mallet to the side of his head and gave a short little knock on his temple. Immediately his face lit up. Hey, I can hear your humming in my head, except it's... The young man didn't even finish his statement before he suddenly slumped over, falling asleep while still on his feet. Fortunately, Rahks had quick reflexes. It reached out and caught Lefty under the armpits before the young man could fall to the cobblestone road below. It took Amelia another second to realize what had happened, her eyes going wide as she gasped, and then leaned forward to try and help Rahks.
Oh, whoa, I didn't think it would be that powerful.
The two of them gently laid Lefty down on the street, and then tried to wake him up again. It took several minutes of shaking and even some light slapping on his cheek before he slowly opened his eyes again, and despite the rather rude awakening, he did so with a warm smile plastered across his face. "Good morning," he said sleepily. "Ugh, how long was I out?"
Just a couple minutes, buddy. You didn't miss a thing," said Rahks. "You feeling all right?" asked Old Blue.
"Mm-hmm," said Lefty, before shaking a bit of the sleep from his head. His eyes grew focused once more as he looked back at Rahks. "Wait, did you say a couple minutes?" he asked, beginning to sit up. "I feel like I just took a long nap." Amelia practically squealed with joy.
"It worked!"
she said, her voice showing uncharacteristic elation, her hands shaking as she began pacing excitedly.
"I can't believe it. I knew it worked on me, but I wasn't sure if it would work on you, but it works even better. This is going to change everything."
And indeed it did. For the first time in a long time, there was a bit of excitement as the four of them, plus Plutarch's guard, made that long trek up to the Sleep Tabernacle. Lefty was still skeptical about Amelia's new device. It was unclear how this thing would help him defeat the Vork, and its creator wouldn't elaborate. But at the same time, anything was better than what he had been doing. Even if the Midnight Mallet, as Amelia called it, was only a sleep aid, it still gave Lefty a glimmer of hope that something might actually change. That was enough to lift his mood, and with it, everyone else's mood as well. Rather than drag their feet, the four of them chatted like friends once again, just as they had on that first night many months ago. Even Ajax chimed in with a joke. That was the guard's name, by the way. Nice guy. Once they arrived at Old Sleepy and sat down around the increasingly crowded stump, Lefty tried the Midnight Mallet for a second time. It worked just as well as it had the first time. He was out almost instantly and presumably dreaming, though there was no way to tell for certain. There was some worry that the sleep might be too deep, that Lefty would be unable to reach the Tabernacle or navigate its halls properly. Only time would tell. In the meantime, while they waited to see what would happen, Amelia explained how her invention worked, revealing the theory to Rahks and Old Blue. I can't give you her exact explanation, because it was interrupted every few sentences by Rahks asking questions, but essentially, the Midnight Mallet was designed to be the polar opposite of the Vork, or at least what Amelia suspected the Vork to be. Her version of a memory mallet not only included a memory of the lullaby she often hummed for Lefty, but also an intense emotion, a feeling of calmness and serenity. She accomplished this by layering hundreds of memories on top of each other. Images of sunsets and the feeling of warm baths, the comfort of being hugged by a loved one, and the quiet joy of curling up with a good book. She drew upon every pleasant memory she could muster, and jammed them together into an amalgamation of sensation. The user of the Midnight Mallet would not be able to discern any one memory, but the overall feeling that those memories induced would be drilled deep into their brain, leaving behind a sense of long-lasting peacefulness that Amelia hoped would counter the fear brought on by the Vork. They wouldn't know for sure, though, until Lefty woke up. Eventually, after nearly an hour of tense waiting, He did wake up, and he did so while screaming once more. But the scream only lasted a few seconds, and it was not followed by convulsing, weeping, mumbling, or a prolonged sense of shock. The young man had encountered the Vork, and it had been intense, but the experience was less like he had stared into the infinite eyes of death itself, and more like he had been whacked upside the head with a big stick. It was still unpleasant, to be certain. His heart was racing, and he needed to stand up and pace for a few minutes to gather his wits. But after only a short recovery time, he sat back down next to old Sleepy and said he was ready to try again. For the first time since he had encountered the beast of the Sleep Tabernacle, Lefty made multiple attempts in a single night. Amelia's mallet hadn't solved the problem, but it had given him a fighting chance. The young woman herself explained it further, once Lefty was sleeping soundly again.
Okay, think of the Vork as a trap that always triggers. Like an arrow of fear that is going to fire into Lefty, no matter how many times he enters that chamber. We can't disable it, and we can't avoid it. All we can do is give Lefty some armor. The mallet essentially puts some padding into his brain. Lots of calming feelings that lessen the impact of the fear arrow. It's not enough to stop the arrow entirely, but we've made it tolerable enough that Lefty's brain isn't completely paralyzed afterwards. And that means he might be able to grow accustomed to it, just like he did with the Tabernacle itself. I think if he can just endure the pain and stay asleep, he can make it past the trap and get to the Clavis Imperium.
Rahks frowned and looked down at their sleeping friend. So wait, what you're saying is, Lefty's just getting shot in the head over and over again until he gets used to it and stops flinching?
Well, that's one way to think of it, yes.
Won't that, damage his brain or something? Amelia blinked.
That's a possibility. But as Lefty often says, fortune favors the bold. I think he'd keep running into that Tabernacle even if it killed him. That's kind of what makes him Lefty. He doesn't give up, even when he probably should,
she said, her concern melting into a fond smile. Over the course of that night, Lefty would go on to make 8 attempts at the Sleep Tabernacle, only stopping once the sun began to rise. As they set out on the long walk back to the capital, he admitted that he was still no closer to beating the Vork, but it no longer terrified him, and that alone was a massive accomplishment. Now that the beast had been converted from a feared enemy to an annoying obstacle, he was willing to ram his head into it over and over again, which meant he could focus on running through the Sleep Tabernacle as quickly as possible. What had taken more than an hour at the start of the night had been reduced to almost half of that by the end of it, and he was confident that he could lower that time even further. He spent most of the long walk back talking at length about the different strategies he could employ to shave seconds from individual rooms. The faster he could reach the Vork, the more opportunities he would get to defeat it. It wasn't until they reached Plutarch's mansion again, and Rahks departed for home, that Lefty realized he had never even thanked Amelia. He had gotten so wrapped up in the excitement of having a new tool and making progress for the first time in weeks that he had nearly forgotten the person responsible, the person who made that tool and then just gave it to him as a gift. Seeing her standing there in the dim morning sunlight, exhausted but smiling, seemingly just happy to help, it melted Lefty's heart, and he was overcome with emotion. Stepping forward suddenly, he wrapped his arms around Amelia, giving the young woman a warm, affectionate hug. She gasped briefly from surprise, and then leaned into him, her tired arms squeezing back, her head resting against his shoulder. For a moment they just stayed like that, embracing in silence. Then Lefty spoke.
"Thank you, Amelia,"
he said, half whispering into her ear.
"You've done so much for me. I don't think I could ever repay you."
"You don't have to," she whispered back, tears glistening in her eyes. "It was nothing, really." Lefty pulled back slightly and looked into Amelia's face. She was a mess, smiling wide and crying at the same time, trembling like a leaf in the wind, too exhausted to control the feelings surging through her.
"You're so tired," Lefty remarked. "You can barely stand."
"I had to work overtime to finish the midnight mallet," she said, blushing slightly. "I called in sick to the Dreamery. It needed to get done. I couldn't stand to watch you suffer one more night." Lefty smiled, and then brushed a tear from her cheek. Amelia smiled back. A moment passed between them. There was a tension in the air. The young woman leaned forward, her face moving towards Lefty's. But he pulled back.
"You need sleep, Amelia,"
he said, patting her on the shoulder.
"Real sleep. We both do."
Amelia seemed deflated, but she nodded in agreement. He was right. She was not thinking especially clearly.
"Go home and get some rest. Take a few days. I think I might do that too. We could both use a break."
"Yeah," she said with a hint of disappointment. "Good idea." With a little reluctance, the woman pulled away from Lefty, giving him one more tired smile before turning to walk away, heading towards her little apartment on the far side of town. Lefty didn't take a break from the Tabernacle. He was back out there the very next night, without Amelia. She needed some time off, he explained to Old Blue. She was working herself half to death and becoming a little obsessed in the process. It wasn't healthy. He wasn't abandoning her. He was giving her what she needed, what she wanted, even. After all, why would she make something like the Midnight Mallet if not to give herself a break? Now she didn't need to hum for Lefty. She could focus on her career and her commissions and her education. And he could get to sleep on his own. 8 days after Lefty received the Midnight Mallet, he went up to the Sleep Tabernacle, just like he had every other night. On his 13th attempt, at around 4 o'clock in the morning, something unusual happened. As Lefty was lying unconscious, a dream-crafted object began to form in his hand. It appeared to be some kind of long crankshaft, a cylindrical rod that bent 9 times at 90-degree angles. It was immediately clear to anyone who knew Lefty that this was not something he had created himself. It didn't have the telltale sand texture that his other creations did, because this object didn't have any texture at all. It was completely and utterly black, absorbing so much light that it looked more like a void in reality than an actual object. Only one other thing in existence looked like that: the mind pick of Scaevolas. When Lefty woke a few seconds later, the crowd that had gathered around Old Sleepy erupted into such joyous celebration that the shouts could be heard all the way back at the Capitol. Wine was brought out, a bonfire was lit, and despite his exhaustion, Lefty and his newfound followers danced and sang until the sun rose, before making a loud, drunken procession back to the city. By the time he reached Plutarch's mansion, the young man was completely out of it, requiring Ajax to practically carry him through the gates. Old Blue had long since switched over to Rahks's head. The young Thulin wasn't allowed to consume alcohol yet, and so it was the most stable means of transportation that the Kicken had. The two of them hung out around the gates, continuing to chat with sleep mages until the crowd eventually thinned out. It was only then that we spotted Amelia.
If she had used her days off to relax, it didn't show.
She looked even more disheveled than before. Her hair was not even properly combed, and her eyes were bloodshot. She waited until the last visitor left, before approaching Rahks and Old Blue. Her body was tense, her fists clenched in anger, but her face was completely deadpan, her eyes unfocused, and her lips pulled into a thin line. She looked first at Rahks, and then up at Old Blue on top of its head, before staring past them to the mansion Lefty had entered. "So you did it then? It's done?" she asked, her voice emotionless.
Yeah, we think so,"
said Rahks, sensing the tension in the air. For a second, Amelia's fist tightened, her hand shaking as her lower lip quivered. It seemed like she might shout, but instead she let out a deep breath, sagging slightly as her eyes drifted to the ground. "Good," she said, giving a weak smirk as she added, "I'm glad. He deserved it." She looked back up at Rahks, and then Old Blue. "You two have a nice day. I'll see you around." And with that she turned and walked away. Several days after that, at the insistence of Old Blue and Rahks, Lefty knocked on the door to Amelia's apartment. By then she had gotten some sleep. She didn't look nearly as exhausted or angry as she had before, but she wasn't happy either, and she didn't invite him in. Lefty stood awkwardly at the doorway and thanked her again for everything she did. He apologized for ignoring her the previous week, and even offered to pay her for the midnight mallet. Amelia accepted his apology and his money, charging a hefty fee for her work on the one-of-a-kind sleep-crafted item. Lefty would get the cash from his patron and deliver it the next day. After that, Amelia would return to focusing on her work and her studies. She would go on to refine her design for the midnight mallet, and in time become a great and powerful sleepmeister, well known among dreamers for her many ingenious creations. And Lefty would move on to the next part of his adventure. The two of them remained friendly. Amelia would keep up with Lefty's antics, and occasionally they'd share a few kind words. But things were not the same as they had been. Never again would Lefty and Amelia grab lunch together, or study sleep magic, or take long walks to anywhere. They maintained the barest threads of their friendship, but that was all. The two of them would never be as close as they had been during those magical nights spent dreaming in the shadow of the Sleep Tabernacle. Chapter 43. King Fever. Lefty's retrieval of the fourth Clavis Imperium silenced most of his skeptics. Eventually. At first many didn't believe him, thinking that the young man simply created the key himself. And to be completely truthful, that was a possibility, because Lefty couldn't recall exactly what had happened that night. Though he clearly made it past the Vork, the details of his encounter with it were as foggy as ever. Upon waking up, all he could remember was a sharp spike of fear, followed by a sudden sense of surprise. The dream-crafted object in his hand was a complete mystery. It certainly seemed like a Clavis Imperium, enough so that he spent the night celebrating, but once he sobered up, he realized that he needed to be certain, which is why he brought the strange crankshaft to Sigilthrox for inspection. You see, each mage's creations are unique in very subtle ways. Close examination of any dream-crafted object will reveal the mental equivalent of fingerprints, which experts in dream-magery can identify, assuming they have some known examples to compare it with. And so, Lefty surrendered the mysterious object to a council of sleepmeisters for inspection, along with his point lights for comparison. It took the master dreamers nearly a week of close study, but in the end they determined, indisputably, that the object Lefty had pulled from the sleep tabernacle had been made by Scaevolas himself. Such news could not be easily contained. Almost overnight, Lefty became the most talked-about person in the city. The small bit of fame he had gained in the sleep mage community suddenly exploded into the general population, sweeping across the capital like a blazing inferno. Soon the city was in the grips of king fever, just as Plutarch had predicted. For the first time in decades, Scaevolas' monuments were the talk of the town, and adventuring became trendy once more. Expeditions were sent out to each tabernacle, some seeking to confirm Lefty's tales, while others hoped to compete against him. Pubs all around the city swirled with rumors of the mined tabernacle's supposed location. Cold weather gear sold out as people planned trips to the frigid body tabernacle, and it wasn't long before some poor soul attempted the breath tabernacle. All they found of him was an arm and some teeth. But it wasn't just adventurous folk who were energized. From the plantations to the poorhouses, from the bankers to the beggars, there was a sense of anticipation in the air. The kind of curious excitement that breaks out when historical change appears imminent. It seemed like wherever you went, people were talking about what it would be like to live under a king again. A real king. Would it be like the golden age of Scaevolas' early reign? Or would this new fellow fall to madness as well? Would their lives go on just as they had been? Or would the world be different? Even debate in the Senate broke down, governance coming to a crawl as discussion of the monarchy suddenly became serious for the first time in years. Both major parties were split over the subject of this young upstart human and his potential claim to the throne. It turned the assembly into an even messier quagmire than it already was. Lefty still had detractors and critics, of course. In fact, there were more of them now than ever. But they weren't nearly as personal as the jealous mages who had hounded him at the sleep tabernacle. This new opposition didn't hate him specifically. They were against anyone being king, and so their anger was directed more towards those senators and citizens who praised the monarchy than at Lefty himself. Most of the buzz surrounding him was actually rather favorable, if only because people knew so little about him. He had no reputation or history, no pre-existing connections to any of the capital's major influencers, at least none that could be easily confirmed. Sure, some whispered that he was a servant of Plutarch, but just as many said that he was an apprentice of Titus Tiberius, or a student of Sigilthroch. It was difficult to prevent information from traveling across the capital, but it was very easy to dilute the true information with competing rumors, especially if you had money. By careful design, Plutarch ensured that the only thing people knew about Lefty for certain were his accomplishments, that he had somehow bested 4 of the impossible tabernacles. And it's kind of amazing how that knowledge can twist one's perspective. Before his fame, Lefty's blunt way of speaking and monotone voice made people assume he was a dim-witted fool. But now, when curious spectators approached him, that same vocal tone was perceived as a sign of enigmatic genius. Clearly, he was not an idiot. No idiot could have done what he had done. Therefore, he must be an intelligent man of few words, someone who only spoke when it was absolutely necessary. And any overtly foolish things he did say, well, those were just sarcastic jokes. For Lefty, the sudden attention was an unprecedented high. Even his popularity at the goddamn hadn't been like this. Everywhere he went, people came up to him, offering praise, offering gifts, and some even offering their allegiance, treating him as if he were already their ruler. After all, no bout of king fever would be complete without bootlickers, those pathetic few who crave an authority figure. For those people, the news of a potential king really was like a sickness, driving them mad with excitement. It seemed like every day there was someone shouting on a street corner, trying to drum up support for an early coronation of At's rightful king. Most people ignored these weak-willed fools, but more than one of them managed to rile up a crowd before being dispersed by the city guards. For Plutarch, all of this was a nightmare. Any leverage the Thulin had over its pupil evaporated in an instant, and Lefty knew it. People from all around the capital were offering him anything he could possibly want, all seeking to curry favor from the young man who might one day rule over them. No longer did he have to worry about food, money, or shelter. At any moment he could leave Plutarch's home and have his choice of a dozen equally lavish mansions, offered up by wealthy patrons who were eager to take him in with no strings attached. Surprisingly, it was Old Blue who convinced Lefty to stay. As much as the Kickin didn't like that rude old Thulin, he recognized these new offers for the opportunistic power grabs that they were. He reminded Lefty that Plutarch had taken them in before the fame, had believed in him when no one else was willing to. These new offers might seem nice, but they came from fair-weather fans, only willing to support him as long as he was successful. Lefty, unable to conceive of a future where he stopped being successful, didn't see this as much of a problem. But he stayed nonetheless, more as a favor to Old Blue than anything else. Staying was about all he did, though. His feelings towards Plutarch hadn't changed. He no longer liked or respected his patron, and now that he didn't need them, he stopped even pretending that he did. Any semblance of their student-teacher relationship was gone, and all the animosity that had been built up over the prior weeks came out into the open. The old historian had planned to keep going at the same slow pace they had been. It wanted to take 4 more months to thoroughly prepare for the next Tabernacle, while also furthering Lefty's education with another round of lessons. Lefty rejected this plan. He had never wanted to take things slowly, and now that he had the upper hand, he wouldn't. Plutarch tried to protest, but it didn't have a leg to stand on. Without its financial leverage, all it had was logic, and even from that perspective, it was hard to argue that waiting was necessary. Because months of preparation hadn't helped Lefty at all with the previous 2 tabernacles. Not directly, anyway, so it seemed unlikely that waiting now would be useful either. Lefty wanted to go to the next tabernacle immediately and attend 0 lessons. It was only after a lot of arguing, a bit of shouting, and some bribery on Plutarch's part that Lefty finally relented and agreed to wait 1 month, and to attend no more than 4 lessons during that time. It was a rather extreme compromise, but it was all the Thulin could get. Plutarch had intended to give the young man a thorough education in philosophy and ethics before he went any further. It planned to devote a whole month's worth of lessons to each of the kingdom's most populous races, and the schools of thought they had developed over the centuries. It believed that a good leader needed to understand their subjects in order to lead them effectively. If a ruler, say, ignored the desires of the people, those people would naturally revolt, which would make ruling much more difficult. Instead, Lefty would be getting a relatively brief summary for each school of thought, his teacher forced to condense several hundred years' worth of debate into just 4 lectures. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. Or at least it would have been if Lefty had actually listened. But the arrogant young man barely paid attention to what his teacher said, and often interrupted it when he did.
"That's stupid," he said, only a few moments into Plutarch's lesson on human ethics. "You can't have equality for everyone. People aren't equal."
"Well, of course they aren't exactly equal," said Plutarch with an annoyed glare. "If you look at a nail close enough, you'll see that each one is full of tiny imperfections. None of them are the same, but they are similar enough that a good carpenter doesn't discriminate. It builds a house with every nail at its disposal, and even makes use of the truly misshapen ones. Anything less is just a waste."
"What do nails have to do with people?"
asked Lefty. Plutarch massaged its forehead in frustration.
"It's a metaphor. I'm saying people are equal enough in the ways that matter for everyone to be deserving of dignity and rights. Everyone is treated equally in the eyes of the law. You of all people should appreciate this. It's the philosophy of your ancestors."
"Naw," said Lefty, waving his hand dismissively. "I like the Thulin Creed. Might makes right. The strongest survive." Cthulhu knew what it was talking about.
Plutarch frowned.
"Lefty, if you remember from history, Cthulhu was killed by a human. If might truly makes right, then it's the humans who are right."
"I thought you said Cthulhu was just sleeping."
"Sleeping, dead. What's the difference when it's been hundreds of years? The point is, Cthulhu was defeated, and that put enough doubt in the Thulin Creed that my people started questioning things and accepting new ideals. And you should be happy that they did, 'cause it's the only reason you aren't a slave right now."
"No, I'm not a slave because it's not my place to be a slave. It's like Allende taught. Everyone has a role to play based on their abilities, and my role is to be the king."
Plutarch sighed.
"Well, I'm glad you gleaned something from my lecture on deepened philosophy, but you only have part of the picture."
Lefty shrugged. "Seems pretty complete to me. From what I've seen, Deepens have the right idea about almost everything. All they need is a strong leader and they'd be perfect."
"Yes, and to a certain extent I agree with that, but there's still much to learn. I don't personally agree with a lot of human ethics, but it has some merit, and so does the pentoid caste system. The city became what it is today by combining the best elements of every philosophy. If you want to be a good king, you need to do the same."
Fine, go ahead. Keep going. I'll listen."
But he didn't listen. Or if he did, he didn't take anything to heart. Part of me wants to blame Plutarch for burning all its goodwill. If the old fart had just been a little nicer, a little more understanding, then perhaps Lefty would have listened. But maybe that's just wishful thinking on my part. Lefty's success and the praise he gained from it made him arrogant in a way I hadn't seen before, and it only seemed to get worse with each passing day. By the end of that month, Plutarch was completely out of patience for the young man and his attitude. Despite how much time and money it had invested in the potential king, it was clear that their partnership was over. They only got a few moments into their 4th lesson before a quip from Lefty had the Thulin shouting in frustration.
"Just go, Lefty. If you don't want to be here, then leave. Go run to the Breath Tabernacle for all I care."
"Fine, I will. That's what I wanted to do this whole time," Lefty said as he turned and walked away.
"Don't know why I even bothered with you. Wasting my breath giving lessons to a dead man!"
It wasn't the last conversation that Lefty and Plutarch had, but it might as well have been. The last thread of their relationship snapped that day. It was well and truly over. Fortunately for Lefty, he had already been quietly making plans to move in with Rahks. Once its parents realized that their child knew that young human everyone was talking about, they gladly agreed to provide Lefty with a room so that he could continue his adventures. All they asked in return is that he attend a few of their dinner parties so they could show him off to their friends and associates. Leaving Plutarch's mansion for the last time should have been a solemn moment. The Thulin had pulled Lefty from abject poverty and supported him for nearly a year. For a time this place had been his home, and he had loved it. He had learned much under that roof, and ate many fine meals with people he considered his friends. He had first discovered his dream workshop, sleeping in the feather bed upstairs. Despite how things had ended between him and Plutarch, he still had plenty of good memories from those months spent in their company, memories that should have given him some pause. But he left them behind without so much as a backward glance. In fact, he smiled wide as he walked through those gates for the last time, too excited about the future to remember the past. I suppose this wasn't new for Lefty, though. After all, this was not the first home he had walked away from. This time, however, it was different. This time he wasn't alone. Old Blue was with him, of course, but also so many more. Outside the gates of Plutarch's estate, there was a crowd waiting for him, an eager group of fans, followers, and observers, all wishing to accompany him on the journey ahead. Rahks would walk beside him as he made his way to his new home, and even Amelia was there, watching silently from the back of the crowd, unable to abandon him completely despite all that had happened. Lefty didn't even have half of the Clavis Imperium. He had no royal or legal authority, but as he walked into that cheering crowd, he felt like a king. Chapter 44. The Breath Tabernacle. In total, the Mad King Scaevolas built 10 tabernacles. 2 of them have never been located. Of the remaining 8, the Tabernacle of Breath is considered the most dangerous. While many of the monarch's monuments have been referred to as death traps, that phrase is usually figurative. Not here. The Breath Tabernacle was a literal death trap, seemingly designed to kill anyone who entered it without the slightest bit of mercy. The king said it could be overcome, said that the challenge was difficult but fair. Anyone who has studied the structure would disagree. It presents only the tiniest chance of survival, odds so slim that many have deemed it impossible. The structure was built into a rocky hillside about 4 hours west of the capital, near enough to the coast that you could smell the salty ocean air, even if you couldn't see it. It was one of the last tabernacles constructed, and you could tell just by looking at it. By the time it was nearing completion, the public had turned against Scaevolas and his grand project. They had already seen several of his so-called monuments, and they were not happy with the results. Only one of them had lived up to expectations. The Sound Tabernacle was actually a monument that celebrated the medium of sound. All the others had been disasters. The tabernacle dedicated to sleep was a deadly nightmare. Drink was an inaccessible labyrinth. Food was home to a giant deadly beast, and both body and sight had been built so far from any semblance of civilization that even reaching them at all was a challenge in itself. The true extent of Scaevolas's plans hadn't yet been leaked, but the people of At knew something was wrong, and they were talking about it openly. They complained to their senators that the king had lost his mind, that time and power had either made him astonishingly incompetent, or turned him into a cruel madman, perhaps both. Scaevolas, realizing that he could no longer fool his subjects, didn't even try. The Breath Tabernacle was unapologetically frightening, as ominous as it was deadly. You could not mistake it for a monument of celebration. It looked like a place that would kill you. From the outside, it resembled a giant stone face rising out of the ground at an angle. It had sunken black pits for eyes and an open, screaming mouth twisted into an expression of anguish. The face was flanked by huge stone outcroppings that had been carved to look like desperate clawing hands. Rendered with rough, jagged edges, the deformed structure looked like a monster, like a forsaken titan trying to pull itself from the bowels of the earth. The mouth of this stone face was also the mouth of a shallow cave, which concealed the tabernacle's only entrance. Traveling inside, one would find a large metal door in the shape of a pentagon. The door could not be opened from the outside. It had no handle or knob to speak of, just a thin line down the center that was impossible to pry open, for the doors themselves were extremely thick and made of solid steel. The only way to enter the tabernacle was for it to let you in. For you see, on certain days, at certain times, a deep rumbling hum would emanate from somewhere beyond the door, growing louder and louder until the ground itself began to shake. This was your warning. For the structure itself was a giant pneumatic machine created by pentoid engineers. It ran like clockwork, and once a cycle started, no force on earth could stop it. Anyone who didn't want to enter the tabernacle had a few moments to run before it was too late. Those who stuck around would feel a pressure in the air, the sound growing even louder, until suddenly the massive doors snapped open, drawn inwards by an unnatural wind more powerful than you can imagine. Any person standing inside the cave when that happened was as good as dead. The hurricane-force winds sucked them into the tabernacle instantly. Even full-grown Thulans wearing heavy plate armor were slurped up in seconds, lifted off their feet as if they were naught but leaves in a thunderstorm. And inside the tabernacle was a deadly gauntlet, a long dark hallway filled with moving obstacles animated by hidden mechanisms. There were smashing rocks, stabbing spikes, and swinging blades, all arranged in complex patterns that saw them jutting from the walls, ceiling, and floor. Avoiding these hazards would have been difficult even under normal conditions. Having to do it while being pulled along at the speed of a sprinting squirrel was what made it impossible. That and the time limit. For you see, the door to the Breath Tabernacle would always open for exactly 10 moments. For the first 5, the wind sucked inwards, pulling visitors towards the far end of the gauntlet where the Clavis Imperium was said to be waiting. Then, at the halfway point, the winds would suddenly reverse direction, blowing outwards with the same incredible intensity. This was the only way to exit the Breath Tabernacle, going out the way you came in, back through the same impossible gauntlet in reverse. Once the timer hit 10, the air pressure would drop in an instant, causing the doorway to snap shut until the next cycle, which could be anywhere from several days to several weeks later. Most of those who entered the Breath Tabernacle simply disappeared, never to be seen again. Those few who were spit out of the doorway usually came back in pieces. Of the dozens who had dared to attempt this feat before Lefty, only 2 had lived to tell the tale, and only barely. The ordeal had rendered them horribly disfigured and permanently maimed. Their mangled bodies served as a powerful reminder as to why no one should ever enter that accursed place. Which is why Lefty made sure not to meet with them before his attempt. His confidence was at an all-time high, after all, and he didn't want to risk doing anything that might bring it down, even if the two survivors did possess greater knowledge of the Tabernacle than anyone else. Still, other than that, he had researched as thoroughly as he could. With so many willing to support him, he had no trouble obtaining information. By the time Lefty parted ways with Plutarch, he already knew everything I just told you. He had read in detail about the wind and the blades. He knew the Tabernacle had obliterated everyone else who had come before him. He was well aware of the incredible danger he would be literally flying into. And yet he was confident that he would succeed where everyone else had failed, mostly because of his feather swords. He reasoned that they would help him navigate as he flew through the air, allowing him to change his trajectory in a way that no previous adventurer had been able to. He reassured Rahks and his other followers by bragging that he had tons of experience falling from great heights, and that this would be practically the same thing, just forwards instead of downwards. He said it with such certainty that many believed him. He was a little less boastful in private. When it was just him and Old Blue, he admitted that the thought of doing something so dangerous made his stomach churn and his spine shiver. But then he had learned long ago to ignore his body's complaints. He was certain that he'd at least make progress. He acknowledged that he might get hurt, and that he probably wouldn't get the Clavis Imperium on his first attempt. But he'd gain knowledge and experience that would help him in future attempts. The idea that he could just die didn't even register as a possibility. He took it as a given that he'd do better than anyone else had done previously, that he'd make it in and out of the Tabernacle in one piece. Old Blue wasn't so certain, but the lad couldn't be dissuaded. The day of his attempt, he brought along everything he had acquired in his adventure so far. The point lights he had created in the library of Sigilthrock adorned his head like a crown, casting bright beams on the massive steel door ahead of him. His polished air torch, gifted from the historian Plutarch, hummed softly against his chest. It surrounded him in an aura of air that made his clothes and hair drift dramatically, as if being lifted by some gentle wind. The wooden squid shoes, crafted by the Deepin inventor Pedro, hugged his feet tightly, just in case he encountered a water hazard, and even Amelia's midnight mallet hung from a leather strap on his belt, its mere presence calming his nerves. In his gloved hands were the metal feathers he had obtained so long ago from the deceased beast of the food tabernacle. He'd use them to fly once more, nimbly dancing through the challenging gauntlet that lay between him and glory. To the gathered crowd, it was a sight they would never forget. More than 100 spectators had come to watch, gazing in wonder from a safe distance outside the tabernacle's mouth. As they looked upon his stoic silhouette, standing confidently in the mouth of that giant stone face, many remarked that he really did look like a legendary hero. And feeling the eyes of everyone watching him, Lefty felt like one. He stared down at the pentagonal door with a determined grin, his heart thumping loudly with excitement as the moment approached. Soon, a deep, low hum began to emanate from the ground below, and the crowd behind him began counting down to the moment when the tabernacle would open. 5, 4, 3, 2... Lefty crouched slightly, tensing his grip, as he prepared to be tested by the tabernacle's deadly halls, ready to face anything that Scaevolas could throw at him. 1! With a loud crack, the door of the tabernacle opened, and Lefty disappeared in an instant, inhaled by the intense vacuum. All the observers who weren't tied down took a few nervous steps away from the cave, lest they too be caught in the deadly air current. For the next 10 moments, the crowd could do nothing but wait. At first they talked excitedly amongst themselves, shouting to be heard over the loud humming and the strong wind. Rahks was the most boisterous of the group, its faith in Lefty's success almost blinding. Old Blue was there too, of course, watching worriedly from Rahks's shoulder, his fear topped only by Amelia's. The young woman stood near them for the first time in a while, and despite everything that had happened, she clutched her hands anxiously as she stared into the cave's dark mouth, her lower lip quivering with concern. Plutarch was there too, as was Titus of all people, both of them standing near the back, their faces tight and expressionless, as if attending the funeral of some relative who had long since become a stranger. Soon everyone looked like them, their excited chatter dying down as the first 5 moments passed and the air reversed directions. Those who had stayed safely away from the intense wind now fought against it as they tried to get closer. Slowly but surely everyone crept forward, gathering at the mouth of the cave, forming groups on either side as they tried to catch a glimpse into the open door of the Tabernacle. The longer it went on, the more tense the crowd grew, hundreds of eyes reaching intently for any sign of their champion's return as the 10-moment mark grew closer and closer. The time was nearly up. 9 moments and not a single sign of life or death. 9.5. 9 3/4. Only seconds remained. The crowd stood on their toes. And then suddenly he appeared, flying out of the door like a mythical warrior leaping into battle. The crowd roared in excitement. He had done it. He had survived the unsurvivable. He had bested the Tabernacle and proven himself truly worthy of being their king. The force of the wind carried him straight out of the cave, his feet not even touching the ground, as he rocketed past the crowd like a bird of prey. Everyone's heads whipped in unison to keep track of the blur that sped past them and into the open field beyond. It was only then, as they saw him glide into the light of day, that their cheers died. Lefty had nothing in his hands. Nothing. Not a clavis imperium, not his feathers. In fact, one of his hands seemed to no longer be a complete hand. His point light was gone too, as was one of his squid shoes. The other shoe was a splintered mess of wood hanging from a swollen purple ankle that bent at an unnatural angle. Only half of his air torch remained, dangling behind him, barely attached to the torn strap. He was still in the air when the door to the Breath Tabernacle slammed shut with a deafening clang, and all at once everything went quiet. The air seemed to ring eerily as the crowd stood in stunned silence, holding their breath. Then Lefty hit the ground. There was a sickening crack as his leg slammed into the earth, and the force of the impact snapped his shin in half. The crowd gasped in horror, catching a glimpse of white as the bone punctured through the skin of his leg. It was an injury that would have made anyone scream. But Lefty was completely silent as his body crumpled to the ground, allowing the shocked crowd to hear several more distinct snaps and pops as his body tumbled across the dirt like a rag doll. The cheers from a few seconds ago soon turned to screams as people rushed to Lefty's limp body. He lay on his back, eyes partially open but staring at nothing. Small spots of crimson red were slowly spreading across the remains of his clothing. Blood spurted from what remained of his left hand, which was missing 2 of the outermost fingers, along with nearly 1/3 of his palm. He was breathing, but just barely. Several voices claiming to be doctors yelled for everyone to get back. They knelt down by the young man, doing their best to tend to his many, many injuries, but it seemed like there wasn't a spot on his body that wasn't broken or bruising. A few people hopped on squirrels and began dashing towards the capital, hoping beyond hope that somehow they could find help there. Most, however, simply looked away with deep frowns, certain that Lefty was beyond help at this point. He was unresponsive, jaw slack, blood pooling beneath him even as some tried to stem the flow. Needless to say, the Breath Tabernacle's reputation as a death trap was not shattered that day, and it would be a long time before anyone entered it again. Chapter 45. Apicus Aristippus. On the northwestern side of the capital sits Apple Tree Square. By night it appears to be nothing but a massive empty lot paved with red and brown bricks. By day it becomes the largest market district in the city, dedicated entirely to the buying and selling of food. At the crack of dawn, hundreds of stands, carts, and wagons, some more mobile than others, are brought in to do business for the day, only to be packed up and removed by sunset. Only one structure stands permanently in Apple Tree Square, and that is the Grand Chef's Guild Hall of New Perfectum. Though the capital had several culinary schools and countless kitchens, the Guild Hall contained the finest of both. All the most talented chefs gathered there, along with apprentices who wished to join their ranks. Built right up against the city's massive pale walls, the old brick building was 4 stories tall and so wide that it stretched across the entire square. Its most distinctive feature was a giant turret clock in the center of the building, which rose above the 4th floor and was topped with a sharp spire. The Guild Hall dominated Apple Tree Square, looming over the entire district like a stern grandfather, guiding the market through each day. The countless food mages inside set the pace of commerce with their purchases, while the building's giant clock set the schedule. Its stark black face and bright white hands were visible from anywhere in the square, and its clarion bell signaled the start and end of business hours. The final bell for the day had just rung. Sunset would be approaching soon, and most of the stalls still standing were getting ready to close up. It wasn't uncommon to see last-minute buyers rushing through the makeshift streets, trying to find a deal as business hours ended. That's why no one paid much attention to a lone woman in a blue dress, who dismounted from a squirrel and began sprinting through the market. She wasn't unusual, even if she did have a kickin' clutched in her arms. The woman didn't stop at any of the stalls, though. She dashed right past them, breathing heavily as she made her way up the steps of the guild hall. The markets may have been closing, but the guild was still bustling with activity. It was almost dinner time, after all. Hundreds of chefs of all skill levels were running about, some on their way to cook, others on their way to learn. The building contained dozens of classrooms and lecture halls, along with many, many kitchens, some of which were open to the public. That's why no one paid much attention to the woman in the blue dress as she ran through the halls, even if the expression on her face seemed gravely worried. She didn't stop at any of the public kitchens. She ran past the chefs giving free cooking lectures. Someone shouted that she was headed the wrong way as she ran deeper into the guild hall, but she didn't slow down. She seemed to know where she was going. Tucked away, near the back of the grand building, rarely seen by common folk, were a select few living quarters. These were not for most mages. They were reserved for the kind of elite chefs whose mastery of food magic came at an extreme cost. One such chef was a man named Apicus Aristippus, the Archmeister of cooking, the greatest food mage who had ever lived. Sitting on a throne of pillows as fluffy as his own bloated limbs, the Archmeister's room was more kitchen and classroom than living quarters. It was as large as a lecture hall, and outfitted with countless countertops, ovens, and shelves. It was also a hotbed of activity within the guild hall. The man had his own dedicated faction of followers, an almost cult-like group that sought to learn his specific method of cooking. He was constantly surrounded by eager apprentices who alternated between tending to their nearly helpless teacher and listening to his words of wisdom. For you see, just as it is with all magics, just as it is with any skill really, excessive practice in one area inevitably leads to negative consequences. In the case of food magery, practicing involves eating, and mastery involves a lot of eating. So it goes that most food meisters are quite hefty, and the best among them are obese to the point of immobility. While some may look upon these bloated beings with pity or disgust, for a true chef there is no greater sign of dedication. The immovable meisters are paragons of their craft, a rare breed who have sacrificed their bodies for the sake of higher pursuits. They are the only people allowed to live in the Grand Chef's Guild Hall, and for a food mage, there is no greater honor than being offered a room. It was a day like any other in Apicus's room, when a young woman carrying a kickin abruptly burst in, creating a commotion that brought all work to a halt. There was an emergency, she said, between gasping breaths. An adventurer had been gravely injured and was on the verge of death, explained her kickin. Only the most powerful food magics in the kingdom would be able to prevent this young man's untimely demise. The apprentices nodded understandingly, but said that there was nothing they could do on such short notice. People were injured every day, and while it was a chef's duty to preserve life, the meisters could not possibly help everyone who needed it. They were ushering the distraught visitors out the door with solemn apologies, when suddenly, from his spot at the far end of the room, Apicus cleared his throat and opened his eyes for the first time in hours. The other mages stopped in their tracks, and for a moment there was silence as the great chef looked down on the woman and her kickin, his chubby face expressionless as he stared deeply into their eyes. Finally, he spoke.
"Bring me the emergency provisions. Prepare my counter. It is time I cooked again."
The commands of the master chef sent his apprentices into a frenzy. All the work which had been planned for that evening's dinner were pushed aside as the mages cleared the way for Apicus to work his magic. Some cleaned up his large wooden counter, while others ran to fetch the emergency provisions, a special meal which was prepared for the master every week, just in case. It started with a small minty tablet placed directly onto the Archmeister's mouth by an obedient servant. As the candy melted onto Apicus's tongue, his sleepy eyes widened, and his flabby arms lifted unassisted for the first time in weeks. Reaching forth with shaking hands, he grabbed the main course from his apprentices, a thick sandwich with more than a dozen ingredients piled high between two slices of marbled bread. The food was stale and tasted unpleasant. It had been sitting around for days at this point, but the man shoveled it down regardless, eating as quickly as he could, alternating between it and a beverage which was lifted to his lips by an apprentice on command. As he ate, each bite came a little faster than the last. His flesh seemed to tighten up, his arms remaining thick but growing less flabby and more resilient with each passing moment. Soon the mage was leaning forward, wolfing down the rest of the sandwich before turning to the final part of his meal, a stiff slab of reddish-brown jerky, which was almost dusty from the copious amounts of spices covering it. As he chewed the meat aggressively, the rest of his body followed the example set by his arms, growing firm and taut. When finally he finished, all movement in the room ceased. The students turned to look at their teacher, staring as he licked the last bits of spice from his thick fingers. And then, without any effort at all, he hopped up from his throne, moving his massive, previously immobile bulk as if it were the easiest and most natural thing in the world. Apicus smiled wide and took a deep breath, as he stood confidently before his students, happy to once again use the body he had allowed to deteriorate. In a way, this was almost like a reunion between two old friends who hadn't spoken in quite some time. The apprentices marveled at the sight, some with tears in their eyes, having never before seen their bloated master stand. The joy lasted only half a moment, though, before the great chef raised a hand and spoke, his voice deep but soft, solemn yet hopeful.
Time is limited, friends. We must move quickly if we are to save a life.
The Meister gave one more soft smile before setting the room into motion. He quickly split his apprentices into groups and put them to work on specific tasks, giving orders as he glided gracefully to his counter. As he moved, the behemoth of a man beckoned the woman and the Kicken to approach, asking them to describe the injured man's body as well as his wounds, so that an appropriate remedy could be made. Apicus didn't even wait for them to finish before he started cooking. Keeping eye contact with the visitors, he walked around his counter space, grabbing ingredients and tools without even having to look at them. When finally the description had finished, the Archmeister nodded, a grim look on his face as he turned back to yell across the kitchen, bellowing new instructions at his apprentices. For the next 20 minutes, the kitchen was a frenzy of activity, as more than a dozen mages worked on separate elements of the same meal, all directed by Apicus, who handled the most difficult parts himself. Watching him cook was mesmerizing. His movements were unnaturally nimble and precise, given how large his body was. His limbs moved independently of each other, the chef not even looking at what he was currently doing, his eyes always 3 steps ahead of his hands. Everything seemed perfectly timed, down to the second. He was never still, never hesitating. Even when he needed to wait for some process to finish, he filled the time with some other task, going so far as to create a second, more simple meal, which he presented to the exhausted woman and her Kicken.
Eat up, you'll need your strength,
he said with a smile, before dancing gracefully back to his counter. He mostly kept silent as he worked, his deep concentration only broken when he had to give the occasional order. And yet despite that, he always had the hint of a grin on his face. The man simply loved to cook, even when it was frantic and desperate and deathly serious. He was enjoying himself. Finally, after a whirlwind of activity, the meal was completed. Apicus had done his best to make the food look and taste somewhat acceptable, but with the limited time available, a priority had been placed on making it effective, not delicious. It started with a small vial of grayish paste, which would have to be placed in the injured adventurer's mouth. Normally, this would be refined into a piece of hard candy, but there simply wasn't enough time to do so. The undercooked ingredients wouldn't be as potent, and the amount needed was only a guess. But if all went well, they would wake up the young man while also suppressing his pain. Slightly. They couldn't risk numbing him too much. He needed to be fully conscious to eat without choking. It would be an agonizing experience, but hopefully his suffering would be dulled enough for him to devour the rest of his meal before he went into shock. The main course was a sort of flatbread wrap stuffed with a dozen ingredients, all diced into a chunky greenish-reddish paste. It did not look appetizing at all, but the smell was almost intoxicating. It was a true sign of his skill that somehow the Archmeister had infused divine flavor into this mushy, uncooked concoction. He warned that despite his best efforts, eating this thing would not be the most pleasant experience, but the adventurer's life would depend on him finishing every last bite. Assuming he did, a small doughy cookie coated with a glaze of honey would complete the meal. It would suppress the injured man's ability to vomit and knock him into merciful unconsciousness, so that his body could rest and focus on healing. It would also, Apicus said with a smile, taste much better than everything else. The adventurer would still need the help of a doctor, of course. and even then his survival could not be guaranteed, but it was the best that the Meister could do. The large mage's hands were already beginning to quiver again as he handed the meal off to the visitors. He tried to instruct the young woman on what to do, but his breath was becoming increasingly labored as he spoke. With an apology, he made his way back to his throne, and with the help of a few of his apprentices, plopped back down into it with a deep, painful groan. With the last of his strength, Apicus directed a pair of his best students to travel with the woman and her Kicken, commanding them to ensure that the magical meal was administered properly. With one last nod, he collapsed into immobility again, his chest rising and falling deeply as he tried to catch his breath. The two visitors thanked the master mage profusely before dashing out the door with his two apprentices in tow, leaving the obese hero to recover from the ordeal he had put himself through. The meal that Apicus had devoured earlier, the emergency provisions, were powerful food magics in their own right, a costly concoction that took a high-ranking mage many days to create. It was intended to only be used if the immovable Meister's life was in great danger, allowing him to rise and flee in the event of a fire or other such disaster. Though the results were impressive, there was a reason they were reserved for an emergency. Not only did the magic wear off quickly, but the strain of eating them would further degrade Apicus's already poor health, taking years off his life. For him to use the rations now, for the benefit of a stranger, was a move of great compassion and sacrifice. In the days that followed, At's greatest food mage would struggle to recover from the strain he had put himself under. His apprentices would do their best to alleviate their master's suffering through the healing power of food magics, but it was all to no avail. A few weeks after cooking his miraculous life-saving meal, Apicus Aristippus died in his sleep at the age of 34. The man would leave behind a legacy of impressive skill, capped off by an act of supreme selflessness. A bust carved in his likeness would go on to adorn the atrium of the Guildhall, celebrating not only his ability to cook, but his willingness to feed others. As for the injured adventurer, for whom Apicus's final meal was made, he would survive, but not without some serious and long-lasting damage. Chapter 46. The Return. As Lefty drifted back towards Ashtab, he found himself hoping that he wouldn't run into anyone. He knew there would be countless questions for him. They would ask why he had left, where he had been, why he had abandoned his duty, and the young man had no desire to explain himself to anyone. All he wanted to do was return home quietly and relax. He knew that would be impossible, of course. The town was guarded night and day by half the population. He'd never make it to his house without being confronted. But he wished that he could. Wished it with every fiber of his being. Of course, no amount of wishing will make something true. His dream of returning to an empty Ashtab was exactly that, a dream, and he had come to realize how naive and foolish his dreams were. The dunes outside of town were full of sand miners, just like they always were. His former neighbors, men and women he still recognized, were all hard at work digging, until they noticed him and stopped, turning to stare at the lad they thought had vanished forever. Lefty ignored them and continued towards town. His heart sank when he saw the front gate. They were already waiting for him. His parents, his brother and sister, even the town's two consuls, all of them were standing at the entrance. The guards must have spotted him coming from afar and called them together. None of them looked happy to see him. They stood stoic, their arms crossed, No waving, no attempts to greet him, just stern glaring. They were like statues, watching as he came limping back to them. Lefty considered turning around. He certainly wanted to. More than anything he wanted to. But it had taken everything just to get this far. He was exhausted from marching through sand on a lame leg that had never completely healed, his skin burning under a desert sun that he was no longer used to. There was no turning back now. Even if he could, he had nowhere else to go, no one else to turn to. Everyone had abandoned him. He was alone. And so he shambled towards his family, head lowered, refusing to look them in the eye as he approached.
Thought you could just run away, did you?
It was his father's raspy voice. The older man's tone was deep and cold, not angry, but seething with resentment. Lefty just kept walking, limping on as though he hadn't heard the statement. "What happened to your leg?" asked his older brother with a hint of mockery. Lefty remembered what had happened and winced. The mere thought of it made the throbbing pain in his shin flare up. Talking about it would be even more painful, though, so he didn't. He continued on, pushing past the group and into town. He still hadn't raised his eyes to meet theirs, but he felt them looking at him, staring holes into his back.
"You didn't even say goodbye,"
said his younger sister, her sweet voice stinging worse than the others. Lefty stopped. For a second he almost apologized, trying to find the words. But he couldn't. Instead he picked up the pace, limping faster as he turned the corner and headed towards his house, hoping it would still be there, hoping he could just lock himself inside and wait them out. He would deal with everyone later. He would try and explain later. Right now, he just wanted to rest. Just for a little bit. Just a few moments of silence. Then his mother spoke, her voice directly over his shoulder, practically speaking into his ear.
"Why'd you leave? You had it good here. You were safe. And now look at you, limping along like that. And your hand. Was it worth it?"
Lefty exploded. "Shut up! Just shut up and leave me alone!" he shouted, trying to hold back tears as he increased his pace, pushing himself into a pathetic jog. The pain in his leg made him whimper and pant like an injured animal, and his outburst only drew more attention. All around him he heard murmurs and the shuffling of feet. His former neighbors stopped what they were doing to stare at the dramatic scene unfolding in their quiet little town. They peeked through windows and leaned out of doors, some stepping into the street to join the crowd that followed Lefty. He could feel the group growing behind him, their eyes heavy on his back, their judgmental whispers like a hot wind blistering his neck. There were dozens of them, stalking him through the streets. It felt like the whole town was gathering around him. The whispers grew louder with each one that joined, until everyone was just talking openly, not even trying to hide their contempt. Lefty pushed on desperately as the talking turned to shouting, his neighbors demanding that he stop ignoring them and explain himself. But he couldn't, not yet. He needed time. He needed to be alone. The young man panted and groaned as his damaged body struggled to carry him faster, his eyes lighting up as his old house came into view. It looked just like he had left it, and the thought of relaxing in his cozy hammock made him speed up despite the protests of his leg. He was so close. Just a few more steps. He reached out and grabbed the handle, tugged as hard as he could. But just as it was opening, a hand slammed down on the wooden door, closing it so hard that the handle slipped from Lefty's grasp as he fell to his knees. The crowd grew silent. Lefty shuddered on the ground as he felt the owner of that hand leaning over him, casting a shadow on his broken body. Even without looking, he knew it was one of the consuls. Their dark purple sash was visible out of the corner of his eye. They were the ultimate authority here. Lefty looked up at his door and felt a pit of darkness form in his stomach. The hand holding it was very old, the pale skin pulled taut across a bony arm. He recognized it as belonging to Quintus, one of the most stern and joyless men in the entire town. He would not be kind.
"You don't live here anymore,"
he said grimly, his voice almost mocking in its tone. Lefty clenched his fists and grit his teeth. He was barely holding back tears. Part of him wanted to beg forgiveness from the old man, to apologize for everything he had done and plead for mercy. Another part of him wanted to scream insults, to tear this man apart with his bare hands for denying him the one small comfort he desired. Lefty's face was a mess of conflicting emotions as he slowly turned his head, looking up into the eyes of the man looming over him. And then all at once his emotions collapsed into pure fear. The consul was impossibly old, his face a necrotic mockery of the one Lefty had known. His white hair hung in sparse patches, his face rigid and pale with sunken cheeks, like a skull with skin barely hanging off of it. Worst of all, though, were his eyes. They were naught but deep black pits, holes that seemed to sink into the man's hollow sockets like infinite dark tunnels. Lefty shouted and fell back. He scrambled to his feet and broke into a run, crying out in a combination of terror and pain as he forced his maimed leg to take him from the eyeless man and the silent crowd behind him. He ran on sheer instinct, not even realizing where he was headed, until he was almost there. The center of town, the consul's residence, and the mysterious shed that stood outside it. He had taken the path 100 times in his dreams. As he neared those familiar double doors, he heard a sound echo off in the distance, the cry of some giant monstrous bird carrying out over the desert. He didn't even have time to look towards its origin before his leg finally gave out. With a sharp crack it broke, just as it had before, his shins splitting as he fell face first into the sandy streets. The pain was so intense that he couldn't even scream, his mouth simply opening in silent agony as he writhed on the ground. When he looked up a second later, the entire town was there, standing in a wide circle around him, staring with the same black, soulless eyes as Quintus. They were maddeningly silent, their faces expressionless as they looked down on him. Lefty found his voice once again, crying out in wordless terror as he began crawling his way towards the shed, hoping somehow that it would be his salvation, hoping beyond all reason that he would find his workshop inside. But as he reached the doorway and pulled himself up onto one shaky leg, a deep, low hum began to emanate from the building. It was a familiar sound, one that filled him with more terror than the monsters surrounding him. The sky began to darken, the ground began to shake. The door to the shed had changed. It was no longer wooden and rectangular. It was thick steel, carved into the shape of a pentagon, with a thin line down the center. Lefty panicked and tried to run away, but his other leg snapped under his weight, and he fell helplessly to the ground. As the humming grew louder, he looked up at the crowd, so desperate to escape that he begged the monsters for help. But they were laughing now, their mouths open into impossibly wide grins as they cackled loud enough to be heard over the rumbling sound that grew and grew until it happened. With a loud crack, the iron doors flew open, revealing a dark tunnel of swirling blades and crushing stones. Lefty screamed once more as 1,000 invisible hands grabbed his body and dragged him towards certain death. And as he flew into darkness, he heard a familiar voice whisper into his ear, "You are nothing." And then he woke up. He was sitting up in bed, breathing heavily, covered in sweat. For a few moments he had no idea where he was. He looked around at the large dark room and the rows of beds all around him, and for a second he felt a tinge of anxiety, fearing that he was back in the eerie halls of Lady Perrot's. But soon the memories came flooding back, and he recognized the familiar interior of the Northern Guard barracks. He had been given a job here after the incident. It was a pity position, bestowed by some senator who felt sympathy for a brave but foolish adventurer. It didn't pay especially well, and it was not glamorous. The barracks were hot, crowded, and offered very little privacy. But they were better than the streets, and in the wake of his failure, he had no other options. All the wealthy patrons who had been lining up to support him before the Breath Tabernacle had turned their backs on him, just as Old Blue said they would. His former friends were of no help either. Amelia, who had been instrumental in saving his life, had avoided him ever since. Rahks, while sympathetic, had neither the room nor the cash to support him. Lefty needed to take care of himself. He needed a job. And in his current state, standing guard was about all he could do. Though it had been many weeks since his nearly fatal trip into the Breath Tabernacle, Lefty had still not fully recovered. Physically, he was in better shape than he had any right to be. The food magic of Archmeister Apicus hadn't been able to regrow the outermost fingers on his left hand, but the rest of his injuries had healed up perfectly. Even his leg, with its severe fractures, had recovered without any permanent effects. It was only in his dreams that he limped, only there that he felt the pain of his shattered limb. Food magic may have healed his broken body, but it could not mend his spirit. His recurring dream had turned into a recurring nightmare. The gloriously empty town was now occupied by malevolent forces, and they would not let him practice sleep magic. Even when he knew he was dreaming, even when he tried to fight past them, it was impossible. He couldn't defeat them all. Not with his limp, not with his feathers gone. He sighed and put his head into his hands. Dreaming was the only real skill he had. Dreaming and perhaps bravery. But that had been shattered worse than his leg. The idea of going back to the Breath Tabernacle, of going to any tabernacle, filled him with more terror than the Vork had. He was a talentless coward now. He was useless to everyone. He was nothing, just like the voice in his nightmares said. Sighing again, he lay back in bed. It was still dark outside. It would be many hours before the sun rose. Lefty found himself wishing that Old Blue was here to talk to, but the Kicken wasn't allowed to stay in the barracks. He was safe. Rahks had been able to take him in, and they still got together as often as possible. But for now he was alone. That part of his nightmare was also true. He had no one to share his thoughts with, as he lay awake in the darkness, staring up at the ceiling, unsure of his future. Chapter 47. A New Life. Lefty jolted awake as the shrill sound of a Thulin flute suddenly interrupted his dreamless sleep. For half a second there was panic, and then he remembered where he was, grumbling as he turned over and began the slow process of getting out of bed. He had been with the Guard Corps for nearly a month now, and he was still not used to the Thulin flute's high, droning melodies. He didn't understand why they needed to start the day with something so ear-splittingly annoying. The eldritch instrument had been used to issue commands on the battlefield, back during the Dark War. It was important, then, to have something distinctive that soldiers could hear over the chaotic noise of 1,000 whistling pentoids. After the war, Scaevolas transformed his army into the capital's Guard Corps, and though they no longer fought large-scale battles, the Thulin flute remained, bleating out the same patriotic tune at the crack of dawn every morning. It was how Lefty started each day now, and he hated it. He felt like he'd never get used to waking up this early. For several moments he just sat on the edge of his bed, rubbing his face, trying to push the tiredness out of his mind. Instinctively he reached up to run his hand through his hair, forgetting that it was mostly gone now. The guard corps demanded short, trimmed hair, and so his dark locks had been shaved down to mere fuzz. He waited until the flute music stopped, and then slowly rose to his feet, before making his bed as he'd been instructed to on the first day. Once that chore was complete, he shuffled off to the communal restroom to relieve himself and take a brief shower. Running water wasn't exactly rare in the capital, but it was rare enough that most guards still considered it a luxury to bathe daily. Obviously, Lefty didn't share that sentiment. He and water were still enemies, as far as he was concerned. The one thing he did enjoy about being a guard was the food. After drying off and donning his uniform, a long green tunic, he headed down to the mess hall for breakfast. The barracks were staffed by food mages in training, and so he enjoyed magical meals on a daily basis. It wasn't the best quality, of course, but it was a few steps ahead of what most people in the capital ate, and there was quite a bit of variety from day to day. After eating a quiet meal alone, he collected his gear from the quartermaster, a vest and cap made of leather, along with an iron staff. The equipment was left over from the war, and you could tell. The armor was old, worn, and didn't fit especially well, and his weapon was cracked and bent slightly near one end. Not that it mattered. The city guard was a relic, left over from more chaotic times. Despite the capital's size and population, it had a fairly small crime rate. The few places that really needed protection hired their own private security. The city guards were rarely called to do anything more than break up a fistfight or escort a pickpocket to the capital's modest jail, and in Lefty's case, he didn't even do that. His post was literal guard duty. He was to stand in front of a specific building for 8 hours a day and essentially act as a human scarecrow. It was supremely boring, as that kind of work always is. Even if you're guarding something valuable, like a bank or an armory, most of your time is spent waiting for something to happen. And Lefty was not guarding something valuable. His assignment was to guard the resting place of the king, the small stone building that held the still sleeping body of Scaevolas. Lefty never figured out if this position was chosen to spite him personally, but it certainly felt like that was the case. He was being punished for his arrogance, forced to remember his place. Men like him were not kings. They guarded kings. At least that seemed to be what his superiors were telling him. It could have just been a coincidence. Hard to say without asking, and Lefty wasn't really in the position to question things. Commander Filksoph, the scarred Thulin who ran the northern barracks, was a veteran of the Dark War, and had resented having to accept someone like Lefty into their ranks. The young human was an adventurer, after all, not a soldier. He lacked discipline, didn't understand honor, and had no sense of duty. The commander made it clear from day one that it didn't like Lefty, and it would boot him out of the guard corps at the first sign of insubordination. And so Lefty didn't challenge his assignment or even ask about it. He just did it, doing his best to stand at attention and remain vigilant despite the utter monotony of his post. Most days, Scaevolas didn't get a single visitor. When he did, it was usually older people, those who still remembered when the king had been heroic. Lefty opened the door for them and nodded, just as the old guard had done when he visited the mausoleum all those months ago. Sometimes he wondered about that man. What had happened to him? Had he enjoyed this job? And how did he pass the time? Was he also bored out of his mind? Lefty had a lot of time to wonder such things, as he stood there day in and day out. He considered asking some of the guys back at the barracks, but he found it hard to approach them. Half of the guards were much older than he was, veterans with white hair and gruff dispositions who seemed to regard him with the same animosity as his commander. The ones that weren't old tended to be low-level criminals doing community service, or else poor people desperate for work. They were certainly less hostile, but they all had a depressing glumness to them, just as Lefty himself did. None of them wanted to be there, and so they socialized as little as possible. So far, the only guard he knew by name was Max, the joyless old man who took his place in front of Scaevolus's mausoleum at the end of his shift. The elderly human had a bum leg, few remaining teeth, and silver hair so thin it was almost gone. But he was always on time, and he saluted Lefty respectfully whenever he did arrive. He wasn't a friend by any means, but Max was reliable, and in uncertain times reliability is a blessing worth counting. Once Max took over, Lefty was free for the rest of the evening. That was the only other benefit of being a guard. The hours were regular, and it left you with a decent chunk of free time. The only problem was, Lefty didn't know what to do with that time. He didn't have his feathers to practice with anymore. They had been smashed to pieces within the halls of the Breath Tabernacle, along with his point light and most of the other items he had obtained in his adventures. Ironically, the only piece of equipment that hadn't been destroyed by Scaevolus's death trap had been Amelia's midnight mallet, which was useless now, unless he wanted to have a nightmare. As for Amelia herself, the young woman was even more distant than before. I think she felt some guilt over what happened to Apicus. When she had begged the chef to save Lefty's life, she hadn't realized that she was asking him to sacrifice his own. The man's early death weighed heavily on her, and seeing Lefty didn't help. So she buried herself even deeper into her work, declining all offers for company so she could focus on dreaming. Lefty did still have a few other friends and fans among the sleep mages. After all, his failure at the Breath Tabernacle hadn't diminished his accomplishments at the Sleep Tabernacle. But spending time with them was an exercise in misery. It felt like all they ever wanted to do was talk about sleep magic, and now that Lefty could no longer dream, all that did was remind him of what he had lost. The only ones still there for him were Rahks and Old Blue, but unfortunately the young Thulin had a life of their own to deal with. Not long after Lefty's accident, Rahks had gotten kicked out of Sigilthrox for lack of progression. It really wanted to be a sleep mage, but despite all the tutoring, Rahks just didn't have the skill to dream at a professional level, and its parents' money could only do so much. You might think that this would leave the Thulin with a lot more free time, but Rahks's parents were insistent that their progeny be learning some kind of skill, and since the young Thulin didn't have any other immediate passions, its parents got it apprenticed as a cobbler. It wasn't bad work. In fact, Rahks quite liked making shoes. But the hours were long, and the shoemaker was located on the opposite side of the city, which made it difficult for the Thulin to hang out with Lefty as often as it once had. The two friends still managed to get together every other weekend or so, and Old Blue always joined in when they did, but that was the full extent of Lefty's social life. Most days he didn't talk to anyone. Without friends or hobbies to fill his time, the young man spent a lot of his evenings simply wandering the city. He'd take long, winding routes back to the barracks, looking for someone or something to catch his interest, but it felt like nothing could do that anymore. It wasn't as if the capital was boring. Quite the opposite, actually. The city was a vibrant and bustling metropolis, full of music and theater, bookstores and restaurants, pubs and parks. and yet it all seemed dull and grey to Lefty. Every night he'd walk the streets, and every night he'd see something new and interesting, something that would have captured his attention a few months earlier. But new people and new places simply weren't exciting like they had been before. Compared to the thrills of his adventures, attending a stage show or trying a new restaurant seemed utterly boring. And yet, any time he thought of doing something remotely risky, his stomach would turn, his whole body would break into a cold sweat, and his fingers would begin to itch, the ones that were no longer there. There was a time when Lefty used to feel like he was talking with his body. Whenever he felt a strain in his muscles or a weakness in his heart, he would argue with those body parts, convincing them to do what he wanted despite their protests. After the Breath Tabernacle, that no longer worked. He had betrayed his body's trust, put it in a situation where it had been crushed, mangled, and in the case of his fingers, permanently destroyed. Discussion was off the table. His body no longer argued with him. It demanded, lashing out like an injured animal if he so much as thought of doing something dangerous. It kept him from participating in sports, kept him from entering the more lively parts of town, kept him from so much as approaching anyone who seemed large or fit or shady, anyone who might possibly be armed. He wasn't just afraid of the tabernacles. Anything exciting enough to catch his interest was also too frightening for him to investigate. Inevitably, he'd return to the barracks after dark, having accomplished nothing. He'd turn in his equipment with the quartermaster, and then head to the mess hall for a late dinner. He'd eat there alone, before retiring to his bed for the evening. That night, as he lay in the dark, staring up at the ceiling, he couldn't help but think back to the day he'd decided to become an adventurer. He had stood on the top floor of the food tabernacle and marveled at the infinite horizon. He had wondered with starry eyes what amazing things were laying out there in the world. He had been so hopeful then, so optimistic. He knew better now. He had seen what lay over the horizon. He met new people and visited new places. He had done exciting things, accomplished feats that some thought impossible. And what had it done for him? He was a guard. After all that, running away from home, traveling across the world, learning to swim, fighting with monsters, overcoming his worst nightmares, all that, and he still ended up a guard, a useless guard, waiting vigilantly for an attack that would never come, chained to a duty he didn't believe in. The only difference is that now he had 2 less fingers. Lefty was done with adventure. Chapter 48. Life Goes On. It was morning, still dark outside, but the sun was about to rise. At the northern guard barracks, an old soldier carrying a Thulin flute was arriving at his post, preparing to play the same song he did every morning. Before that could happen, Lefty's eyes slowly eased open. He sat up in bed and stretched his arms. After a year of living the same schedule, his body had learned to anticipate the flute, waking him up before the shrill instrument could. He used to wonder how the older veterans always beat the line to the latrine. Well, now he knew. The song was merely a formality. He was already on his way to the showers when it began to play. The water no longer bothered him. He still didn't get the appeal of showering, but after doing it daily for months on end, he was beyond being used to it. Water was fine now, just an uncomfortable but unavoidable part of life, like cold winter nights or pesky bugs. As he made his way to the mess hall, he waved hi to Duellogs, the foodmeister who managed all the chefs at the northern barracks. It was the first of the month, which meant a new batch of mages in training were starting their stint at the kitchens.
How's this lot looking, Doogs? Do I need to avoid the muffins again?
The old Thulin cracked a grin.
No, I think we got a solid bunch this month. Mostly humans. Didn't stick me with a pentoid again.
Hey, that pentoid made good soup,
Lefty said as he grabbed a muffin from the buffet and placed it on his tray.
Yeah, and that was about all he could make,
said Duellogs, shaking its head.
Don't know why the dang thing wanted to be a chef so bad. He doesn't even have taste buds.
Lefty just shrugged.
The world's a strange place, Doogs.
After grabbing a few more selections for his tray, Lefty made his way over to the table where Franck, Lee, and Christou were already sitting. I'm not sure I'd call them friends exactly. The four of them didn't spend much time together outside of the barracks, and even here they didn't talk all that much. But these were the guards that Lefty had come to know best since his arrival. They were easygoing. On most days, the four of them ate breakfast and dinner together, sitting at the same table at the far end of the mess hall. They'd chat about current events or complain about the job, but their conversations never went any deeper than that. Which was fine by Lefty. He didn't have a lot to talk about anyway. It would have been nice if any of these guys were literate or had a passion for history, but after so much time alone it was good just to have any company, even if it was shallow. Once his meal was done, Lefty waved goodbye to his co-workers and went to the quartermaster like usual. After picking up his equipment, he headed out to his post. His assignment was the one thing that hadn't changed much in the last year. He had gotten over the insult of being stationed at the king's mausoleum, but standing in the same place for hours on end was nearly as boring now as it had been on the first day. The only difference was that his commander had granted him a bit of slack. Or rather, the old Thulin had found other people to be angry at who weren't Lefty. Filksoph still didn't like the former adventurer, but by this point it was clear that Lefty wasn't going to be starting any trouble, and so the Thulin just ignored him. That didn't mean Lefty could slack off entirely, but he could chat with visitors and not have to worry about getting fired. He had learned the names and faces of those who regularly visited, and made it a habit to ask about their day. Hearing the old folks ramble wasn't the most exciting thing in the world, but Lefty was happy for any distraction, and most of those folks were happy to have someone who would listen to them. It didn't hurt that one of those elderly visitors was Old Blue, being carried, of course, by Rahks. Lefty wasn't supposed to have personal visitors while on duty, but the mausoleum was open to the public, so if his friends just happened to come visit the mausoleum, well, they could stand around and yap for quite a while, sometimes for hours on end. That didn't happen every day, of course, or even most days for that matter, but it happened often enough to add some levity to the job, especially with Rahks's new career. You see, the young Thulin had lost its passion for cobbling after only a few months and switched to another new profession. This time it turned to food magic, getting an apprenticeship at a large bakery downtown. Not only did the early morning hours leave it with more free afternoons than it had before, but the bakery was much closer to the mausoleum. In fact, Rahks had to pass by Lefty each day when it walked home, so even if it couldn't stay for long, it at least got to say hi and have a short chat. The two friends mostly talked about books, as they had rediscovered a love for reading not long after Rahks's career change. The young Thulin still preferred fantastical stories, while Lefty was more into non-fiction. Plutarch may have been gone from his life, but Lefty's teacher had given him a taste for history, which he now pursued on his own. He and Rahks would go through a book a week, and then recount their literary adventures whenever they had time. Lefty would educate Rahks with exciting stories of the distant past, while Rahks would get to practice its theatrics by acting out scenes of action and drama taken from its novels. The friendship that Lefty had thought was drifting apart had drifted back together again. In fact, the two of them probably spent more time together now than they had when they were both sleep mages. They even managed to rope Amelia into visiting, once, so the four of them could catch up. She was still distant and focused on her work, but she at least seemed healthy and satisfied with what she was doing with her life. Lefty and Rahks couldn't really make the same claim. Oh, they weren't miserable or anything. Not anymore, at least. But neither of them felt like they belonged where they were currently. It was already clear that Rahks would never be a great chef. It simply didn't have any passion when it came to food. But the young Thulin was also in no rush to get a new job. It liked getting to eat fresh magic bread on a daily basis. Plus the hours were nice, and its co-workers were friendly. It would stick around at the bakery for another year or two and learn all that it could before moving on to something else. Lefty, meanwhile, was eager to find a new profession as soon as possible, but he wasn't sure what else he could do. He had no skills to speak of and a very narrow education. He could do manual labor to some extent, but losing 2 fingers on his non-dominant hand turned out to be more debilitating than he first realized. Though he could still grab small objects with his thumb and the 2 fingers next to it, his grip strength was severely limited, even a year later. When it came to lifting and hauling heavy objects, he was practically one-handed, which excluded him from most of the work available. The few labor-intensive jobs that remained, well, they involved the kind of risky, dangerous work that sometimes resulted in lost fingers, and Lefty had done enough of that for one lifetime. He and his body had reconciled somewhat in the past few months, but he was still done taking big risks. For a brief time, he considered taking up food magic as a profession. Rahks even tried to get him a job at the bakery where it worked, but they both quickly found out that Lefty was a controversial figure among the capital's chefs. They all knew that he had eaten the last meal of Apicus Aristippus, and some of them blamed him for the Archmeister's untimely demise. It was a stigma he probably could have pushed past if he was really dedicated, but he wasn't. He didn't want to be a chef, he just thought it would be better than being a guard. And that was how everything seemed, really. Almost any job would have been an improvement, but not enough of an improvement that he'd actually push himself to make a big change. He wasn't willing to admit it, but the fact of the matter is, Lefty was comfortable with being a guard now. The job was like an old sagging bed, awful at first, but tolerable once you got used to it. He knew he couldn't continue like this forever. He knew he should find a replacement. But there's not a lot of motivation to fix something when it's working. And at the end of the day, being a guard was working for Lefty. Sure, it was not exciting, but nothing seemed exciting anymore. No matter what he did, he would find it tedious. At least this tedious job was consistent, reliable, and paid fairly well. Well enough that he could afford a steady stream of new books. Well enough that he could occasionally treat himself to some high-quality magic bread, and still have a little left over to save. What he was saving for, he didn't know yet, but it never hurt to be prepared. Eventually something would catch his interest again, and then he'd be ready. It was something he and Rahks often talked about, when they weren't discussing whatever books they were currently reading.
"Maybe you could save up and buy a farm, like my parents,"
Rahks said one day as they were leaning against the wall of the king's mausoleum. "Maybe," Lefty said with a shrug. "Gotta be better than guarding, right? I'd at least have my own place."
Yeah, even the poor farms have houses. You get your own bed, a little bookshelf for all your books, maybe even have a spot for old Blue to move back in.
"You're that eager to get rid of me, Rahks," said old Blue with a smirk from atop the Thulin's head.
No, you're fine, Blue. Golden, even. Best roommate I ever had. I'm the only roommate you've ever had.
Yeah, and so far, you're the best,
said Rahks, making Lefty grin despite himself.
I'm just saying, if you want to move into Lefty's new house, I'm sure he'd be happy to have you.
Lefty nodded. Yeah, assuming I can afford it. Even a little farm right outside the wall costs like more than I make in a year.
Whew, really? That much for a poor farm?
Asked Rahks. Lefty nodded again.
I heard a couple of the guys back at the barracks talking about it. At the rate I'm saving cash, it'll be like 5 years before I have enough, he added with a frown.
Well, you know what they say, lad. The time's gonna pass anyway,
said Old Blue.
Keep on saving. If you don't find something better to do with your money in the next few years, buying a little farm could be a good backup plan.
Lefty shrugged. I guess. Except I don't know the first thing about farming.
How hard can it be? Said Rahks. My parents have a huge farm and they hardly work at all.
Old Blue rolled his eye before turning to Lefty.
Well, if you want to learn, you can always pick up some books about it. Plenty of people have written about farming. I'm sure if you asked that nice young woman at the bookstore you like, she could point you in the right direction.
Lefty crossed his arms, tilting his head back and forth as he considered the possibilities. You know, I might just do that, he said after a moment. All in all, things weren't too bad for Lefty. They weren't good, per se. He still had a job that felt like a waste of his time. He still suffered from occasional nightmares, and he yearned for more people to hang out with and discuss the books he read. But overall, his life was fine. Despite how he felt the previous year, things were better now than they had been when he started back in Ashtab. He may not have become king, but he did have an amazing adventure. He had done things that most people considered impossible, and even if he had ultimately failed, he had at least survived to tell the tale. As the months went on and his second year as a guard approached, Lefty found himself really settling into a routine, becoming so accustomed to his new life that it almost felt natural. By that point he had saved quite a bit of money to put towards a plot of land, and though it would take a couple more years before he'd reach his goal, the fact that he had a goal at all gave him hope for the future. In addition to his regular reading of history and occasionally fiction, he now regularly purchased books on farming and cultivation. The plots of land just outside the capital's walls were notoriously small and difficult to grow anything in. Most people bought the land just to put down a small house. They didn't even bother trying to grow anything. But perhaps if he educated himself beforehand, Lefty would be able to succeed where most people had failed. Farming was not his passion, but if he could make a living out of it, then he would gladly quit the Guard Corps for good. It wasn't much to work towards, especially in comparison to the lofty heights of his previous goals. But it was something obtainable. He'd accepted that he wasn't the future king anymore. He was just Lefty the Guard. It may not have been exciting, and he may not have been especially happy, but that was life. Not everyone can be important, and not all goals can be achieved. In time he came to terms with that, and decided to simply live his life as best he could, finding enjoyment in the simple pleasures of a good meal, a good book, and the occasional visit with good friends. And that is the parable of Lefty. The end. Of course, that's not actually the ending. But if you don't mind, I'd like to take a little break here. Stretch my wings, rest my voice, and also give you a little something to think about. You see, the thing about legends and parables, the thing about stories in general, is that stories end. That's what separates a story from the truth, what separates fiction from real life. A life goes on. Even when one of us dies, that's not the end. Everyone else continues living, in a world forever changed by that lost soul. We're all drops of water in a big ocean. Some make a bigger splash than others, but we all create ripples. Stories, though, are not real life. Stories are messages. Stories are statements. And you can tell what that statement is by looking at where the storyteller chooses to end things. Think for a moment about what Lefty's story would have been like if I had ended it one chapter earlier. If I had cut things off with the lad failing. What would I be saying? That the world is harsh? That dreams are foolish? That adventuring is a waste of time? But I didn't stop there. Because if you take anything away from listening to me, it should be this: that no matter how bad things seem, they can always get better. It may take time, it may take a lot of hardship, and things may never be as great as you hoped, but there is always hope. Things can change, they can get better, for you personally and for the world. So don't give up hope, especially once you leave here and go back to face the challenges that put you here in the first place. But also, I'm stopping the story here because I wish it had ended here. I wish that Lefty had just come to accept a quiet career as a guard or a farmer and enjoyed the simple things in life. But I'm not talking to you now because I want to. And as fantastic as Lefty's story has been so far, it's not quite legendary yet. I need to take a break for now. My throat is killing me. But I've been ordered to tell you this story in full, and to give it the proper ending. So I'll do it. Just give me some time to rest and enjoy imagining how things could have been.